Good morning all. It's 29 minutes past 9. We are ready to start. Please make sure that your cell phones are off. Thank you.
I was trying to find you, Ms. Sillo and Ms. Sigars. Good morning.
Morning, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair. As the Chair and the Commissioners know, this is the position that I always assume, and I apologize for that momentary confusion. Good morning, Chair and Commissioners.
Good morning.
Commissioners, this week we begin once again with the EMPD stream. We have our first witness available today, and the witness will be led by Advocate Sigals Nube. We are ready to begin as soon as the Commissioners are. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Sillo.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Yes.
Commissioners, the witness for this morning is Mr. Kemi Behari, and he has decided to take the oath, sworn in.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Behari. Please, by the way, I'm sorry. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Maybe before you start, Ms. Nube, let me say good morning, Mr.
morning.
Behari, and place it on record that Mr. Behari and I have served on a board until recently. We're joint board members. And I'm putting it on record for what it's worth. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Mr. Behari, just some housekeeping. You should have before you your witness statement file, together with which is file 1 of 2. Can you just check in front of you? Your witness statement should be 44 pages long, and it's marked file 1 of 2.
That's correct.
Do you confirm that that is your statement that you prepared for purposes of your evidence before the Commission today?
I confirm, save as I've explained earlier, there is a few minor adjustments which we've brought in a supplementary, but as we go along, I'll explain that.
Yes, we did discuss that. And do you confirm that the contents of your statement is true and correct?
I confirm that.
And you consider it to be binding on your conscience?
I do.
Now, then you should have also another file, which is file 2 of 2, which is the annexes to your statement.
That's correct.
And it should have 6 annexes until KB 6. If you look at the index.
I think there could be...
and they should be marked KB 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 with labels.
That's correct. It should be, I'm not sure, Council. It's item 1 to 7.
Yes, but...
There's 4.2, 4.1, 4.2, so yes.
Yes, correct. But it goes until KB 6.
KB 6, that's correct.
Okay. And then there's another file, which is a supplementary bundle. It's referred to as supplementary bundle.
I confirm.
That file contains the Rule 3 notice that was sent to you by the Commission, which resulted in you responding thereto with your statement that we've just discussed. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And in addition to that, there are extracts of a transcript from the evidence of Ms. Mashazi. Do you have that?
Yes.
There's an additional document that has been added for the benefit of the Commissioners. It is page 84 and 85, which is an email from Mr. Behari to Ms. Naika, on the 7th of December 2023. That was only added this morning.
That's correct.
And you have that. And I did discuss the inclusion of that document with you before your evidence.
I confirm that.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Behari, before we start with your statement, if we can just go to the Rule 3 notice in the supplementary bundle, which is the first item, so that we can just have some context to the evidence that you're going to give today. Do you have the supplementary bundle, page 1?
Sorry, my apologies. If you could bear with me.
It's fine. Someone will assist you.
Supplementary bundle, page 1. That's correct. I have that.
Yes. It is a Rule 3 notice that was addressed to you. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And if you go to page 2, it deals with allegations that have been made by witnesses that have given evidence before the Commission that may implicate you. And my understanding from your statement is that your statement will address quite a few of these allegations, but not necessarily all of them. You have, as I understand it, dealt with the primary allegations, and insofar as you could identify where you may have been implicated, and where you think you have not been implicated or it's not clear from the context, you have given general comments to those allegations. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. So if we can then proceed to your statement, and that would be the file 1 of 2. Do you have it?
I do, ma'am.
Now, this part of your evidence is an opportunity for you to give your version to the commissioners in response to those allegations that may implicate you, and in respect of which you have already prepared a statement. So we don't necessarily expect you to read the entire statement, but where you do feel comfortable to read and some aspects of your statement, you are welcome to do so. But it is really an opportunity for you to put forward your version uninterrupted to a large extent. But at some point, I may ask questions of clarity, and the commissioners may as well. And thereafter, we will then start the session where we really test your version insofar as those allegations are concerned. Do you understand?
Mr. Behari, do it the way you want. If your preference is to read your statement from paragraph 1 all the way to paragraph 216, do it that way. But if you want to do it the way Ms. Sigels-Ncube says, which is deal with the issues you want to highlight, do it that way.
Thank you, Chair.
We do not want you to leave the witness stand feeling that you were not given the opportunity to tell your story.
I appreciate the guidance, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Please go ahead, Mr. Behari.
Thank you. Good morning, all. Good morning, commissioners. Yes, my name is Kemi Behari, very often called Kemi. So I'm currently the head of risk and legal services at the City of Ekurhuleni. At the time when the incidents have happened, around 2023, I was just in the process of being appointed as the head of corporate legal services, as it then was. My functions, before being the head of department, I used to be the divisional head, municipal courts, bylaw enforcement, and compliance. So from there, the main function there was compliance. I established courts and so on throughout the Ekurhuleni region, but the compliance function was across 27 departments as it was then, which was then fizzled down to about 14 with the latest institutional review, and I did compliance across that. So throughout this process, Chair, my main focus has always been on the compliance function. I'm not involved in the HR space, save for special support that is required, either by the accounting officer or the head of that department. But I'll go through that in detail, and I'll welcome any further questions that are put to that. So when I was appointed then from 2024, actually from February, I was then in terms of the council resolution, I was then offered an opportunity to be the head of risk and legal services, which we're in the process of still finalizing that stage, at this stage. But I perform the functions of both risk and legal services. Chair, in the main, as a Section 56 employee, of course, the city manager is my accounting officer. When I got appointed and I think most of the issues that arise fall around that period, between February, March, at that stage, from October 2022, I was acting in that capacity as the head, and then I was appointed in a letter dated 30th of May 2023, and in that process then assumed my functions on the 1st of June 2023 as the head of the department. So the entire issues that happened with the investigation into the Brigadier Makunazi, I'm not sure, who later became the Deputy Chief of Police, it was during that period. And when I looked at the nature and scope of the statement that I received from the Commission, it focused basically on the following implicating witnesses. Of course, it's Chief of Police Mapiyeye, Deputy Chief of Police Rivo Spies, Mr. Kulani Niza, who was the divisional head, and Ms. Kelebohile Tepa. I think she was Colonel or Lieutenant Colonel, I'm not sure, from a civilian perspective in terms of exactly what. And then there was, in the letter from the Commission, there was a reference to a witness D. Of course, we all, we heard what has happened since then. I've looked at all the record, the entire record, all the documents given to me. I could not find anywhere where witness D had referenced me. I then communicated with the Commission's attorneys, I think it was Mr. Pokpas, if I'm not mistaken, to say, but can you guide me in terms of where I have been referenced by witness D in the process? Because I have never had any dealings with the witness D throughout my life and throughout my career at Ekurhuleni. More especially because it concerned me, because when I looked at the record, in the transcript of Ms. Kelebohile Tepa, there seems to have been a place where her evidence ended, and then immediately thereafter, the evidence of witness D commenced in the same record. So I sought clarity. I haven't got that clarity, but as I said, I've moved beyond that to say that I do not have any dealings. I've never had any dealings with the witness D. May his soul rest in peace. So that is where I focused in, Chair. The statement then is structured to assist the Commission after setting out necessary background. I think a lot of the evidence that I've went through in the records, I found that sometimes I needed to come, and that's why I appreciate your guidance, Chair, that I must speak, the main focus here, for me it was shocking, astonishing in all my career, to come and hear that you've received a 600,000 rand royalty money, bribe, however it's linked. I will deal with that issue because, Chair, that will take me back to where this matter comes through. And but that was for me. I don't know. I've been through, through a lot. But I'm saying I'm glad that the opportunity has come for this. So the allegations directed against me arise basically from the events that happened between 2023 and 2025. And during this period, Chair, remember the new council came into operation around late 2021, 2022. And it was highly political turbulence. In fact, as I started engaging with the matters and traced back, even in the September council meeting of this year, of 2025, more information was coming out about what happened during those periods. And I'll deal with that, Chair. So it is definitely necessary for me to then deal with this. It was an issue of financial strain in the budgets. And you may ask, how is it related to? It is about issues that have been picked up. Even the fact that we've had witnesses come to the Commission 2 years after these incidents to have happened, did not follow internal processes. And I think Chair, Commissioner Baloyi, you spoke about any processes available internally to address certain mechanisms, but we'll deal with that. But there are several mechanisms at local government level to address any allegations of impropriety, corruption, misconduct, even if the city manager, heads of departments who were not acting in accordance with that. Then I went back and I looked at introspection. What could I have done that has led to the three officers? I think Colonel Tepa, not too much, she mentioned about something about me not, processing her grievance, but I've got evidence for that, Chair, which I'll lead to that. But in the main, it was Chief Mapi, Deputy Chief Rivers Peace, and Divisional Head Neza. And I asked myself that, so had there not been a hero or a heroic figure like General Makonazi, who in July went and released us, would that always have just been kept under the carpet? Was it not necessary to have dealt with the issue? Because as we are uncovering every day the news of Cat VIP and Vusimusi Cat Matlala and Medicare 24, did they not consider it important at that stage? And I'll come to my, what did I consider at that stage? That you had waited now for almost 2 years. Even our president didn't know that this was going to be revealed. So without trying to find an excuse in terms of them coming, yes, they can come at any stage to raise the issue. But for me, it seemed like they were structured. It was structured and added to a stage where let's focus on the three characters. I don't want to talk too much about city manager. I'm sure I'll be dealing with that in cross-examination. But she's my accounting officer. She was my accounting officer. And the CEO of the company, I can't say that I totally ignore what the requests are, as long as those requests are lawful. And that is where the area I will get to. So
my apologies, Mr. Behari. As you're going through your statement, if you could just orientate us as to which paragraph you're dealing with so that we can also find you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that. I think I've like...
on my count, you're on page 4 now.
I'm on page 4,
on page
exactly.
Yes.
And maybe taking some of the leeway from chairperson
no,
to say speak.
That's fine.
But I'm glad you brought it up. So I'm on page 4, at paragraph 12, I'm coming down that way. So it was important then that, given my role in the city, that the main governing policy was directly taken from the Section 59 of the Municipal Systems Act, which is the system of delegations. That is the document that gives you your powers, what you should do, what you can do, what you cannot do. And I've attached as Annex KB2 to my document an extract of the system of delegations. Chair, if you would like me to go through in detail, or can we take it as being read because it's part of the annexes, but I can go through that in detail as well.
What's your preference?
I think, let me just go through it because, Chair, it's important given the evidence that has been laid already in terms of who had what delegations, when did they have those delegations. So let me go through that. Not too much in detail, but at least to give us the crux.
Yes, all right, thank you.
It would be the annexes bundle KB2, page 3. On page 3.
Okay. Chair, if we go to page, I think it starts off at page 4 of the annexes bundle. So there are delegations that are reserved for certain functionaries in the city. There's political delegations from the executive mayor, the speaker, and all other office bearers, political office bearers. And then the B delegated powers of all the administration come from that delegated to the city manager. So that city manager then delegates that functions to each individual head of department. And then the sub-delegations in that where the head of department is delegated to the divisional head or any other functionary in that department. So to deal with page 4, my specific delegations dealt with to institute and defend action in all courts of law, including quasi-judicial forums, on behalf of council. The signing of all documents necessary, that's also been sub-delegated. Appoint attorneys and or counsel on the relevant experts when required. Lodge or oppose appeals. Consider settlements, that is on 6 now, Roman numeral 6. Ensure compliance with any bylaw of the council or right of council. Appoint legal representatives, including representatives not on the panel of attorneys. So there could be a prior deviation process where you could process. But we've stuck in the main not to invite trouble in breaching the MFMA, that we stuck to the panel members. Identify areas of non-compliance with applicable legislation in the municipality and also report thereon to the city manager and the risk committee. So, Chair, in the main, the function of compliance was what I've been involved in, apart from the litigation processes. But the compliance for me as a compliance officer of the city was a paramount function, because in the city we have almost 400 pieces of legislation that we have to now. I'm a novice at dealing with all that 400 pieces of legislation, but at least we know where to find it, how you interact, and how you enroll. And we apply that then, Chair, as it comes to the necessary environment, whether it's energy, NERSA, water, ICT, hacking, all of those issues that come through. So, in addition to the express delegations on paragraph 13, Chair, of my statement, there's also included other forms of delegation where the city manager can give you certain delegations. But of course, those delegations cannot be outside the powers of that city manager. It must be falling within the realms of the system of delegations. And in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act, on an annual basis, there are delegations from the city manager to the heads of departments, including the GCFO, heads of departments, and there are sub-delegations to the different other other employee levels. Now, why that is important, Chair, and why I'm mentioning that, is to focus on what Mr. Neza, throughout the conversation, we heard him refer to a delegation that was given to him by an acting city manager, Mr. Joe Mojapelo. It was just before, I think it was July 20, it'll be in his bundle.
2017.
2017.
A letter of, is it not June 2017?
It is during that period, but it was just prior the October 2017 system of delegations coming in. Yeah. And I think he's also referred to a case, is it a Mabusela case, but we'll come to that, Chair, at that time. So I'm focusing on this to say, can you delegate a function that you would not ordinarily have had in the greater scheme of things with a system of delegations? And if you had done that, if there's delegations from acting city manager Mojapelo were valid, indeed, the moment the new system of delegations came in, applicable to the entire city, it says in the document that it revokes any previous delegations whether it's an old system of delegations that would be in 2011, or whether it's specific delegations from a city manager or any other functionary. So you start off on a clean slate. In addition to that, Chair, it became apparent that various departments, including Human Resources Department and EMPD, had developed irregular processes. So when I started acting Chair from November 2022, I was faced with a barrage from attorneys. And I've always been sympathetic, being a former attorney myself, to the costs and the fees not being paid. I faced a barrage from attorneys who were appointed in HR matters. And I can refer to them as well. I mean, one includes Mr. Majang, who was mentioned in the papers. And they came to me, and there's a particular attorney, Mr. Mashuru Tenga from Madlopa Tenga, who came to me to say, but HOD, okay, what is happening that we're not being paid? I've not been paid for 7 years now. And I said to him, sir, I'm just acting now, I'm trying to clear that out. But why have you not raised this thing in 7 years? So he says to me, he was trying to keep the relationship. So I'm saying, are you saying now that you don't want any relationship with me, that I'm acting? But it was just to say that these are the concerns in terms of what I was finding when I got into the department on EMPD and HR processes not being followed through, and unpaid legal fees, adverse awards against the city, and the undermining of accountability processes. And that is why it's important that I speak about that delegation of City Manager Joe Majapelo at that stage. So when that process happened, Chair, and if I want to cross-reference, if I may, to the document of Mr. Rivo's piece, where he attached, which is so-called minutes of a meeting that were held with the EMPD top brass and the city manager. With your leave, Chair, may I quickly? I stand corrected, but it is a document which was supposedly a meeting. So I don't know if it's either by Chief Mapieye or Mr. Spies, where there was a meeting held at the office of the city manager. I was absent from in that meeting, and where several officers lodged complaints about what was happening. There's a particular reference to Mr. Okut Besadenhout, where he stated that 99% of labor matters that are being sent on arbitration are being lost. So it necessitated us going in and looking at what is the issue. I mean, we've had, and Mr. Ngeza, I don't want to say anything incorrectly, but he's an experienced HR practitioner. He was very experienced. He had many years there. But then what was there happening that every matter referred to, or almost 99%, was lost? That loss at the Labour Court, without doing our due diligence and proper preparation, has an impact on our cost implications. It has an impact on our budget. Because of the city, Chair, we have at this stage, as I'm speaking to you now, a contingent liability account of almost R1 billion. When I took office, it must be just more than R1 billion. And the emphasis had to be on doing proper investigations, getting proper evidence, looking at the prospects of success and what needed to be done to ensure that we do not have the situation, because in labor matters, it is highly intensive on procedure. And then the substantive aspects come in. So that has always been my interest. And I'm coming to the process, Chair, of what happened in this Mkonazi, General Mkonazi and Brigadier Mkonazi matter. Upon assuming office, I implemented, when I discovered these issues happening, Chair, the budget for legal services was at the City Corporate Legal Services Department. To go for another department official in another department to come and incur the cost on our budget, whereas that is there, it would have been non-compliant with the vote allocated in terms of the Municipal Finance Management Act. Even if you apply the Public Finance Management Act, those votes are very important. Who are the authorizing persons? How are they done? Who instructs attorneys? And I looked at, in the main, because of the complaints I received from Mr. Majang and Mr. Madlopa, amongst all the other attorneys, of the fees not being paid in 7 years. For me, I couldn't understand how, in an annual budget, where you have a budget allocated, that you could have overruns. And then I started finding out that, and this has happened recently as well. I've got some WhatsApp messages I'll share with the Commission as well. When attorneys in critical matters were not being paid, I was becoming a kind of a debt collector for the attorneys and advocates. I don't mind that, because in fact, the attorneys and advocates were doing very good work. If they were not doing good work, because we were involved in every matter now, then of course I would raise that. But when you hear the stories, I'm saying about quite experienced advocates, senior counsel. And then I started looking at what is happening with this issue of the legal costs. What are the irregularities that are happening? And then I uncovered that Mr. Nisa has been using this delegation from Mr. Mojapelo to start using the threshold of 500,000 rand that he could approve. And he was appointing the attorneys. Primarily, when I uncovered this, was about 5 attorneys. And these were Majang, Madlopa Tenga, Mr. Zebediela, Jack Zebediela, David Mokhaswa, and one other firm, which I can't remember, but I can't get that. And I'm saying, but these are attorneys, but you're appointing them and you're not paying them. But the obligations to answer to counsel would be on my obligation. It will be hard to account for why the monies have not been there. And there seemed to be a progress in terms of the finance that every year, in the last 3 months of the financial year, they don't pay. They ask the parties to roll over the accounts into the new year. So these for me are irregularities. And I questioned the appointment with the former divisional head, Davy Frank, to say, but how is Mr. Nisa appointing attorneys in carrying the costs? And how do we control it? Because I'm answerable at the end of the day for that budget. I've also established then, Chair, that there were practices where in the appointment of attorneys, you have a Form K, which is part of the agreement. That attorneys, okay, with advocates, we're not so strict because we look at the Bar Council rules and so on. But with attorneys, that when they're appointed, they follow what do you call this, a tariff, especially catered for us to see how we can save costs. And even with that, attorneys making that sacrifice to go at a lower tariff, you still withhold the payments to them. So this is like a total value change here. If you express, and how we came to what we came to where I'm implicated now in these matters. Establish a fees vetting committee to say, but who looks at the vetting of attorneys' fees? We've uncovered almost 3 million rand we saved because we've now started putting a due diligence. Before that, legal advisors were just settling on accounts. Legal advisors were appointing attorneys, and in one incident, a legal advisor at the legal department had moved a matter from one attorney who's been dealing with the matter for a long time to another advocate who's related to one of the staff members, who charges 100,000 rand for a plea on a collision matter. And for me, that is where, I started looking at, but what has been happening? And when I started asking these questions, I get a pushback. But I've ventured on, I carried on with my team. I said, no, we'll do the vetting. We set up the fees vetting committee. We will continue to do that. But then the challenge came then with the finance approving that. So I'm not being popular at the city for many reasons, Chair. And that was because I was trying to get the legal framework in place. So in disciplinary matters, then I think that could be to avoid all the procedural defects and failed disciplinary inquiries. This is where the involvement from a compliance perspective, my involvement comes in. If you go to page 17, or paragraph 17, I've dealt with it became a very hostile environment here. In this period, the city also experienced serious instances of political interference. Chair, and I appreciate the fact that you said speak, because that is where it comes through. So because apart from what was happening at EMPD, there seemed to be a total collapse. There was a total distrust between certain categories of employees and other employees. And it dealt with promotions across the board, to the extent that even last year, I think it was widely reported that the EMPD had come to a shutdown, EMPD police officers. They blocked highways. And that hinged on only one decision, Chair. It was a decision of the CFO to cut down overtime without consultation. And that brought, I know there were officers who performed, they were, not the whole of EMPD is rotten. For me, the management needs to be addressed. But they're hardworking officers who put their lives at risk to go there. But to be excluded all of a sudden from, and this history of overtime in the City of Ekurhuleni, it's not become what you would expect of an overtime, where you say overtime is something over and above what you earn. It has become a trend over the last 15, 20 years, where that overtime is seen as being definite. And people budget on that. People live their lives on that. So when I looked at that issue and the costly, and I said but we need to start looking at the problems in EMPD and the issues that came about later on. I wasn't aware at the time when the matter came to me about the challenges, the full challenges at EMPD. That was only after the meeting with the city manager, and when city manager decided then to issue a directive or a letter. That letter, I think, is in the bundle as well, from Mr. Ngeza of the 22nd of August, if I'm not mistaken, Chair, where it seems to be seen that we usurp the functions of Mr. Ngeza. So, in the political interference, which it is quite, how do I say, unabated. No apologies. Because the main thing when I looked at the file and how the file came to me, the file of the investigation onto the internal affairs of Colonel Erasmus, was when I think Colonel Erasmus, who was the collator of that docket, approached me towards the latter part of May 2023 to say, HOD, we're applying for an extension of the suspension. Mr. Mkonazi was suspended sometimes in February. We want to have an extension of the suspension. So I said to him, in terms of your HR guidelines, labor legislation guidelines, and I must say that I have which I consider a good relationship with Mr. Henny Erasmus, even up to the 1st of December 2025. I said to him, Mr. Erasmus, or we call him Henny, why is the need for an extension because you finalized your docket, your investigations in March of 2023. By that time, Mr. Makunazi would have been already on suspension for about a month. The collective bargaining speaks to the 3-month period. But it's 3 months from when the decision, I think it's clause 7 or paragraph 7, to proceed with disciplinary proceedings. Now that decision was taken by, it says, by the city manager or a duly authorized representative. So Mr. Ngniza, in my landscape using the system of delegations October 2017, that decision would have to be taken by the city manager or the head of department of HR.
Would that be the decision to extend the suspension?
Extend the suspension as well as proceed with disciplinary. So what Erasmus was looking for was for me to give some supportive comments and say, can we do that? And that's when I said to Mr. Erasmus at that stage, please, I'm inundated now. Please, can you leave the file with me? I will go through it and I'll place the time, because he said to me the suspension was coming to an end. So I met with Mr. Erasmus again after going through the file a day or two later. And if I may, I just want to skip a few, which we can come through. But in the crux in my meeting, if I may take just a slight step back, the period of high-profile investigations that we were dealing with at my level involved the EMPD Blue Lights matter. It wasn't an investigation that I was dealing with, but it came through as what the city was dealing with it. It involved CAT VIP and former acting Chief Brigadier Makunazi. It should be, that's one of the issues I wanted to change in my supplementary. If I look at page 20.1, I actually said acting Deputy Chief of Police. He wasn't the chief, acting chief, he was acting Deputy Chief. That is page 6, paragraph 20.1, Chair. Then, unfortunately...
Sorry,
yes, Chair.
Mr. Behari, what are you changing in 20.1 on page 6?
So, where I said 20.1, I said involving VIP security and former acting Chief Brigadier Makunazi. It should be acting Deputy Chief.
Oh, okay.
And then these matters all fell within that period then. A sexual harassment complaint and related misconduct allegations against Chief of Police was lodged. Subsequent to that complaint, we were accused by an attorney of the complainant to say, but this complaint has been lodged by then and you are protecting the Chief of Police. I was not aware of any complaint prior to that letter from the attorney. I can't remember the attorney right now, but I do have his details in the office. Then the Sintel traffic fines irregularities implicating Deputy Chief Spies. And then the suspension and eventual dismissal of Divisional Head Employee Relations, Mr. Ngniza, on the grounds of misrepresentation of qualifications and contractual non-compliance. So these are essentially the witnesses who implicated me in terms of what I've done legally, procedurally, and accountability on behalf of the city. On page 20, the Commission will observe that none of these allegations raised against me, though, were given to show a direct link to any incidents of corruption, fraud, for me. The way the matter was carried out and aired, and in fact, it was even done before I think they came to the Commission to say that there's 2 HODs received a massive increase of 600,000. Without going into and looking at the document to say Where does this come from? So, Chair, I now deal with the specific allegations. This is the salary adjustment. But if the Chair would perhaps maybe out of more interest, maybe I should go to the investigation first of Mkonazi, or can I follow this trail of thought, Chair?
Is it not better? I think it makes it better for us to follow the narrative if you deal with them in the manner in which you've itemized them here.
Thank you, Chair.
Not so much itemized in the manner in which you've dealt with them here.
Thank you very much. So, Chair, when it comes to that, a central allegation advanced before this commission, particularly by Mr. Ngeza, is that the adjustment of my remuneration in 2023 constituted a so-called loyalty bonus. And that loyalty bonus was linked to my so-called involvement
Which heading are we dealing with?
number 24, Chair.
Page
Paragraph
7, Chair.
Page 7.
The top of page 7, paragraph 24.
Thank you.
And that was then linked to say that, no, Mr. Behari stopped the investigation or the disciplinary proceedings against Mkonazi and then received this loyalty bonus. The allegation for me, Chair, is unfounded. I never involved in any disciplinary processes at staff at a lower level. My engagements with Mr. Erasmus was to look at the compliance issues. What would be the prospects? What are the glaring issues you can see in the files as regards calling of the witnesses? I know my former colleague, Niza, said, but he acted as a shop steward. I mean, there's some way they say, you expect shop stewards to act like this. Chair, in our environment where you face litigation costs which are spiraling, and to understand, you have to play the other side and say, what could be this impact that would lead to a possible loss of the case for the city, and future risk that we could then be sued. So how do you mitigate against these issues? That is what my intention was. And in terms of guiding that. So when I was appointed as the head of department, Chair, paragraph 25, with effect from the 1st of June 2023, the all-inclusive remuneration package approved for the position was, I think it was 2,055,000. When I was a divisional head, immediately prior to that, because of the 8 years that I've been at the city, my salary had already come through an amount of about 2,088,000. So effectively, I know I should have been a better person perhaps at that stage and say, no, even with a new function, with the added responsibilities as the head of department, I must take a pay cut. But I'm saying that I asked the city manager to say, but how is it now that I've got to take a pay cut for running 4 divisions instead of 1? So I did not sign my contract because I was negotiating to say, but what can be done? I was just given an undertaking to say, no, there is a process for salary review that goes to organize structures within the city. The city manager had no power to increase my salary. She had no power. What she did was give me the undertaking to say, because I signed my contract of employment on the last day, the 30th of June 2023, having to consider and go through that, but what do I do? At the risk of not having, because my contract as divisional head would come to an end, I would have to consider family issues and all of those matters, and what do I do? So on the undertaking to say that, no, we'll submit a evaluation to the remuneration committee and let them decide, and I'll deal with the issues thereafter. I also picked on numerous other irregularities pertaining to heads of departments' appointments, including which has been raised by most of the metros that are now in Gauteng have been raising issues on irregularities in the appointment, because after the 1st of November 2022, when the Municipal Systems Act was amended, there were new provisions brought in, and all the heads of departments appointed after that needed to be complied with that. But the council and certain members or certain parties in council were constantly trying to defeat that. Why? For no other purpose than say, no, we want to control a head of department. I was not prepared to do that. And I'll talk to other incidents why. So the issues of permanence of heads of departments, the issues of members of the panel, these all arose. The issues of the MEC's functions arose. And what could the MEC do? And I had an appointment, even with the MEC. I must say I find him to be a very wonderful character. MEC Mamabolo. And we had our engagements. And I had to say, and it was treated on my side to say, oh, is he being rude now by raising issues, which I wanted to look at protecting the integrity of the city. So there was a process, Chair, which was recognized. You know, I don't want to bring in Mr. Ngniza, but Mr. Ngniza himself is aware of the review processes. He has applied for review through his head of department on the same way basis. The evidence is there, I have it. I don't want to put it out like what my salary stuff went on. And why I had an interest of that was not even for this party. It was because of the instructions that we developed that
Just a second, please, Mr. President. Please continue.
And why I'm saying that is vital, it's not about me saying, oh, he said this and I say this and try and expose him. No. It's about me having taken instructions based on his termination as an employee of the city, which went through several external factors.
Had Mr. Ngniza's positions also changed, or was he trying to have his remuneration reviewed whilst he was still in the same position?
Yes.
Or had he, like you,
Yeah.
had a change in position?
The one was he was appointed to a position, and then he wrote to his HOD, I think it was Ms. Naledi Modibedi at the time. She moved it to the city manager, Dr. Mashazi, and Dr. Mashazi approved it.
Okay. No. I just wanted to see if the two situations you are comparing were analogous.
Okay.
No, you may continue. Thank you.
Yes. And that is where, Chair, I try to come to the point that Dr. Mashazi, apart from moving something on behalf of, because any issues that concern my contract, I needed to raise with her. She just moved it to the organized structures, to Remuneration Committee. Remuneration Committee is, remember in the system of delegations, the 2017 October, the negotiation of salary increments and so on lies with the executive mayor under delegation. The executive mayor then, through the mayoral committee and the remuneration committee, deals with those issues. So we are not involved in that process. Even though I sit, HOD, HR and myself sit in a lot of in-committee meetings and so on, we're not involved because it involved us directly. Right. So HOD, HR could not even sit because she was also, and so she was appointed in March 2023. I was appointed on the 1st of June 2023. So when the application was moved, then I think it was in July, it was after the ratios are raised to say, I'm concerned. I mean, how do I deal with the issue? And I was given the assurance that you'll move with an application. And then there was a full process through the Remuneration Committee, which when they've made a decision, they then moved to the mayoral committee, and the mayoral committee approved those increases based on our submissions. And because the mayoral committee is a committee of council, they then do a noting to council. So any councillors that are not happy with that can then say to the mayoral committee, I want more details, I want this. Okay. So that is where, and that is why I was so concerned when it looked like as if, you know, we were just given the 600,000 in my pocket. But if you look at then the increase of 500,000, bringing it down amounts to about 24,000 a month, actual difference in my salary after taxes. That is for taking on three other divisions.
I was going to correct you until you said after deductions. If you had not said that, I would have said you are incorrect.
After the tax implications. So yes, Chair. So I've included my whole salary at KB3 of the annexures. That is very annexure KB3.
Which is page 6 of the annexure bundle.
Chair, for full disclosure, because I mean the salary increases are. So if we look at that table, Chair, KB3, page 6. On the 1st of July 2022, the salary, the 31st of May 2023, when my position as divisional head ended, there's the salary that I've described. So I was earning 2,288,551 rands. On the 1st of June, there's a knock of about 30,000 rands, of 2,055,000. Of course, then later on in November, the normal increase came through, and then that brought the amounts. But Chair, I want to emphasize the fact that there was no loyalty bonus. There was no way the matter was portrayed in all before the commission and in all the media that we received something which would look at corruption. Chair, that is where, so if it's corruption, that means I or city manager would have had to influence the entire set of politicians, even up to council. Then the entire council will be part of the corruption. And this is why it is absurd of how this was done. But it was done for a particular purpose, Chair. It was done for a particular purpose to harm my fame, to harm my reputation, to harm HOD's reputation. And even when I go back to the political interventions or political interference, it'll show how, because between June and July of 2025, I'm just expanding on that, Chair, of 2025, I was brought under enormous pressure by the current city manager, Mr. Kagiso Lerutla, who was a CFO at the time, to settle. Kagiso Lerutla and Dr. Kupedi were vying for the city manager positions. And I was asked, because of certain agreements that were reached at the regional conference of the ANC, the African National Congress, that the agreements reached that you must settle NISA and you must settle Chief of Police. So at that stage I resisted, because if you're settling on NISA, what are you settling on? Because the allegations is that first he was dismissed after not having met the basic suspensive conditions of his letter of appointment. He is a divisional head, employee relations. He ensures that contracts of all the divisional heads and HODs and so on are in place. Yet he did not have a signed contract months, if not years, after his appointment. That would again bring us to the Auditor General to look at, is this irregular expenditure, unauthorized or fruitless and wasteful? We have to look at what category it would fall under, because you don't have an underlying approval. So those are my concerns, Chair. With respect to Mr. Chief of Police Mapiyeye, my question was, how must I motivate to settle? You are talking as a city on gender-based violence, 16 days of activism. It is something that we are just, when the time comes to get popularity, we're talking about. Because as Commissioner Baloy has pointed out, I'm still a board member, Commissioner. I'm deciding now, my term is coming to an end. And then we give the new blood chance to come in. But for the Institute for African Women in Law, I belong to a group called FemNet International. I'm also involved in the South African chapter of International Association of Women Judges as the Secretary of the Trust for Training. Now, given all of these issues, where would I put my conscience when there's serious allegations being made to say, no, okay, fine, you want, let's settle the matter? Because already Chief Mapuyeye had an internal, they had a report, a forensic report done by a firm of attorneys, which was very scathing. It's available to the extent that commissioners need it. Already there was a protection order which was made final in the magistrate's court. And Chief of Police didn't even bother to go and oppose that in the light of serious allegations. And then we have the process of the disciplinary internally, where political interference came in from the beginning, Chair. It came in the way in which it was presented. Now, when it's an item against a senior manager, it is an item for the city manager, the accounting officer. But out of courtesy, city manager pushed it through to the mayoral committee. But when it came to the mayoral committee, despite assurances, we involved in protecting women, protecting our staff, there was a resistance. Every time the matter was to be served, we found that the mayor was not present. He would give somebody else to do it. Then that person would say, no, as acting mayor, I think I want to wait for the mayor to come. So time was going. We were already accused of delaying the process by the attorney. So these are some of the issues that, and then the people who really came in there with the executive mayor from Tagaza was Alderman Tanya Campbell. Now, I have full respect for all the political parties that are in the city. The DA, I get on well with the DA elements. I get on well with Action SA, ANC, EFF, even the minority parties. But there are a few elements that have been pushing this for a particular agenda. And that has caused huge strain in the city. That has been now extended to interference in committees. The Oversight Committee for the Mayor and Legislature. The Oversight Committee for Corporate and Shared Services. These are, out of desperation, I rose to those committees to say, but this interference is unbearable now. Because, and those are some of the things I just want to try and come back. I know I can, when you deal with this issue, then you look at what happened, Chair. And please, my apologies but bring me back, Chair. So to emphasize the fact that the salary increment for me was no way about any corruption, no way in stopping any investigation or any disciplinary process. It was not my environment to do that, Chair. So when come back now, I know there's a lot of interest in Erasmus, and I said to Erasmus, are you finished with your investigations? Do you want an extension? How long do you want the extension for? Because, Chair, in any process in the labor environment and a lot of courts, if you're out of time for any particular reason, you can still have the condemnation leg that you can merit why you can make application for condemnation. What? Because these were serious. I mean, they were very serious charges. But I'm saying that in Erasmus, when I started looking at the trail of the witnesses, when I started looking at every document, what was for me very glaring, and I don't know why other people have not been picking up that on this, is the involvement of CAT VIP services, Anubis, I think it's Anubis, and Medicare 24 from 2019, Chair. 2019, there was a letter that Brigadier Maganazi sent to the Chief of Police. I didn't see the date on that letter. But from 2019, they've been involved apparently from COVID. Then it came very important, and that is where my real focus was. The State of the City Address, 30th of March, 2022. What happened at the State of the City? And I asked this of Henny Erasmus. I said, Henny, but who was there responsible? Now we had evidence about the MOU, and I'll deal with the MOU. Chair. Then there was also evidence about the operational plan that was forged. And I will come to that, because at that stage, Chair, when you're dealing with the chief investigator or the compiler of that, you have to look at then what Rivers Peace raised on the forgeries, on what he detected. I agree totally with that. If you look at the documents, you look at the font, you're looking at that. But it's like somebody looking specifically for where you can find it. Because for me, and the common eyes looks at the signatures there, the 4 authorized signatures, and it behoves then for them to be put to their version. Are these your signatures? And then so that you could also go and get a proper expert to say that are these signatures, who are they, and so on. This matter with Brigadier Haarzavi then, where my concern arose, and that also goes through when we come and deal with the iPad issue. Because if you look at the iPad report as well, there's a lot of overlapping in terms of the witnesses. And when I spoke to Henny, the witnesses were in the main Christine.
Mr. Behari, as much as I gave you leeway to tell your story as freely and as comprehensively as you want to, but we also do want to have progress. We are around page 8 now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we're on page 8.
And it's been quite a while. To get to page 44, at this rate, it looks like it will take us forever. You will be on a topic and then you move on to another one. I think you are done with the one you were dealing with. And then you say, let me go back to Erasmus, when I thought you were already done with Erasmus.
Okay. No.
Perhaps we would have been moving much, much faster if you were reading your statement and perhaps supplementing here and there. I'm just trying, a balancing act of sorts, so that there's movement, real movement.
Point is taken, Chair.
Yes,
Let me strive to do that.
Yes, please.
It's just that on some certain critical issues, I may have to have that, please, leeway.
Yeah, that's why I said, perhaps if you read your statement and if you want to supplement here and there, you may do so, yeah.
I note that, Chair.
Thank you.
So let's go. I think I've dealt with the system of delegations then. Because those are the essential issues. The system of delegations, the remuneration committee, and the commission of or the delegations of October 20th. So let's move to that. If I can then guide to page 9, let me see if I can go through that. I've dealt with it. It all talks to the system of delegations here. The only important part here on page 10 is the fact that when Mr. Nisa relied on the delegations of Dr. Mojapelo, by that stage, the system of delegations for the city, in terms of Section 59, overrode all of the previous delegations. And then there's also the financial delegations, because the way it's structured, financial delegations come in annually, and you revise it annually, and the HOD in that department must grant that. So, Chair, then to come in then on page 41, page 11, paragraph 41, I just want to touch briefly on that letter but I think why I'm concerned about that letter, Chair, I've looked at the record, and I think the Chair also went to try and understand the process of why I would be brought into a process. Chair, for me, it emanates from the findings or the discussions of EMPD. And one of the main complaints from the EMPD police officers in that meeting were about a very disproportionate process of disciplinary proceedings. And they mentioned Mr. Nisa. And I think we also spoke about Mkashe. He was labeled as Mkashe. And to me, from my colloquial learning in KZN, is Ukosha. I'm chasing you, And I don't think it is imperative upon any employee, irrespective of where you are, to be labeled as a person who chases. That means you don't follow protocol. You don't follow processes. So that is where it comes very important to say that city manager, between HOD, HR, and city manager, they looked at those. I was not part of the meeting, but he brought me in to say, but how do we improve this? So if you look at the document there, previously to the 22nd of, it had 3 categories. It had a category for a further investigation. It had a category for internal hearing. And then it had a category for the disciplinary tribunal. So my engagements, Chair, and to try and understand, I think one of the questions you posed then on this issue, I'm dealing with then page 11, Chair. One of the questions you posed, but how did he manage with all of these issues because you have over 1,000 matters? And Chair, it was not easy for me. But the accounting officer is looking at the institution being saved from labor disputes, being saved from the possible further occurrence of what happened last year. And these things are boiling, sir. It was boiling at the MPD. And when I applied, so it was an extra leg where I don't want to say I don't sleep, but I worked till even midnight. I'm up at 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock sending emails. That is my pattern, my work pattern that I've been having. Because to ensure that when you do this, when you do the decision, take a decision to suspend and to, from a compliance perspective and to disciplinary, the witnesses who are there are available. Because a lot of the cases that we've been losing, at the last minute, the witnesses are either giving evidence for the other side, or they're not even coming to those forums, wherever it is. So, Chair, I have been doing that even until the internal suspension on the 2nd of December. I was, on the last day, I was still doing these matters that were allocated to me. It was not a matter of taking any function away from anybody. The HOD of the department would go, will do his prima facie. I think there was discussions around the prima facie determination. That was the HOD. If the allegations come against him, it then came to me to say, can you support this? What do I need for further investigation? And that is where my role would have come in even before. The way I applied myself in that Mkunazi matter came through here. So my role, Chair, on page 11 at the bottom, to review investigative files for legal sufficiency, to advise where additional evidence or clarification is required. And that is what my entire role was in the matter of Mr. Henny Rasmus. And again, it was purely focused on the risks to the city. What would be the risk of merely going on and not taking the safeguards? And I know I was alleged to have been a super HOD. It was never anywhere a super HOD, Chair. It was about me applying my compliance eye and the risk issues to try and say that, but where do we mitigate against the city? City has no money, Chair. I've got a WhatsApp message to say that we have no funds. I'll try and pay the advocates next week. How do you do that? You have a budget allocated. How can you say you don't have funds? So this is where, and at all the committees that I've been attending to over the last year or two, every time they've been saying, but what are we doing to mitigate the legal costs? And we've put in measures to mitigate the legal costs. And these are some of the measures to say, let us ensure that as we go forward, we have everything in a row so that we know that if we lose, it's based on what we could not produce and how we dealt with our case in court, not where things we could have addressed internally. Then let's go to 13, Chair, if I may. Response to allegations, alleged interference in the disciplinary process of Brigadier Mkunazi. Chair, I spoke about being pressured on the settlements of the Chief of Police. When the matter came to me, I said it was towards the end of May for the extension of suspension. Chief of Police came and saw me on the 21st of June 2022. And he then sends me a letter dated the 21st of June 2022, but served on my office and my PA on the 22nd of June. I was unfortunately not at work from that date. I only came back to the office the following Tuesday because of court matters and so on.
Mr. Behari,
yes.
Your statement at paragraph 53 says the 21st of June 2023, and I think you've just said 2022, if I heard you properly.
Yeah, it was,
Chair,
yes, sorry, it's the 21st of June 2023, Chair. Okay. It was that letter I think it was preceded by a letter, or maybe at the same time, to Brigadier Makunazi to say, I'm withdrawing the investigation. That was also on the same day, 21st of June, 2023. And then there's a letter dated 21 June 2023, addressed to me. Thank you for that, Commissioner. It is further alleged that I pressured the Chief of Police to hand over the investigation document. Chair, the document was with me when Mr. Erasmus brought that to discuss initially. He took it back, and then Chief of Police came back with the document. So it's not as if I applied my mind only on the 21st when I had a meeting with the Chief. And there was never a time where I said that the case must be terminated and because of alleged lack of merit. This is purely incorrect, Chair. Now, I just want to touch, with your indulgence, Chair. I give advice in the following ways in the city. An HOD would call me. An HOD would approach me, even in other meetings. An HOD would come to my office and they would ask me, and I said, all I did was guide the HOD. I'll guide the HOD to say, can you look at this? I've looked at the stuff, let's look at that, add this, and so on. If there's a formal request for an opinion, I decide now, do we do it internally, because then I refer it to the divisional heads, or do I go externally and appoint counsel or attorneys for that? So this is one of the matters where Erasmus came to me. I looked at documents. Chief of Police came to me on the 21st. I looked and I guided Chief. But in the way I guided Chief, I do not know whether he understood that perhaps it's going to implicate him in the way I was asking the questions. And then decides, we're not going to take it further. Because that last engagement I had was on the 22nd or the 21st with Chief, and thereafter the letter came in. And I had nothing further about that until 2 years later, when this issue came up before General Makunazi.
Just clarification. You say you don't know whether the chief realized when he came to you that it was going to implicate him. Well, can you just expand on that?
Yes, thank you.
How is he implicated? Because it's not clear from a statement what you're talking about.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. So, Commissioner, when I discussed the matter with both Henny Erasmus and the Chief, and I looked at the Chief and I said to him, Chief, the issue with Brigadier Makunazi seems to stem from a relationship developed at the State of the City address, or even before. At the State of the City address, in the documents that you provided, there was an operational plan, Chief. Your signature is there. But, Chief, in his way, he listened to me. He listened. But he would not say one way or the other, to say, I'm responding this way. So I said to him, Chief, firstly, the State of the City address involved, from what I understood in his own report, he found that there were people who were not supposed to be there, who were from companies who were not on our appointed list of security companies. He found dangerous situations there because there were snipers in that environment. Who then would have briefed the Mayor, Tanya Campbell, who was our first citizen? We had members of the public on the day being there, because the SOCA is one of the most important events in a city.
Can I just interrupt you? My question was just to understand, implicate him in what way, before you moved on too much.
Implicating him to the extent that he has not applied the due diligence that he ought to have done to protect the citizens, to protect the first citizens, and in terms of that. Because that is where the implication is.
Thank you.
And then furthermore, Chair, the engagements with Chief and Erasmus were about, let's look at your witnesses that you have. The one witness being Christine, who talks about I think he referred to him to the blue lights. So, Chair, I'm still now dealing with the allegations from page 13 onwards. Dealing with the allegations of Christine, and the blue lights, and also the transfer of those vehicles, the donations. Chair, that donations was totally contrary, non-compliant with our system of delegations. I think that has been canvassed here, and I will support that. But what was critical in terms of what, and I asked Chief, but Steyn says that were you in EMPD and the Fleet Department, which was a leg of transport, were you bypassing this matter all the time? Because Steyn refers to other such instances when there was, even from provincial government, when there were donations done by way of a letter. And Steyn, who was a proxy in the matter, deals with all issues, clearly stated that Mkonazi came to him, he had the vehicles to donate. And then I said to Chief, but that is why it's going to go back to where? Who was involved? When did Mkonazi meet with CAT VIP services, and what were the engagements? And what were the involvement of the senior leadership in the EMPD? So apart from implicating the Chief, it would implicate the divisional heads, or the deputy chiefs of police in critical matters where pertaining to the state of city. What was the knowledge? What did you brief the mayor about? It cannot be that Brigadier Mkonazi would brief the mayor on critical issues. Why would he be doing that? Why would you have allowed that to have taken place? What is the issues of the driving? Who was driving the vehicles on the day? So all of these issues, as it became it seemed to be me probing, but it was about, Chief, do you understand that it'll come back to you in terms of what you knew? How do you understand what you should have done, what you ought to have done? The witnesses were basically Steyn, and it was Gwabe. Gwabe was a divisional head who received apparently a donation of 300,000 for books. And then I said to the Chief, but if you look at Gwabe's report, and if you look at Steyn's report, they speak about the resources that were required. Even if you correlate that back to what Brigadier, Ocker Besaidenote mentioned, for essential police officers, for the vehicles, patrol vehicles, there were none. The bullets, there were none. Bulletproof vests, there were, well, I can't say none, but I mean, it was depleted resources. The college from Gwabe, there was the college, and what would the impact be if you could not get the 300,000 to pay? Chair, again, the process is totally incorrect. But the fact is, Chief, did you know about these lack of resources? And did you deal with finance? Because when did you approach finance for these resources? Because patrol vehicles are very important in protecting 4 million residents, not to even speak about the other residents or people that transit the area. But these are some of the discussions we've had here. So both Chief of Police and Mr. Erasmus could not give me the issues, because if I looked at it and applied my mind, I'm saying that if Gwabe is called as a witness and he says this, it means he was the one who did not follow. He ought to have said to Brigadier Mkonazi, but why are you bringing this? This is wrong. Go back to the Chief of Police, do a proper process, send it to legal for vetting, and let it go to the city manager. Same with the vehicles. Even the MMC, Masuku, came about and she raised concerns to say, but why? How can we not have vehicles? The police officers are going to the patrol sites with the private vehicles. What is the shooting? What is this? So these issues were raised by the MMC even prior to that. So those are some of the issues I captured. And then Steyn's one for me was very glaring in terms of, Steyn also said a separate statement where he says that there was no blue lights. There was no blue lights fitted on the vehicles. Now I do know that the vehicles were transferred to the City of Ekurhuleni. I think it was for a day or two until Brigadier Spies raised certain concerns and overturned that. But there was a transfer for a minimal period. So the cost there, which was a lot of later saw, was about 200 Rand per vehicle to transfer the vehicles. But the entire process, if you go into the process of that, Chair, it's more than that. Transferring the vehicles is one thing, and showing the documents. You're not even showing for vehicles that are older than 3 years. Where's the certificate of acceptability or certificate of compliance? Your roadworthy certificates. Where are these documents? Because if you go into an open environment, Chair, and where there's a shop steward or attendants on the other sides, these will be issues that I think. So are we not putting ourselves at risk in terms of we're going ahead with it? We're not investigating the other role players. Even the chief, your statement about what you knew of that. I saw a letter where you say, I think it was, Chair, and I'll be corrected. There was a letter dated the 31st of March 2023, 2022. That was after the State of the City. Sorry, State of the City was 22. The next day, after the chief observed all of these issues, he wrote a letter, I think, to Mzolo. Mzolo was the direct in charge of Brigadier Mkonazi. And I could not see anything to say, but Mzolo, I want a full meeting. I want to know what is happening here, because the State of City address, you can't ask somebody for a written response. There should have been an engagement and to say, bring all the parties together. I want to know, because what would have happened had one of those snipers killed one of the people attending there? And we know now from the evidence here, Ekurhuleni is becoming a place of peace, but unfortunately, what is happening in Ekurhuleni is not. So these are some of my concerns that I've raised here, because then I will have a separate claim to deal with if somebody was killed, even if the executive mayor was killed. So, and my concern was, but did you only rely on a operational plan, which has now been stated to be said it was forged? But when the other engagements from at least 2 weeks, a month before, 2 weeks before, a week before, and daily before the SOCA, that I would think is when you're applying your full powers. So hence, Commissioner Baloyi, sorry, in that long-winded thing, but to show that it was not a matter of just saying, Brigadier did this, he donated vehicles, he brought donations in, he put it blue lights. This was, for me, look at the full landscape of what we're dealing with. We're dealing with serious implications from CAT VIP services, from Medicare 24, and how they even got, even COVID-19. If they were involved in COVID-19, there was a program run by HR. Because in terms of the staff letters that go off, those were all dealt with between HR and the department involved. So, Chair, I just want to move on then for the purpose of, but I think we've got the crux of what I'm trying to achieve. Guabe as well didn't take the responsibility he should have on page 14, paragraph 58, Chair. He ought to have sent it back to Brigadier and said, no, follow the process. But apparently those cadets would not have qualified. It would have caused a different problem if that happened. So, Chair, on page 15, page 68, with that, I totally reject the fact that I pressured him to hand over the docket and stopped all processes. The next time the docket was referred to was when there was a BX mail, a Bixi email, and then the forensic investigators got involved. I raised that because I am the Deputy Information Officer in terms of POPIA. And if there was credibility, bring forward, even if it's to council, send it through. But when you start to do that, and if later on, if time permits or as unpermitted, Chair, we can go into the details of the BX email. But what I did was raise my concerns as a Deputy Information Officer to the Office of City Manager. She called in the Chief Audit Executive at that stage, and then they proceeded further with the appointment of that. But, Chair, I don't get offended if a department head doesn't take my opinion. Because they do that with a full understanding that I will not be called in to defend the position later on. It happened in quite a few matters. Even external senior counsel give an opinion. That opinion is rejected. We spend money on the external legal counsel. And one of the such matters, is that, which came to a head, I think, in the report of Dr. Zweli Mkhize. My apologies, Chair.
Sorry, Chair. I note that it's 11 o'clock. Might we take the tea adjournment?
Please hold your thought, Mr. Behari. Let's resume at 11:15. Let's adjourn.
Okay.
We are ready to start. Your cell phones off, please. Thank you.
Lift problem notwithstanding, we are still on time. Yes, Mr. Behari, I'm sure you've not forgotten where you were. I said, please hold your thoughts, so you are sure to remember.
Thank you, Chair.
But may I perhaps just try again? Please try to read. I think we'll go quicker that way. But as I said, if you feel like substantiating here and there, feel free to do so. But please read.
Thank you. Council has briefed me as well. I'm grateful for that as well.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you.
Chair, then I think we can move on to page 16. Alleged failure to act in relation to 6 EMPD officers arrested for extortion. I think for me, the one incident that I recall, I don't know if it's the same amount of, is it 120,000 or 80,000? But it involved a Sergeant Shirinda, and Sergeant Shirinda was, when he was charged, he was already in my assisting as a protector after I've received certain threats and so on. So he was there. So when he was arrested, Chair, the only part of mine is that it's an HR function to discipline. I don't get involved in to act in any respect of that. What happens is when EMPD officers, because of the history of EMPD officers who go on raids or whatever the work is, and if they're arrested, there is a situation to say that if you need legal services, we assist, because then you're not going to get EMPD officers wanting to go out at night or at any stage. And this happened before with Chief of Police Mapias approached me, and I said, Chief, give me the facts and then we look at it. So when this incident happened, and there was a I don't know if Captain Magagula from the IPID, and it was all over the news and so on in arresting them. So I don't play a role in that. But I did assist in terms of to secure that no other EMPD officers don't want to go out and do stuff. So give them the legal, let them follow the services. It's not something that has not been done before, and it is within our capacity. We do allow them that space. The HR functions, what the HR do about it, whether they decide to wait for the criminal conviction or go ahead with that is entirely. And one of the most tricky things was Magagula in the bail application, when it was delayed, the process was delayed. He raised another issue to use in the bail application to say, no, they're also going to be, I'm charging them on another matter, or they've been charged on another matter, only to later find that the DPP declined to prosecute. So he used information that was already finalized to try and stifle the bail proceedings. So those are some of the things we get involved. But I'm reported by that, so I'm not concerned. But Shirinda has since been taken away from my profile. When he was with me, I had no issues. He's excellent in terms of what services he rendered while he was with me. On page 18, Chair, alleged failure to respond to a complaint by the community liaison officer implicating Brigadier. Chair, the only matter I'm aware of here is the one of the grievance that was raised by Colonel Tepa. Now, Colonel Tepa, apparently she was moved from her position. The unit was disbanded. But that is a process between the city manager, the chief of police. When I engaged in the grievance proceedings, I had formal grievance proceedings. I've got a record of my outcome as well. And only to be told by Mr. Ivan Duplessis that no, it was not the Brigadier Mkunazi who was acting chief of police. It was not his decision. It was the decision of Chief of Police Mapieye to disband. So I had nothing. I looked at the grievance. I said, but you're taking a grievance against Brigadier Mkunazi, whereas the actual decision was taken by Chief of Police together with the city manager. So I did the formal process for that was followed, Chief. So I deny that I ignored that, the process. And in fact, she was also represented by a union from Imatu. And I said to them, take it more serious. If you're not happy with the grievance, you can take it on further. Alleged unlawful participation in the restructuring of the disciplinary and grievance processes. Chair, I think I've spoken to that already. It goes to that where I'm saying, Chair, nothing was unlawful. It was within the realm of the city manager to do that. And my role just came in an added compliance function. Alleged abuse of labor processes to frustrate or remove certain employees. Chair, this, I deny any reference. I mean, the labor processes are there. They're well documented. Everything we did was within the Labor Relations Act. Mr. Nida raised a unfair suspension and an unfair labor practice act, unfair dismissal application. That was before the bargaining councils. So, I think it's one of the questions you posed as well, Chair, but it's not in the HR space. And those were the processes that I had to follow. Nida, we couldn't find. If you look at even in this, if I refer to there was, which he provided the commission was an NQF level 8. He says, I have the qualification. And he shows an NQF level 8 labor involvement. I think I have a copy as well, Chief. It's on the annexure bundle, page 32, if I'm not mistaken, Chief. Apologies, it's from page 28 CV, 31. On page 31 of that annexure bundle, Chair. I've also attached it to my bundle, Chair. To motivate the fact that he had a qualification, he refers to an NQF level 8 advanced labor law. Now, Chair, that is contrary to what the requirements of the advert were. The advert spoke about the B Juris or an NQF level 7 with labor law and others as specialized subjects. Then he used this NQF level, higher level, to say, no, I'm valid within this point to get the job. He gave the commission an NQF level 8. This NQF level 8 certification only came to the attention of the HOD and during the processes in about March 2024. So this comes back from 2009 when he supposedly obtained the... Now, on his HR file, we did a vetting in 2021 of all the employees to look at ghost employees and so on. On his employment file, I think it's important that I just touch on that and then we move on, Chair. Page 36, page 38 of that bundle, you can see the University of South Africa Advanced Labour Law, NQF level 7. So the NQF level 8 was 48 credits. The NQF level 7 was 24 credits for the same what do I say? I can't even call it a qualification, but it seems to be a unit standard towards a qualification at NQF level 7. So these are the things we were dealing with, Chair, when we decided to start looking at how do we recover, because if somebody defrauded the city or any institution, then it's an obligation for me to recover. You know, so those are the seven issues, and we couldn't get a direct answer from him. In fact, we were about to go to the UNISA to say, sort out the discrepancy, because even a letter from a professor from university spoke to an NQF level 7 course at 24 credits, which is used to say that he has that qualification in terms of the advertisement. So on Mr. Nida's is on page 23, Chair. I think I've completed that. If I may move on. Mr. Rivo's piece, Chair, with your permission, on page 25. Chair, Rivo's piece and I, decop Rivo's piece, I've never had an issue with it. The only issues arose as a result of the investigation into Sintel. Sintel involves almost 100 million rands, which we're still trying to get. I'm trying to get figures from the Chief Financial Officer and the department. I can't understand why, because we need to do the correlation. Why is there a reluctance to give us that information? I see City of Johannesburg also now recently terminated the Sintel investigation. They were this back office fines administration people. Rivo's piece was the project manager of that. So Chief of Police in 2024 June came to me. They were trying to get extensions, but we've been saying, but don't have evergreen contracts. You can't have a
Can you please explain what these Sintel traffic fines were? Or
Okay.
the Sintel traffic fine system? What exactly was that?
Okay, thank you, Chair. So Sintel was a group appointed by the city, so that when there's cameras in the road, or you're doing your 341s, notices, in terms of your fines that you would be getting, there would be the fines administration part. They would be involved in collecting fines, and then there is a portion in terms of the agreement that they would withhold, and then they'll pass the rest off to the city, and then the city has a relationship with province in terms of the Road Traffic Act and all of those legislation for the administration of fines. Now, it came to a stage where the contract was coming to an end. The city decided that, you know what, we're paying too much money to Sintel, and then Sintel had already set up their own collection review, the My City. I think you can see it's My City or My Pay app, which is now linked to this R2 systems where you can be paying. Now, I was interested in the losses to the city because of the correlation. Are they accurately reflecting to the city what they should have been doing?
And you also referred to an unexplained withholding of revenues. Who was withholding the revenues?
Sintel, in the one matter where we found that the contract was extended, and internally they.
All I needed was,
Okay.
because this is in the context of what Commissioner Rivers Peace being disciplined.
Yes.
So I wanted to know whether the withholding is alleged to have been by him, or whether it is alleged to have been by Sintel.
Chair,
You say it was Sintel.
I say Sintel, he was a project manager. He needed to get all the funds, total accounting, before that contract exited.
All right. No, that's enough. I just wanted to, is it Sintel or was it Commissioner
All right.
Space?
No, thank you, Chair.
Sintel. Thank you. Please
But
continue.
nonetheless, yes, so Sintel is still outstanding, and we're busy with that, Chair. On Colonel Kelebogile Tepa, as I've mentioned already, I think, it was basically the issue of transfer, of her transfer, but that was done between the Chief of Police, City Manager, and I dealt with a brief of it. On Mapia, Chair, as I said, there was a lot of engagements because it was quite serious. For me, it is sexual harassment. I've dealt with it. There was political involvement by Mr. Itzhak Berg, who was the party leader of Independent Ratepayer, IRASA, and Tanya Campbell, Mayor Campbell, and there's a councillor called Pretorius, Brandon Pretorius. So it ends up saying linking to the executive mayor. So it was not the entire council, that there were a few pockets of who were trying to exert control in terms of chief of police. And even on the settlements. And then the non-paying of attorneys, because hoping, and the effect was, by non-paying these attorneys, despite promises to pay them, there was a withdrawal from there, and which you can't blame the advocates for. And that has caused us another problem in terms of finalizing the disciplinary process of the chief of police. On page 28, Chair, 6.6, alleged improper involvement in the forensic investigation. So the BX emails, I've touched on it already. I am the Deputy Information Officer for Popia, with huge fines that can be raised because of what was the content. I raised that as a concern. The city manager then called through the chief audit executive, and they appointed, so I was never involved in the appointment and so on. I only participated thereafter in terms of any information that was required by the investigators. So my role was limited to the fact that I was concerned about the content of the email, and thereafter I raised it, escalated it, and received the report thereafter. Thank you, Chair. On page 30, Chair, alleged failure to adequately address the grievance of Colonel Tepa. Again, that's been done. I have addressed it. I set in a grievance formal process. I have a finalized outcome, which was finding that the chief of police was the one that actually did the transfer. Alleged support of city manager in the usurpation of powers under Section 64C of the SAPS Act. Chair, I just want to spend time on this. This is, for me, even at local government level, it's still a problem. at all municipalities, because there is no clear-cut way to say that you are at EMPD or a police department of the metro. You know, all those SAPs and the provincial MEC and so on have an impact on the establishment. But once that happens, there's a lot of issues that fall. So I did not at any stage usurp any powers of the chief or assist in any usurpation of powers. The 64C2B of the Act provides that the executive head of the municipal service is responsible for the recruitment. I agree with that. The executive head being the chief of police. But there's a hybrid role. The executive head in terms of the SAPS Act for EMPD, but he's also an HOD in terms of Section 56 appointment. HODs at our level, we do not get involved in the appointment. The most, to the extent I would get involved maybe with a divisional head or a deputy chief of police, and maybe even the executive manager, but not at any lower levels. So, as much as I hear what Chief says, overall he's in charge, and he has to approve the appointments and so on. But from my side, and even in my response that I drafted, I even say I recognize that there could have been things happening. Let's do a policy that could set out very clearly who you deal with. HR will deal with those issues in terms of, I as an HOD, I don't get involved. Chief of Mapie was an HOD as well in terms of 56, but he had the dual role as an ED, Executive Director in terms of SAPS Act. So it was a dual function, and with the respect of powers of SAPS Act, but also respect of the MFMA and the City and the Systems Act and all the legislation.
I got confused when you said he doesn't get involved, but overall he has to approve. What do you mean by the last part, overall he has to approve?
Okay.
And in the context of the question you are dealing with, if he did not approve, would that be irregular?
Chair, remember at the level of below the divisional head, maybe below the executive manager, you would have, the chief would not be directly involved in the interview process and so on. But then when the appointments come through, he should be the one approving. Even in my instance, if there's junior staff members, they will come to me to say, okay, this is what, and you can't go against what the interview panel said because you're not part of the process. So that is where I'm saying, yes, overall, he has the approving authority to say, I'm approving this, but not, and so on. But generally it comes from appointment of a panel that he appoints. So the panel does the work, and then he looks at the work that they've done and the report, and then he says, I'm approving it. If I'm not approving it, then he'll say, I'm not approving it based on these issues that I find. So that is the process.
So if he gets told after the event that 60-odd people have been promoted, or several other people have been appointed to positions, would that be irregular? Because he would not have approved that. That's
irregular, Chair. Because he should have come to his knowledge to say, I've appointed all of these people. As I said, I've appointed all of these staff members, and then he would have then had the thing to say, okay, but what is this? He could have done that. So he's the head of that in that respect. The SAPS Act, I trust everything. You're satisfied with that, Chair? Can I move on? And I did recognize his authority, and hence I crafted, Chief, let's get together and do a policy that will be very clear that nobody can do this in the future in terms of what happened. Alleged improper upward adjustment. Okay, I think we've dealt with that, Chair. Alleged improper involvement of a draft response to IPID. Chair, and I think I'm also grateful to my evidence leader to give me the last document in the bundle, which was the email from me to Linda Naika. Chair, there was a draft. My role in the legal department, again, is to say, when we hear of anything on fraud and corruption, we go and engage on it, say, where's the fraud and corruption? What do we do? Because I've got obligations to MPAC, I've got obligations to the city, because if the employee decides then I'm going to withdraw, resign, they resign quickly and they take away the salaries and the pension and so on. And then we're sitting with basically not being in a position to recover any impact of fraud and corruption. That report from IPID was addressed to the Chief Mapie It went in a meeting to the mayor and to the MMC, held by different role players in IPID. It didn't come through the administration. All other reports come, whether it's public report, public protector, SIU, all those reports come to the officer, the administration officer, and that's when I get involved. I mean, there's been an instance when even a public protector report, I had taken on review, and we were successful with the review. So that is my role, to say, what are we doing? Because it's not about finding only faults, it's about concretizing such that we don't leave loopholes in terms of later on proceeding with that. But at no stage it had any implication on me stopping or not proceeding with that. My role and my team's role. So you will see the letter which was described as nonsensical. Now I needed to know, I mean, we dealt with only the definitions in terms of what we found, and what were the definitions in terms of fraud, and what are the definitions in terms of PRECA. So when I received the report, I gave it to my divisional head. He's a seasoned prosecutor, more than 7 to 8 years. I said to him, Njabulo, look at the definitions and see how can we link these matters to that. So he drafted a document, which I sent to the city manager to say this is a draft. That document never went out, Chair. It was portrayed, and I don't know how, because it was never a finalized document. In our meeting with, so city manager, after receiving the document from the mayoral office, called a meeting with a person called Osborne Kanye. So when Osborne Kanye was in the meeting with city manager, I happened to be in my office and they called me up. And I had engaged, I said, but in all of this aspect, why don't you arrest him? No, but he says, if you look at, because I'm confused by your saying, you say proceed with disciplinary. However, the matter is with the DPP. See, I don't know if my understanding is that when you say however, you try and put a different spin on what you said above. So you're saying to me, proceed with the disciplinary, but it's not for me, because Chief had the item for the disciplinary. It was for me to look at what I'm saying and the question in the meeting with Kanye says, but he said, however, the matter is with the DPP for decision. So when are you? He said, no, we'll inform you. I'll give you an information. So my draft was, we're always proactive in the department. And I said to the DH, please, but do not send it out because there is, even that letter, I still have to correct certain aspects. For example, they say I was at a meeting with the mayor. I was not in that meeting. Right. And I heard the issue of the word suggest. Chair, I don't want to get into a link, but I'm saying that from my understanding, it was not a definite, because if you say however, it means I must consider the fact that there's something at the DPP. And what also gives me, when I look at NISA's statement, NISA's statement, when it deals with the Erasmus reports in the first one, internal, he says that during April, before he signed off, during April, he had a meeting with Chief of Police. I've got it here. I can refer to for expediency. He says that he was informed that there was imminent arrest from IPID, which included Julius Mukunasi. So I'm saying, but you still went on then in April, and he mentions the issue of fruitless, wasteful expenditure. But on the 30th of May, did he decide then to go ahead with that investigation or with the disciplinary process or whatever other process it is? But this is what Kanye told us. He says, no, we're not finalized with the process. So that was in a draft form. It was never a document. I only shared the document with Mr. Philip Rahwale when, apart from the city manager's office, when he came and he was doing it, and he says, but what was the engagements at IPID? And I said, no, there's our draft document. How that was shared to NISA now, to make it look as if it's a final document. Of course, if we didn't go get the full information, it would be nonsense because we were looking at fraud and corruption. I didn't stop any of the HR discipline. If you wanted to go ahead, go ahead. What has happened to the issue of IPID telling you that there were imminent arrests? IPID never had imminent arrest, or never arrest at all, even up to now. So, Chair, that is where, on that part. So I never improperly involved myself in that. For me, firstly, the draft was not improper because we were preparing it as a draft document, looking at the documents, which will be finalized when the IPID has responded. I've never signed off on it being the issues that Nisa mentioned about me conveniently taking leave and so on. Chair, for me, it's a non-issue. I was on special leave or on family responsibility leave. You don't plan for family responsibility leave when you want to defer, and that's available on my leave records. Okay, Chair, the rest of it talks about that leakage and so on. If we can go, then permit me, Chair, page 39. Allegations are directed EMPD officers who serve documents on Mr. Gneza. Chair, I'm not involved in any service of any documents. That is a function of HR and EMPD. Why would I do this? I wouldn't even do this on my worst enemy. Not that I have any, I don't know if any enemies that I do have. But why would I do that? Because this is an issue that talks about your integrity. It talks about the way people there. And I hear him. I mean, he's got a right to complain. But I was not part of that process, Chair. General allegation of implicated other unlawful conduct. Chair, I looked at this regard. I went about this quite a few times since whenever it happened. I can't understand any other unlawful conduct that I'm aware of. Safe to say that I have been under huge pressure because of my approach in compliance in the city. And my conduct is not unlawful in the way of that. For example, Chair, if I may, quickly, I think we're at the end now. Chair, I raised objections to Berg, the mayor, Tanya Campbell, and Pretorius interfering in the processes. To such an extent that after the withdrawal of our attorneys because of non-payment, the attorney for Mapiyeye takes a sensitive matter, heads of arguments, a very sensitive issue concerning sensitive information, and she puts it all to all the councillors. Why would that be for all the councillors to see that this is what's happening? The issues of hacking of information. We're sitting with reports, pro-South. The Hawks methods to which I've referred have been non-existent from Hawks. I only have been working with confidence with the SIU. Many matters, pro-South matters, all involving even the current city manager. Sami building report blocked by the Kopedi because the police wanted to know who were the people involved. Grants in aid, Chair, that's a big, over 100 million involved. But that is my area in which I get involved in. All have been blocked. And that is why now I'm facing repercussions, because Nisa mentioned one thing, Chair, I can take 5 minutes to answer this. He mentioned that the only time I was involved in labor matters was when he dealt with a senior manager. That senior manager, Chair, was Mojapelo. At the time, Mojapelo was a COO. I did not get instructions from the city manager to do that matter. I got instructions from my HOD at the time and the HOD HR to do. Apparently, Nisa was close to him. And as we were going through to the SIU report, we struggled with evidence because none of the witnesses from the city were forthcoming. And just when I said, no, but we have to get, and Nisa's brother, Tika Nisa, I'm sure he's in the provincial legislature, or he was there. He's the one that's been putting the pressure on to say that, no. And I said to my HOD at the time, the only people we can call now is Tika Nisa and Zbu Liope, because they're the ones who the evidence is pointing out benefited from this entire thing. The next time I'm here, my HOD pulls me out, he says, no, we settled the matter. So these are the things that I'm now facing a backlash. I mean, business ventures, expropriation without compensation. That matter is of interest throughout the country. I looked at the matter, how do we buy property, or expropriate property, when there's a wetland on the property? Then I was called behind to say, no, but you're not working with us. You know. And the last one, Chair, would be, the important aspect would be then, the rates, the special levy of rates for the residents of Ekurhuleni. You put in a special levy, then you only for when Tembisa's uprising happened, then you decide to go back. But your initial process of public participation was flawed. So you seek to collect an extra money from the citizens then they decide to go back for the public participation. And it led to them having to cancel that which has caused a loss of about 200 million. My interest is on the citizens of Ekurhuleni, it's on the city of Ekurhuleni. I don't get involved in individual politics or individual thing. I know it's portrayed that I was close of city manager. The extent of my relationship with the city manager was as my accounting officer, and I continued calling as city manager, and that's it, Chair. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, where does that fit in the statement, just for my benefit?
Which one,
or were
Chair?
you just saying it as a by the way?
Which one, Chair?
The issue of the raids and Tembisa and the uprising.
It goes into...
Which section? I
It
want
goes
to
into
make a
the
note.
political interference part. Even the cases that were not pursued, I was being stifled from that. I've got details of that cases, even when the HODs have agreed that there is criminal activities. But because I've been brought forward, the executive mayor said, but why are you pushing with these things, Kemi? And I've got here with a former MMC for legal. The daughter benefited about 500,000, that is the allegation, from a grants in aid fund which is meant to help the poor and destitute. So Chair, I hope, so that's part of the political interventions or political part that I've raised too. Thank you, Chair. I think that will be...
Thank you very much, Mr. Behari.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Behari. Mr. Behari, I just wanted to go back to your statement where you deal with your position prior to your appointment as a risk and legal. That was only in 2024, correct?
Yes.
And prior to that, there was the 22 August 2023 directive by the city manager, which brought about some kind of a legal review of disciplinary matters, which effectively said that your department would review decisions to go ahead with disciplinary proceedings against senior personnel. Is that correct?
No, well, not totally. If I can just clarify that. So, when the letter of 22 August 2023 came about, it was for us to get involved in the added leg of compliance. So if you look at the form that is filled in, there's three aspects to it. One is further investigation, the other one is internal disciplinary, and then the disciplinary tribunal. So we're not involved. I can just recommend to say, in terms of additional information, I believe you should be able to secure it this way. In terms of an investigation internally, but it goes through, ultimate approver is the HOD of HR, and she relies on the input that I raised there into the matter. So that is what...
Okay, just go to paragraph 18 of your statement on page 5, where you deal with that aspect.
Yes, sir. Page 5, paragraph 18, yes.
Yes. So you say a further structural development occurred on 22 August 2023 when the city manager issued a directive introducing an enhanced compliance review step in all disciplinary grievance processes involving senior personnel. This directive required that such matters be subjected to a legal compliance assessment before charges were finalized or outcomes implemented. Its purpose was to reduce legal exposure, ensure procedural fairness, and improve the city's historically poor success rate in labor disputes.
Yeah, just on that, the one part I want to discuss, it wasn't only on senior personnel. It was basically across. I scratched it out here, but I didn't, put it on the. It was just on all personnel, and it comes from. I'm not sure exactly when that meeting happened between chief of police and city manager and so on, but it emanated thereafter on the issue concerns about lost cases and so on. But I maybe, but that is what it concerned, adding an extra leg to say, can you look at then, and that's one of the functions I did when I was looking at the initial report by Erasmus. So we just brought in that experiences from there and brought it into the system to say, now, so the only person that was actually not there now, but it comes to the HOD. Tulani Niza was in any event, had to do whatever he did on that stage with the HOD's consent. Mine was just to bring in an added leg from a legal point of view because we deal with the cases that are lost. We deal with the cases thereafter that will be implemented. and that going to other courts. So that is where it is, Chair. But if there's anything more specific, I will...
But what weight did that legal compliance assessment have in the process of the disciplinary proceedings? So if your decision was to not continue with the disciplinary proceedings, but the HOD was of the view that there is a case, a good enough case for it to go to disciplinary, how would you resolve that conflict?
That was because it was never my role to say, in terms of approving or saying it can go to disciplinary. The HOD of the department who raises the issue will do an internal investigation. They will do that, so that investigation will come through. It'll never stop anyone, any of the functionary, never change anything else, apart from me then coming in to say, okay, the HOD gives you the report. I will look at the report and say, right, come, do you need an internal disciplinary process? Or do you need an external process? Then I would say to the HOD, in my comments, to the HOD HR, to say, I support this, or this needs to be looked at further, can we get this information, and so on. But it was never for me, it was just to say, these are the issues I picked up. I think we can use that to tie up so that we're secure, because over the last 2 years, we've had union litigation upon litigation. And these are some of the issues that is why they brought it between HOD, HR, and myself to say, look at this. And I can never stop any disciplinary from going on. I leave it to the HOD. I said, these are the issues. Can we cure it by further investigation? By these are issues. I'll even guide that. For example, if I can, by way of an example, on the 1st of December, there was a matter came back about the Firearms Control Act and to charge somebody who had lost a firearm and failed to disclose. So they wanted to charge her for discipline as well. So all I said to them was, please go back, look at then who was in the control of the documents. But why your policy says there will be 3 monthly inspections. Where is that? So I asked them to get that added inspection report to say what has happened. It's just to strengthen any case that we're dealing with, but not to, I mean, the HOD HR will probably say, no, I hear you, or no, I don't agree. And she can take that decision. But from my side to say, give us an added leg of compliance in terms of that.
Okay. Now, this system only came into effect on from the 22nd of August 2023.
That's correct.
So when Mr. Erasmus approached you in May of 2023 regarding Commissioner Mkwanazi's matter, this system was not yet in place?
No, it was not.
Okay. And can I just understand, when would he have met with you? We know that the suspension, Commissioner Mkwanazi's suspension was going to lapse, the 3-month suspension was going to lapse on the 24th of May, 2023. So when would he have come to see you?
Chair, the Commissioner Erasmus, as I said, he came to me. If it was like for me preparing an exact time, I would have, knowing about this further, I would have said to you. But it was before the suspension lapsed. It was immediately, I think it was the last week or latter part of May, but before the suspension lapsed. And by that time it was too late, because if I'm looking at investigation finished March, April, Nisa decides to say, okay, we're approving and he appoints then on the 30th of May. So from April to 30th of May, it's almost a month and a half. Nothing happened. And then you're coming to me at the last minute and say, please, can you do that? Now, as I said, Erasmus and I, we go for, a lot of the officers, HODs, senior personnel, come to me. If I'm in the office, I'll see them. I don't make appointments. The only one I've documented is then when Chief of Police said to me, can I see you on the 21st? And that is when I put it down. But it's quite correct. Before the 22nd of May, there was no formal structure like this, and you had to come to me. It came to me because Erasmus came to me to say, can I support an extension of the suspension from a compliance perspective? But it comes at the latter part, towards the very end of it. Even the letter from Chief of Police to me, dated 21 June, is asking for me to assist there. But by that time, And they had until July. If I look at the disciplinary code, they had until July to serve and finalize the charges. And if, for any reason, the processes were delayed, you could also ask for a further suspension or a further time of another 3 months, as provided in the disciplinary code.
Isn't that what he was coming to you for guidance on that aspect, the extension of the suspension, not the merits of the disciplinary process itself and the charges?
Counsel, when he comes to me to support an extension of a suspension, I cannot say, in light of the very serious charges that are against Makonazi, and I want to know who are the witnesses, because the 2 witnesses that are there must be other witnesses who will supplement a positive case. So I have to go into that. I've got to delve into that to see, but what are the other issues that would be here? It's not about this, when you come to ask me to extend the suspension, you have to tell me, but why could you not do it all this time? Because it's suspended from February. What are the issues that led to the stage now where you're coming for an extension at the latter part of May? And that's when I looked at the document. Then I said to him, no, I'll have to speak to the chief as well. So that is where it was, Chair.
Okay, and when you then give him the guidance, which we will get to from page 13 on your assessment of the case, I understand you to be saying that you took the docket or the file away from him for a short period to review. So you didn't make a decision or give your view to him then and there on that day when he saw you?
No, I did not.
Okay.
It was about 2 days, I think, 1 or 2 days. Yeah.
And apart from him, who else did you discuss the matter with before you gave him your view on the merits of the case?
Besides Chief, because he was the one who drafted the documents, and I asked these questions, the next person was the Chief of Police.
Okay, but you only meet with the Chief of Police on the 21st of June, 2023. Correct?
21 June 2023, that's correct?
Yes, but Erasmus had come to you before the 24th of May 2023. So it's about a month between the 2 meetings.
Yeah, okay, in terms of formal discussions, but I was given city manager, because she has an interest there, to say, city manager, we're looking at these issues. We're looking at these issues of, Erasmus is with me, I'm speaking to the Chief of Police, but that would have been a verbal communication as well. It wouldn't have been a formal matter. The only formal letter was when the email went out to Linda Nike, which is concerning the iPad update.
Okay, so you discussed it with Erasmus, the city manager, and then on the 21st of June 2023, you discussed it with the Chief of Police.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the way your statement reads, it's as though by the time you speak to the Chief of Police on the 21st of June, you had already formed an opinion on the merits of the case, because the Chief of Police, in his letter that he sends to you after that meeting, says, having discussed the matter, and he explains to you why he disagrees with your views. So you had already formed the view then before you spoke to him, correct?
It's correct, because I went through the documents. When I look at the file, I formed a view that there were certain aspects that needed to be addressed. And they linked then to the state of the city address and so on. So I formed the view. So the meeting with the Chief of Police and I would have taken under an hour. So it wasn't a long meeting. It was about an hour where I said to Chief, these are my concerns. And I think, Chief, that if we don't address these adequately, in terms of what you found at the state of the city address, because it cannot be said that it was just the issue of there's a full value chain of how CAT VIP and so on came to the office, into the City of Ekurhuleni. So let's look at those aspects. And that is where my issue was. An opinion to say, yes, these are the issues we looked at.
But did you have a discussion with the HOD HR?
No, the HOD HR at that stage, because it was still dealt with, you remember Chief deals with the disciplinaries? I had no discussion with the HOD because the extension of suspension application would be dealt with by HR. So this was between the Chief of Police and myself.
Okay.
Can I just ask? When Mr. Erasmus comes to you, or Colonel Erasmus comes to you about an extension, why did you not direct him to the HR people? Because as you correctly say, disciplinary matters are HR matters.
Yes, Chair, because it is the HR persons were already dealing with a possible extension of the suspension. He was looking for compliance comments to support in doing that. So that's why he came to me from the compliance perspective. Is there something that I could support it? Because if it goes then to the HR, it is more likely that the HR will grant a suspension. But that is when I picked up on those issues, I could not then, without having those issues addressed, grant or finalize at that stage. And I said, let's speak to the Chief of Police.
Sorry, I don't understand. You say in your statement that he came to you regarding the impending expiry of the precautionary suspension, and I understood your evidence earlier to be exactly that. He came to speak to you about an extension, or that the suspension is about to expire. What do we do?
Yeah.
I understood that to be your evidence.
Chair, my evidence, yes, in the main, but it was about trying to get compliance support from me to give him support or favorable comments to send through to the HOD, who deals with the extension. That's not my process. But to look at compliance comments, which I could support for that extension. And then when I looked at the file a day or two afterwards, or engaged with the file, and then when I met him again, that is when I said to him, but you need, these are the risks I'm seeing. The extension is one issue, but how far are you, which other witnesses are you going to get? Because when you're asking for extension in our environment, you're going to say, which other witnesses are you still looking at getting? The first witness, Jeff Wicks, we don't know what happened to him, whether he was coming in or not, because the Chief of Police sent him an invite. Mgwabe seems to be not very committal about what happened there. All Mgwabe says is that he raised it with the senior management. He raised the report on the donations with the senior management. There's nothing further from there. Christine talks about certain issues of other donations dealt with this issue. And I said to him, but from a compliance perspective, the issue of nothing stops you from going on with the disciplinary. In terms of even the extension of suspension, even if the suspension occurred, there are processes in place when you're finding a matter for condonation to deal with that. And these are some of the issues I dealt with, because if the suspension had occurred, what else could you have done? If the suspension ended, you could still go on with the disciplinary.
Well, yeah, I'm not sure that you're answering my question. My question really is, when he came to you, and according to your evidence, and I think you've just confirmed it now, that he came to speak to you about the pending expiry of the suspension, you seem to have gotten into the merits, but I'm more interested in what did you say to him about the suspension? Did you say to him there are grounds to to extend it, or you're getting into the merits means you got to a point where you said, no, there's no valid basis to extend? That's what I'm trying to understand, because he's coming to ask you about extension.
Okay. Chair, there was no outcome on that. My issue was when I looked at it, I said, Erasmus, this is where I'm looking at. Have you addressed these issues? We did not finalize that. I did not give anything to say that these are the issues. I'm not granting you the extension or not. Address the issues, Chair. Same thing with MAPIA. Address the issues.
So you discuss the merits.
I discussed the issues.
He comes to you about an extension that's about, a suspension rather, that's about to expire. You'd instead discuss the merits.
The merits were, with me, from a compliance perspective, Chair, I cannot devoid myself.
I'm not yet at why did you discuss the merits. I'm just trying to get the facts from your evidence.
Yes, I got into the merits.
You instead discussed the merits.
That's correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Still on the same subject. So in paragraph 54 of your statement, you mentioned the impending expiry of the suspension to which my co-commissioner, Commissioner Balo, has just referred you. And then at the top of page 14, and this is now paragraph 55, you say I identified several material evidentiary gaps which posed a foreseeable risk to the sustainability of the disciplinary proceedings. And then at paragraph 60, you say, I regarded these gaps as significant. And then in paragraph 61, 62, 63, 64, you then say you met Colonel Erasmus and told him your views about the merits being what my co-commissioner engaged you on, Commissioner Baloyi. Now, I do not understand why you should have chosen to deal with the merits and not with what Colonel Erasmus came to you about. I understand your emphasis about your concern being compliance. You've said that umpteen times, and you said it even before Ms. Sigurd started engaging you. You emphasize that. But point is, the Colonel comes to you for specific advice on an impending expiry of the suspension. Why do you not deal with that?
Chair, I did deal with it in the sense that I'll ask him to leave the file with me. Now, for a suspension, in the labor environment, suspension is not punitive. Suspension does not stop anybody, and you cannot say that if something else comes in, nothing stops you from resuspending him. That is the processes that in our city we experience that. So I had to delve into the merits to see what...
Show me in your statement where you dealt with it, responding to Colonel Erasmus, who sought advice from you. Show me in your statement where you dealt with it. Insofar as the subject related to Colonel Erasmus, who sought advice, show me where in your statement you dealt with it.
Did I suggest... Well, sorry, Chair, I just want to...
Show me in your statement where you dealt with it. Insofar as Colonel Erasmus, who sought advice from you, was concerned.
It's not in the statement itself. Let me go 61, 62. Please, with your indulgence, Chair. These are the engagements I've had with Colonel Erasmus verbally when he returned to me on that date. And my issue was, if you want me to extend or support an extension of the suspension, what would be the material facts that I would have to use to...
But your statement is quite detailed, Mr. Behari. Why would you leave out something that related to what he came to you about? Your statement is quite detailed. It says nothing in response to Colonel Erasmus about the extension of the suspension.
Chair, I did not finalize the process of saying to him I support it or not.
Why not?
Because I was still waiting for him to confirm to come on another date after I've seen the documents. So when I saw the documents and I discussed it with him, and I said to him, these are the issues, I need to speak to the Chief of Police, because I'm not satisfied that we will be, and these are the issues I raised.
You see, my problem is, later when you talk about the head, Commissioner Mapieye, you say that by then the suspension had expired. So you were working within very short and tight timelines. You raise all of these issues. They have nothing to do with the impending expiry of the suspension. You raise all of these issues. Time is running. What do you do about the expiry of the suspension? Bear in mind, Mr. Behari, that the suspicion, false or correct, the suspicion is that you were part of a clique that was protecting Brigadier Mkhwanazi. So those who are on the other side, in quotation marks as it were, will say you let the suspension expire exactly because you are on Brigadier Mkhwanazi's quote-unquote side, as it were. Do you get the context? I come back to my question and I ask, why did you not give advice to Colonel Erasmus? on the extension of the suspension. That's what he came to you about, not all of the issues that you then raised or chose to raise with him. Why did you not give him advice on what he came to you for?
Chair, Colonel Erasmus, on the second date after looking at the documents, I had to inquire, if you're going to have, you must have a reason for extending the suspension. There must be valid reasons in terms of other witnesses still to come. If he had dealt with that, he never gave me a response to my questions. Who are the witnesses? So in our engagement, if he had told me at that stage, but Mr. Behari, we've got the stuff, I need this, they would have been finalized then, Chair. He never gave me those responses to say that.
Had you taken a definitive view on what you saw as gaps, had you taken a definitive view that says there are gaps and there is no way that these gaps may be plugged? Had you taken a definitive view in that regard?
No, Chair. When I had it was a conversation with Erasmus to say, these are challenges, but tell me.
Now, if you had not taken a definitive view, surely that must mean that you had not discounted the possibility that further investigations just might plug those gaps. Is that not correct?
The further investigations, Chair, would have certainly plugged it if those gaps. But mine was to say to Chief.
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough for mine.
It would have been, at the time, Chair, when I looked at the matter, and I said to him, but these are the concerns I have. If he said to me, no, I still need this witness and so on, during our conversation, I would have had no problem with that, Chair.
No. It could not simply have depended on what he said. You are the head of legal.
Yes.
You have just accepted now that those gaps could have been plugged. Not so. You've just said now.
No, correctly, Chair.
Now. How can you throw it back at him if you yourself think that these gaps can be plugged? Is the obvious thing to do not to actually give him time to plug those gaps, if, as you say, they were capable of being plugged? Why don't you say, my advice to you, which is what you've come to me about, is an extension of the suspension. That will give you time to plug these gaps. Was that not the obvious thing for you to do?
In hindsight, Chair, now that I hear you put it that way. In hindsight, now that I hear you say it that way.
You accept.
It. Yes, because, let me leave it at that.
Was it not obvious even at the time? I don't think it's enough for you to say that in hindsight you accept. Was it not obvious even at the time? Why put stumbling block after stumbling block after stumbling block without giving him solutions? He has come to you for a solution.
Chair, at the time, the solution was for me to say, go and complete the investigations. Go and do the stuff.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. And for that to happen, Mr. Behari, he needs time, and he can only have enough time if you agree to the extension of the suspension. The suspension was not was for a purpose. It was not for the sake of it. Suspension should be removed from the system for proper investigations to take place. So why do you not give him time to do that? By assisting him with what he came to you for, extending the suspension. It's not enough to say in hindsight you agree with me.
Chair, when he came to me, it was about supporting the extension of a suspension. We had an engagement. I said to him, these are what I think are problematic. These are things we have to close, and these are the witnesses we have to declare. It didn't finalize. I said, can I speak to the Chief of Police? And then the next meeting was the Chief of Police called me. But that was by the time the suspension had lapsed, but I didn't deal with any
Effectively, you let the suspension expire, Mr. Behari. You let the suspension expire.
Chair,
you are raising all the problems with him, and you say, I'm going to speak to the Chief of Police, and by the time you speak to the Chief of Police, the suspension has expired. You let it expire.
Chair, but Chair, there was never an intention to let the suspension expire. My intention was to make sure that we have all the processes, because as I said, applying the laws to say that a suspension is not punitive. Nothing stops us from still carrying on and saying that we have new information to resuspend. The HOD-HR could have resuspended. But for me, looking at it, and I know you mentioned that I'm going on about the compliance issue. That was what was important to me. How do you finalize these gaps? And Erasmus could not give me at that stage any response, but it could be taken as, and I say to you that I let it lapse, but it was never my intention. My intention was to look at how do we finalize and close all the gaps. The suspension could always have gone back and said to the HOD, let's resuspend. There's been other cases where we've resuspended. Suspension lapse, we resuspended.
Yes. You see, I would understand you, Mr. Behari, on your point about the possibility of continuing with investigations even when the person is back with their suspension having expired. I would understand if you were saying that, having told Colonel Erasmus in so many words that, Colonel, I have all these gaps which need to be plugged, but let the suspension expire. You can continue with your investigation to plug these gaps with Brigadier Mkhwanazi back at work. I would understand if that was your approach and if that was what you communicated to Colonel Erasmus. You never did that. You are now stating this in the witness box.
Chair, because as I said, that is the policies of the city. These are legislation.
I understand the policies. I understand the prescripts. But the point I'm raising relates to your response to Colonel Erasmus when he comes to you for advice. Sitting there now, you tell us that in accordance with our prescripts, even if a suspension has expired, investigations may continue. You are saying that in the witness box, but Colonel Erasmus came to you for advice. You never responded to him that way. That is the point I'm raising. It's different from the question of prescripts that you are raising.
Chair, as I can say, is I've focused on the issues. Colonel Erasmus, as I said, I'm aware of the processes in terms of suspensions. If the suspension lapses, we've dealt with that previously, we can always suspend again. Because there's new issues that came in.
Can you please focus on how you dealt with Colonel Erasmus? Please, please do not focus on the prescripts. I understand them. Okay, can you focus on how you dealt with Colonel Erasmus? That's my issue.
Chair, there was no definitive response to Colonel Erasmus. I did say to him, I will discuss it also with the Chief of Police. Because even if the suspension lapsed then, I could have still discussed it with the Chief to say, right, once we finalized it, let's go proceed further on that issue.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just ask a question? After the suspension lapsed, you would have been aware because you say in your statement it was impending, the lapse. After it had lapsed, did you ever say to Erasmus and to Mapiaye, in the light of the serious allegations mentioned in Erasmus's investigation, the city has the power to resuspend. So I advise you to consider that as an option. Did you ever do that?
No, I didn't say it in so many words because it is available within the HR space that you can do that.
No, but
I did not.
Either you did or you did not. And if you did not, just say, I did not advise
Chair,
them.
I did not give them that. After Erasmus finished off with Erasmus, there was a break with the Chief of Police. The issue of suspension then never came out thereafter because there was other issues. I understand that, I don't know how far that process is followed, but it seems to be, when I spoke to the Chief of Police on the 21st.
Behari, you are the head of legal within Ekurhuleni. You know if the power to resuspend is there in the prescripts. The reason Erasmus came to you in the first place was he was aware of the impending period, and he was asking you for support. You are now aware that the period has come and gone, and the effect of that is that Mkhwanazi is back at work. You know that.
Yes.
And you're now engaging with the two of them, Mapiaye and Erasmus. on the seriousness, and we'll still come back to that later on, the seriousness of the allegations. But as head of legal, at no point do you advise the city manager or Mapiyeye or Erasmus that there is a power to resuspend. These are serious allegations. Erasmus probably needs time to plug all these gaps. I find that astonishing.
Chair, if I may, when I raised those issues with both Mapiyeye and Erasmus, I had nothing further after my last meeting with Chief of Police. Now, if he had come back and we've plugged the gaps, but there was no response due to the nature of issues I've raised with the Chief of Police. There was no further comeback to me. And if they say we've addressed the issues that you raised in our meeting, can we now go on? And I would have said, yes, certainly, let's go to a resuspension. That is how we've done resuspension, to say, this is what the initial circumstances were. We've addressed that, and now we can go on. But that matter seemed to have stopped or stalled. The last was on the 21st of June. And then I heard nothing further from that.
Mr. Behari, I have an issue with the notion that Colonel Erasmus approached you on the issue of the suspension. You didn't tell us why he wanted the extension of the suspension, because in your statement you say that he told you that he had concluded his investigation and wanted an extension pending the disciplinary action. Why did he want the extension pending the disciplinary action if the investigation, according to him, had been concluded?
Chair, those were the issues when he came to me saying that the investigation was concluded. He wanted me to support an extension. Now, if you look at the conclusion of that, when I raise these issues, but is your investigations complete? And given the fact of the witnesses that you're going to call for the disciplinary inquiry, I extended that to say, but these are the witnesses. Do you not have to revisit anything? Are there any other witnesses? Do you have to get a statement from Mr. Jeff Weeks? Do you have to look at the engagements with Mwabe, Christine? So, if those had been completed and returned to me, certainly we could have suspended. But anyway, I would have supported another suspension through the HR processes.
Yes, but I think that goes to if the investigation is not complete. He comes to you and says the investigation is complete. I've concluded my investigation, but I still want an extension pending the disciplinary action. Surely those reasons must be different to I still have an investigation to conclude. And if those reasons are different, you can't even go into the merits because he said to you, I've concluded my investigation, but I want the extension suspended pending the disciplinary action. So there must have been a different reason other than the conclusion of the investigation, other than filling gaps, because he comes to you on the premise that the investigation has been concluded. And you know as a lawyer that one of the reasons could be that the safety of the witnesses if he comes back to work, or that he might intimidate workers or he might influence evidence. You in your statement, you don't say why he asked for the extension. And in light of the suggestion that Chief of Police Mapiyeye says you took the docket from him, he was pressurized to give the docket to you. It seems to me that Colonel Erasmus' approach for an extension is a convenient explanation as to why you inserted yourself into this process in the first place. Because he had no reason to ask you for the extension. We have no record of him even requesting the extension, and it would seem to me that he would go to someone else who had already been involved in the process, like the Chief of the Police or head of HR, to speak to them about the extension. So you aren't able to tell us what he asked you the extension for, what was the motivation for it, because the investigation was concluded. And all that you give him in response to that is gaps about an investigation that he told you has been concluded. And that is, I think, the difficulty that we have, is that you're not telling us why he came to you in the first place. It couldn't have been to finalize his investigation.
Chair, Mr. Erasmus never came to me to grant an extension. He never came to me to grant an extension. He gave to me to say that the process of extensions is with the HR process. I need some comments to support that. And then I started, okay, Tinus, Henny, is your case finished? You say, I see your report says investigation is complete on this day. So what do you need the extension for? And if you need the extension, are there any other witnesses that you still need to secure? Are there, because in my environment, Chair, you don't grant an extension for the mere asking. You know, I've got to apply my mind to say, well, what else is still required? And if there is a process, then after that, to say, I've raised, and look at, are you going to close up the gap with Christine? Are you going to close up the gap with Guabe? These are some of the issues. I think I've documented that in terms of the issues I raised. So there was never approach to me to grant an extension. It was to support that, and I engaged with it to say this is what our issues are, and what are the reasons for. You have to have the reasons why. I could say to the HOD HR, I support these reasons. Can we go on?
Yes. Mr. Behari, in your paragraph 54, you say he came to you to seek guidance regarding the impending expiry of the precautionary suspension. So, in your own words,
Yeah.
that's why he approached you. It had to do with a suspension that was about to expire. And then you say he advised that he had concluded his investigation and wished to extend the suspension pending disciplinary action. So you tell us that's what he came to speak to you about. You then, in the next following paragraphs, you tell us that you pointed out the gaps, what you say are the gaps. But you don't say to us, I then told him the extension can be extended. I mean, the suspension cannot be extended because of these gaps. You don't say that, no. Even though that's why he came to you. But there's a different point I want to make about it. It is, Colonel Erasmus tells you, I've completed my investigation. I want to keep this man on suspension. You raise issues with that, but you don't say to him, because you're going to investigate these gaps, while you deal with these gaps, extend the extension. You're the one that raises gaps. The owner of the case is satisfied that he's concluded his investigation. You raise issues, the absence of a statement from Jeff Wicks, absence of statement from Deputy Chief Mzolo. You say the content of DCP Gwabe's statement. I don't know why that is a gap to do with suspension. And then you say a letter from Christine indicating the acceptance of donated vehicles. I don't know what that has to do with a suspension, the extension of a suspension, but maybe I should put it more positively. I don't think it has anything to do with whether you extend or not. But the two that you say are absent, the statements. So you lead him on a path where you say, go find this, or these are issues. But you don't say to him, because you're going to be looking at these things, you should extend. You don't say that. Can you just explain that behavior?
Yeah, I did not say to him that I will support the extension I asked him to go, have you dealt with these issues? And from there, he indicated that he understood he would address the issues. But I did not then say to him, no, I'll support your extension in the meantime. Because it could have been that I should have done that. But I did not say I'll support your extension in the meantime. I said I'd like to speak to the Chief of Police as well to say that how can we finalize that. Because if we come back...
I think that the problem, and what I'm asking you to explain, is when you say to him, go and close these gaps, how is it that you don't say to him, in the meantime, while you are looking at these gaps, you will extend, you should extend the suspension? I mean, that's why he came to you. He wants to extend the suspension. You raise problems to do with his matter. and then you don't say to him, because you're going to address, while you address these 2 issues, or these 4 issues according to you, then there should be an extension. You don't say that to him. And I'm asking you to explain the absence of that kind of advice to him after you pointed out gaps that he needs to go and investigate further according to you.
Chair, when I guided, or for the guidance in the engagements with Erasmus, when I pointed out these issues to deal with, at that stage, Chair, when he came to me, I did not have to say, what are the grounds for further extension of this process? Because you said to me your investigations are complete. Yes, I opened certain issues and to go that. So knowing that there could have been a resuspension when it was finalized, I then did, in fact, yes, I did not deal with it totally. Instead of saying to him, I've guided you in this way, maybe I ought to have done that. But I did not do it at that stage.
It's not even a maybe, to me, at least how I think about it. It seems to be the logical conclusion, should have been the logical conclusion of your discussion, because the reason he comes is, what do I do? His suspension is about to expire. I need to talk to you about that. You don't advise him on that. You are silent about that. Instead, you give him problems, right? You say to him, go address these gaps. And I'm saying to you, it seems to me, it seems to me that the logical conclusion of this conversation, where you have pointed out problems, would and should have been, no, you don't have a good reason to to extend the suspension, or in the light of these further investigations, and I suggest it should be the latter, in the light of these further investigations that I'm indicating to you, that in itself is a ground to extend. You should extend it before it expires. I don't understand how you did not advise on this that he approached you about, especially where the only advice, or reasonable advice rather, let me say, would have been, in the light of the issues I've raised with you, you do have a reason to go and extend the suspension.
Chair, I believe at that stage it would be premature for me to have done that, to have supported the extension. And then, by that time, I understood from him there was already an extension request to the HR department. But he was coming to me to give that added aspect. And for me, I believe it would be premature until we finalize those issues that I had raised. So I didn't proceed that way.
So are you saying when he came to you to ask you for advice or to have a discussion with you about the extension of the suspension, a request had already been made to HR to extend? That's
what I understood. There was something. So he wanted me to give him comments that could have been supporting, they could take it to HR. And that is when I raised the issue. I understood that it was already going to HR for the extension of the suspension.
So your discussion with him about the extension would have been a waste of time then, if the request was already with HR?
Well, if I could, if it was still at HR, and if I give him, if everything was in order there, and I found the reason, I could have sent through the support to the HR department.
Thank you.
I'm confused right now. Let me start here. Did I understand you correctly before my co-commissioner started engaging you? Did I understand you correctly that in response to Ms. Siegel's Ncube, you said Colonel Erasmus had not come to you for advice? I thought I heard you say so.
No, he's not come to me for the extension. He's come to me to deal with the guidance.
He had not come to you for advice on the extension.
No, he's not come to me for an extension. I think that is where I understood to talk about an extension itself. But he had come to me for advice to look at how we could support the extension through the HR process.
I find it strange that your statement is silent on this thing about HR, which you suddenly mention now that you are being asked pointed questions. Your statement is quite detailed. It's one of the longest we have had in this commission. It's 44 pages long, quite detailed on all the subjects. There is no mention at all of HR. You suddenly mention HR when we question you for not having given advice to Colonel Erasmus on what he had come to you about, which was guidance regarding the impending expiry of the suspension. That's what your statement says in so many words in paragraph 54. He had come to you to seek guidance on the impending expiry of the suspension. Now we ask you questions around why you never gave that advice. Now you suddenly say, no. With regard to the extension of the suspension, that was a process that was before HR, and therefore I did not have to give advice. How is that so when your statement is so detailed?
Chair,
how is it that your statement does not mention AR?
Chair,
Would I be unfair? Would I be unfair if I suggest to you that you are suddenly mentioning HR because you are faced with difficulties? Because now you cannot tell us why you did not advise Colonel Erasmus on what you had come to him about, or rather, on what he had come to you about.
Chair, at the time Colonel Erasmus came to me, there was already a process for the extension pushed through to HR. He wanted me to give him some supporting comments and advice that I could support it to HR, to the HR HOD. That is where the extent is when I raised the issue. So for me to support anything without having the full details.
And your statement says nothing about any of that insofar as it relates to HR. It says nothing about that. You only mention it for the first time when we question your failure to advise him on what he, in your own words, had come to you about. That's when you mention HR for the first time. Yes, it gives you a way out. You try to get away from the difficulty facing you by suddenly mentioning HR. I suggest to you, Mr. Behari, that you are mentioning HR for the first time because you cannot answer the questions we are putting to you about your failure to advise Colonel Erasmus on what he had sought your advice.
Chair, I hear you, but I cannot support that. I respect that fact that Erasmus came to me on the way to HR for the approval of that.
Okay.
I then raised the issues which I said to, if I'm going to support an extension, these are the issues that need to be addressed. I did not have at that stage any information, and I believed it to be premature to me to even look at supporting a suspension. That was the process already going through. So yes, my statement doesn't deal with HR because I've dealt with what I was dealing with Erasmus. This has come through now in terms of when we engaged, there was a process for extension because the extension of the suspension would have had to be before the end of, sometime toward the end of May. So he came to me during the time or very close to that. With 1 or 2 days, I think, before that. So if I'd asked for any further information and extended that, I understood it, but it was a process on its way to HR. So my apologies if I didn't, in my statement, deal with it. But that is the process there at HR. I was in the way to say, so please, can you support this? I raised issues on what
what you raised as gaps, were these even gaps? Let's look at the first one, the one about an outstanding statement from Mr. Jeff Wicks. Mr. Jeff Wicks had raised issues that were or ought to have been within the knowledge of EMPD officials. Is that not correct?
Chair, with regard to Jeff Wicks, it came to the knowledge of EMPD officials, Rivers Peace, through Jeff Wicks.
Yeah.
Now, in my engagements, whatever issues we're dealing with, we have a primary, in terms of the value chain of the evidence, to say, who did you get the information from? So if Jeff Weeks was there, and Chief of Police wrote a letter to Jeff Weeks, so I asked him, did Jeff Weeks respond? Because there was a letter. So either Jeff Weeks said, no, I'm not coming to the process or whatever. It wasn't there. It wasn't obvious from that engagement. Then the next witness was Mzolo.
No, before you move to someone else, I'm saying the issues raised by Mr. Jeff Weeks were issues that the EMPD could, within the EMPD, have been able to establish for itself. Is that correct or not?
It would not have, the issue of the blue lights, they could have done that. The issue of the donations, they could have done it. It's correct.
Yes.
But still, it must emanate from somewhere, Chair. The investigation comes from somewhere. It comes from Mr. Weeks. If there's any questions posed to EMPD,
all that he did was to bring into the public domain facts of which the EMPD people were either aware or could easily have become aware, and you've already accepted that.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why you would have insisted on a statement by Mr. Jeff Weeks. I don't understand that.
Chair, I did not insist and say he must get a statement from Jeff Weeks.
But that was one of your gaps.
Yes, the names were there to say, did you get a statement from Jeff Weeks? Because after the letter from Chief of Police Weeks, we had nothing further. So if you were saying to me that Weeks is not prepared to come, then that's a different story, Chair. But that seemed to be still an outstanding matter, which I was not made aware of.
Outstanding matter for the sake of it, Mr. Behari, so far as I'm concerned. And truth be told, were you seriously expecting to get a statement from Mr. Jeff Weeks? I'm not suggesting that journalists should not give statements, but you and I know the attitude of journalists. Were you seriously expecting to get a statement from Jeff Weeks? Was this not just a way of blocking progress on this matter?
Chair, respectfully,
Yes.
I seriously, in all my experience, I've always looked at the cycle of evidence.
Yes.
Where does it start from? Where does it end? This came through from Mr. Jeff Weeks. If he was not prepared to do that, then we have to deal with it separately. But I was seriously expecting, because we have many instances when we have even emails that are coming through, emails that are generated from untraceable accounts. If we're going to go and investigate every one of those issues, and then when it comes to a situation where I prove it, where you got the information from, you don't want to have a situation where possibly the hearsay issues come in. So I was seriously looking at Mr. Weeks. If he said, no, I'm not prepared to come as a witness, it's fine.
At the risk of being repetitive, you have already accepted that the issues that Mr. Jeff Weeks raised were issues that were either within the knowledge of EMPD officials or issues that EMPD officials could easily have been able to establish. So I just do not understand the fixation with getting a statement from Mr. Jeff Weeks. I don't understand it.
Chair, to the extent that I did not insist on a statement from Weeks, I mentioned him, did you get the statement from him? But Chair, the issues that Jeff Weeks raised could have been raised or elicited from the EMPD officials. But if you look at it, for a very important aspect he raised was the blue lights issue. The witnesses in the matter says there was no blue lights. It would possibly need then Jeff Weeks to come and substantiate, but this is where we've got it, this is where the information is, to assist and counter what the witness is saying from EMPD. That is my engagement in my thinking when I dealt with the issue. So in requesting Jeff Weeks.
Let's move on to the second gap, the absence of a statement from Deputy Chief Mzolo, who was the accounting senior manager to whom Brigadier Mkhwana has reported during the relevant period. How would that statement have assisted?
The statement from Deputy Chief of Police Mzolo would have assisted in the sense that when Mkhwana says that he was given these functions when he started to act, the incidents happened during that acting period. When he was given, he was following the instructions or what happened, they to continue from Zolo. So that is where one of the issues I looked at, to say, but if it is coming from Zolo, he should be coming to deny that he ever gave him to do these aspects, which was in terms of the MOU and all of the other aspects. So that is why I felt it was impressive. If we get a statement from Zolo to say, no, but I never gave such instructions to Mkunazi.
I'm not sure I follow that, but I will move on. And paragraph 58, the content of DCP Gwabe's statement, which suggested that the entire senior management team of EMPD had knowledge of CAT-VIP's involvement in EMPD officials. And how was that a gap?
Chair,
the sort of gap that would have made disciplining Brigadier Mkhwanazi impossible.
Chair, in terms of the evidentiary issue, if Gwabe, he was instrumental in saying he received a 300,000 rand donation, and he informed the senior management of that donation. Now, already the donation was irregular, and the senior management didn't do anything to address it at that stage. Gwabe is very vague in terms of just 2021, 2022. So it would have been in my assessment to say that, but if the senior management of EMPD knew of the involvement of VIP, CAT VIP, and what happened, why was nothing happened thereafter? So that is why I engaged him to say, Gwabe, and then the other issue is, why did Gwabe receive such a donation, knowing that the city manager had to approve the donation? So these were some of the thinking patterns that I had at that stage.
I will leave it there.
But Mr. Behari, there were very specific allegations against Brigadier Mkhwanazi, Brigadier at the time. It had to do with the motor vehicles being registered in the name of Ekurhuleni, and it had to do with the blue installation of blue lights on these vehicles, or on vehicles that belong to Mr. Matala. Now, to bring in Gwabe that he had received 300,000, I think it was, assistance with stationery, the involvement of CAT VIP with EMPD historically, that seems to be red herrings, because it has nothing to do with the accusations at that time that you are being asked to speak to, in fact, the extension to which you are being asked to speak to, because the extension relates to charges about the vehicles and about the blue lights. And you are throwing in quite a number of things that have nothing to do with that, and I don't understand how you would have thought, one, that's relevant for purposes of considering an extension of a suspension, but two, why you would regard that to be a problem with these disciplinary charges against Brigadier Mkhwanazi.
Thank you, Chair. I believed that they were crucial issues because it comes into the entire investigative diary or the docket. In terms of the blue lights issue, that was the allegation against...
No, sorry, when you say it comes into the entire
the investigation
investigative
docket,
diary, what are you talking about?
the information that was in the docket itself, to talk about donations. So the donations being specific to the vehicles, that in terms of the only witness that was going to be there that I could ascertain from Erasmus was Christine. Now if Christine says that, but we did this, and when Mkhwanazi comes to us, I told him what the process is.
Yes.
And that process is totally different, or what
We've done this before, that's what Christine says. Yes.
Now, in what way then would it be an implication that you want to finalize and make sure that the case against Mkhwanazi is strong? That is what we're looking at. So if you have a witness, the sole witness being to say in terms of donations that, no, we've done this before, how would that then render the allegations against Mkhwanazi a problem? Because you have the one witness you're relying on who's saying something different.
Well, are you suggesting, as head of legal, that because Steyn says I've done this before, nobody can be disciplined for it, even if it is against municipal policies and against the law? Surely that's not the suggestion you're making.
No, Chair, that's not my suggestion. What
Yes.
I'm saying is, in looking at the matter holistically, you are looking at disciplining Mkonazi
Yes.
for the issue of the blue lights.
Registering vehicles in the name of
the
EMPD.
vehicles, right.
Yes.
So the only witness there, Steyn, says it has been done before. But Steyn is the one who guided Mkonazi, according to his statement, to say, we accept this on a letter. Give me a letter from the donor. And on that basis, that donation happened. Because Mkonazi given the letter as per his directive. Now, it's not okay, because that is where my concern is. If he says that we've been dealing with it previously, we've dealt with it in this way, it means that all those donations have been irregular. I think
Yes,
even
and you're saying you
Yeah.
can't discipline Mkwanazi because it has been done before. That's what
No.
Steyn is telling us.
No, I've not said that, Chair. What I'm saying is it makes your case against... Remember, we have to look at a case that is winnable. We have to look at a case that is going to be not have any implications coming back. So no one said don't discipline Mkonazi. But then I'm saying is, but Mkonazi says he relied on that. So Chris Steyn has been doing something. So why not add? You throw your net wide enough to deal with all the aspects who are dealing with illegalities. If it's only Mkonazi, he would say, I've relied on Chris Steyn. And Ngwabe,
Isn't that what a disciplinary process, disciplinary hearing is about? It is to ventilate the allegations and the evidence that is presented in support thereof, and then your independent presiding officer will make a decision about it. Your management here, you proactively, that's not what you tell us, that's not what Erasmus came to discuss with you, but you take it upon yourself to start commenting on the strength of this case, that it is unwinnable or it's unsustainable. So you volunteer to do that. But your volunteering and the views that you express are to discourage, because that's really what you're doing here. Your comments are to discourage. You say this case is not sustainable. That's really what you're doing. It's not sustainable because Chris Steyn told him this. You make no reference to policy. You don't say to Erasmus and to us here that, the policy of the municipality or the conduct of the municipality indeed is such that that's how it was done. Or we've always waived where the people continue to do the same thing, we generally don't discipline. You don't do any of that. What you do is you say, well, Steyn says, then you can't, why would you discipline Mkwanazi? How can you succeed against Mkwanazi if Steyn says that's what happened? Maybe Steyn is lying. You don't seem to have applied yourself to interrogating what Steyn says. You're happy to take it on face value and to express a view which is disadvantageous, actually, to those who want to institute disciplinary proceedings. You say, because Steyn says this case is not sustainable. I don't understand that.
Chair, my engagements to that extent was never to discourage anything, was never to discourage any disciplinary processes. It was to say that, Chair, as I mentioned, I think earlier on as well, we have been having a lot of matters. We can't be waiting for matters to go on disciplinary processes and then, knowing we should have done all of these issues before that, and then lose the cases, because we've lost a lot of cases at City of Ekurhuleni. If their own EMPD officer in terms of Okhud Basen note mentioned that, from that side, which I wasn't aware of, but in my own experience, when we go into the bargaining council, almost every order that are coming, which is adding to our contingent liabilities. So it was for me observing to say that, but why don't we not finalize it? What was the, if we had waited for a little while, get all these cases up and running, because Chris Steyn was there. As much as Chris Steyn could have been lying, that would have to be tested. So how do you wait for Chris Steyn to go there and lie in a formal processes, and then not have a substantiated witnesses in terms of how do you prove that he's lying. So from my side, it was never to discourage anyone. It was to look at, and again, I will reiterate, Chair, that my interest is the number of cases we're losing and why. We've looked at the assessment on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
Let's go back to Jeff Wicks. What did you want him to say? He's provided the municipality. There's a story in the newspaper.
Yeah.
He's written into the municipality. He's provided whatever he's got, including videos. And that's the evidence we've had, right? Which shows these cars. He has provided letters which list registration vehicles, the number of a number of vehicles and their registration details. So he's provided all that information. When you say statement from complainant, and in fact there's two parts to it. What did you want Jeff Wicks to say in his statement anymore? That's one. Two, why do you say he's the complainant? The EMPD is the complainant. Mapia is the complainant. Why do you say Jeff Wicks is the complainant and so must issue a statement?
Chair, the mention of Jeff Wicks and the statement from Jeff Wicks emanates from the Chief of Police writing to him to get a statement.
No, you are the one that says to Erasmus, one of the risks that undermine the sustainability of disciplinary proceedings, not even the suspension, disciplinary proceedings, you say to Erasmus, it's the absence of a statement from Jeff Wicks. So I'm not asking you about what the Chief of Police said or did. I'm saying you've identified it as one of the problems.
The problem would be, in my assessment, would have been that Jeff Wicks had information whichever his source would have been from. He writes to Rivers Peace. So to get a statement to say, this is what I've obtained, this is what I want investigation. So they have a complete chain in terms of where you emanated from and how we dealt with it. So the complainant would have been, Rivers Peace did sign a statement as a complainant as well. But in terms of going to the full value chain of the issues, in terms of what I looked at in the findings or the report there were issues that would have implicated Chief of Police. Because the whole issue about how, I went and delved into the entire thing is, how did CAT VIP and Medicaid come into the city? How did Julius Makunazi then get these donations or access the donations? Whereas they seem to be already have a relationship of CAT VIP in the city.
No, Mr. Behari, I'm not asking you, and let's not obfuscate here, I'm not asking you about how the relationship came about, how long is it. That was not the issue here. In this case, that was not the issue. The issue was someone was spotted driving in motor vehicles that have blue lights. On investigation, it was found it is Mrs. Matala. That's what Jeff Wicks reports, right? Two, Jeff Wicks provides details of motor vehicles with registration numbers, and he says these vehicles are registered to the city, in the name of the city, and they belong to Mr. Matala. Those are the issues regarding Brigadier Mkhwanazi. You then say to Colonel Erasmus, we have a problem because you don't have a statement from Mr. Wicks. Hence, my question is, well, what did you still want Mr. Wicks to do? To say, rather. Erasmus has conducted an investigation. As instructed by Spies, we know that. He's conducted an investigation. You have that report in front of you, so you know what's in there. Why you want a statement from Jeff Wicks to say what is a question that I'm asking you. Two, I put to you that you are wrong to refer to Mr. Wicks as a complainant. He's not a complainant. He's a journalist. He's a reporter. In fact, in this case, the complainant was the chief. It was management of EMPD that complained. It's not Mr. Wicks. So this when you say to Erasmus that Wicks is the complainant and therefore must give a statement, it's all wrong. There's no basis for it.
May I respond? Chair, the issue of Wicks was that he brought the issue to the complainant is not, as I said, looking at it. He brought the entire transfer of the vehicles, donations to the attention of the city. Right. Now, why I looked at it is important in terms of proceeding to look at, maybe it's my old school or very old school, in terms of having a complete value chain in terms of where does a complaint emanate from. If it came from Wicks, that's all in good. It came from Wicks, but in terms of then linking that to the witnesses, Wicks would have been able to concretize where Chris Steyn says there was no blue lights fitted. Where do we look at other options, because it's a very serious issue about the blue lights? Where then we would look at other options in terms of who else could be proving. If Steyn says there was no blue lights fitted. So it was important in terms of the entire value chain to say to him, where's the statement of Jeff Wicks? Do you have the statement of Jeff Wicks? Is it coming through? There was nothing there. I felt it was important because he's involved in that process. In some respect, he's involved in that process. If it needed to be, that you can substantiate, but where you got this, are these fake messages? Where did you get that from? The source and so on. It could have been dealt with at that stage. It could have been secured as a further witness. Chair, and I think the other issue was, Chris Steyn could have been lying, and it could have been then ascertained at, but the other option was it could not have been lying. He could have said, but this is the process we have. If he showed, or whether it seizures, other issues on seizures and so on.
And he would. My point is, he would have had the opportunity to say that at the disciplinary hearing.
Certainly.
That's my issue with this. That the Chris Steyn. That's why I say this is just a red herring, really. Chris Steyn has given a statement. It's recorded in the report that you are looking at. That is going to be part of the evidence in the disciplinary hearing. Why you choose to make it an issue that has a bearing on how you respond to a request for guidance on the suspension, it's the part that I don't understand.
Chair, in terms of Chris Steyn coming through as a witness and whatever said, yes, he'll have an opportunity at the disciplinary to deal with it. Remember, the disciplinary wasn't against him. He was a witness.
Yes.
He was an important witness for the city. And for an important witness to come there and then say, why must we lessen our case and the prospects of success in the city's case by calling a witness already who you know is not going to give evidence in support of the city's allegations? For me, it would not have supported it, because you know he's not giving evidence. What other evidence can we get to make sure that the city's case is strengthened? So that
Anyway,
is my
yes.
approach has been.
I've heard your answer, Mr. Behari.
Thank you. Mr. Behari, just look at paragraph 56 of your statement, please. See, let's try to read it again. You say there, absence of the statement from the complainant, Mr. Wicks, notwithstanding documented attempts by EMPD to procure his cooperation. So by this point, you know they've asked him for the statement and he doesn't want to give it.
Chair, there was no direct response to say, I'm not coming. There was just a letter from the chief of police to him. And I asked Erasmus, was there a statement forthcoming? There was no response from Jeff Wicks to say, I'm not prepared to come.
Yes, so you say there in your own words, notwithstanding documented attempts by MPD to procure his cooperation. So you knew at this point that they've asked for it,
yes,
and he was not providing it.
Well, I was asking for information about that. Has he provided it? Has he not prepared to come through? So there is engagements with Erasmus to say, but your chief has written to Jeff Wicks. Has he responded, or did he just keep quiet?
And let's assume that he did not come through. How does that then result in the charges against Mr. Mkhwanazi not being sustainable? Because that's what you say in the latter part of paragraph 56. You say these gaps, the 4 gaps you have identified, they pose foreseeable risk to the sustainability of the disciplinary proceedings. So you're basically saying without these things, the proceedings are not sustainable. This is the legal advice you're giving to people who are coming to you for advice. Explain to me how the absence of that statement renders the legal proceedings unsustainable.
The absence of the statement from Jeff Wicks, Chair, as the disputes arise in the disciplinary process, it was for me to say, as I said, to look at the value chain. Where did it emanate from? How do you finalize who comes in? It's not going to be it's not a sole determinant to say that these prospects are weak, or it's not going to be sustainable. But in the entire cycle, it emanates from someone, it emanates from Jeff Wicks. What did the EMPD deal with? And did the EMPD not know about this before? Before these blue lights issues, was it the first time that the EMPD became aware of this at this stage? So, in looking at holistically at the evidence, it was very important.
I don't want you to repeat yourself about the value chain. I don't want you to repeat yourself because you've already said that. I'm asking you a simple question. How does the absence affect the legal proceedings, the disciplinary proceedings continuing? Because they can continue without that statement. I just want you to accept that.
Chair, it can continue without
Could the
statement.
disciplinary proceedings continue without Mr. Wicks' statement?
It can continue.
Let's just stop there. Now, on Christine, you say Christine was not supporting the municipality's case. I don't understand how you can say that because earlier in your evidence in chief, unprompted, you were not prompted by anyone. You said these donations were irregular and unlawful. Now, Stein confirms that he registered the vehicles because Mkhwanazi said to him there were donations to the City of Ekurhuleni. So how can you then say what he says, I'm talking about Stein, does not support Ekurhuleni's case? Because the very thing you said unprompted, that it shows that these things were irregular, that's the statement from Stein.
Chair, I will reiterate, yes, unprompted. Those donations were unlawful.
Stop there.
Right.
Now, that information comes from Christine. And we can take you there if you want us to, because we've got Stein's letter in front of us.
Maybe, please, if I can look at that. If you say, does Christine say it was unlawful?
No, Christine is not a lawyer. Christine is a fleet controller.
Yeah.
Christine says, Mkhwanazi told me that CAT VIP services donated these vehicles to EMPD or Ekurhuleni. And he showed me a memorandum and a letter of donation. And I was satisfied that those documents were what he says they are, and I proceeded to register. Now, unprompted, you said that's unlawful and irregular.
Yes.
So what Stein says happened, you confirm that it's irregular and unlawful. So why then do you say Stein does not support the employer's case?
But Stein goes more, Chair. Stein goes more to that. He says, well, these things have been done in this process on other occasions.
But, Mr. Behari, you deal with those things by investigating them and charge those who were responsible in the past for doing similar things. It has nothing to do with whether you proceed or you do not proceed against Julius Mkhwanazi. If people have done something wrong in the past, and as a result of Stein's statement, you become aware of it, you investigate them and you charge them. That's how you deal with it. You do not say it impacts on the sustainability of the charges against Mkhwanazi. You do not say
Chair, no, Chair, respectfully, the issue of Christine going further to that and say it was done, that had an impact. Because if Mkhwanazi says he went to Christine, he asked him what was done, Christine says, come next day. He goes back, what do you need? So Christine, dealing with other transactions in that fleet and arrangement, guides him in this way. Then he took guidance from Christine. And that is why I'm saying I'm not saying it's unsustainable in total, but the witness is going to come and say, but I guided him, we're doing this. So how is it then to say that you haven't followed the process, which I agree, but now Christine guides in this way? So why not look at the impact, but why is Christine guiding something on a totally incorrect process? Then who knew about that stuff? Because it was not a donation in the way it is done in terms of the city. Could it be a donation dealt with by fleet and other departments in the province or whatever it is? But from the city side, from what we request from a donation, it is not the correct process.
So you're raising defenses for Julius Mkhwanazi. Is that what you're doing?
Chair, it is not an issue of raising defenses. It's an issue of looking at what could the possible defenses in terms of prospects of success, which affects us going forward. If these are the issues or the gaps that we identify, and we don't look at how we can close it, you can't wait for us to go into the open environment, whether it's disciplinary or bargaining council or courts, and then decide, no, these are the issues. It is not about that, Chair. It's about being proactive in the sense that it's not about a defense for Julius. It's about what the witness on behalf of the city is going to say. And is it a possibility that that court or whichever environment could take the city's, the witness of the city, which we called the witness. So I'm saying that it's not about a defense, Chair. It's about dealing with the issue and not waiting to lose a case and then.
Last question. I'm mindful of the lunch break. Now, you are head of legal for the City of Ekurhuleni, and an investigating person from Ekurhuleni comes to you with this information. When they look at paragraph 55 to 60 of your statement, where you say to them, these are material gaps, they have the effect of affecting the sustainability of disciplinary proceedings against Mukhwanazi. I mean, what did you expect Chris Erasmus to think looking at this? Because the effect of this is that we don't have a good case against Mukhwanazi. Isn't that the effect of this?
Chair, no. It is about becoming aware of what are the risks if we proceed in this form.
Exactly.
No, Chair, it's about becoming aware of what are the risks if we proceed in this form, and how do we as a city ensure that where we are doing the discipline, we are able to secure what our intended outcome would be. So in this serious note of what's been going on, our intention would be to secure. We can't go on a wishy-washy or say, okay, let's go on with the case, and then find maybe some way it'll be cured during the evidentiary issue. That's not the way I've been dealing with those methods. We look at and that is what I'm saying, that someone will say to you, but are you not overreaching your side?
I'm going to leave it there. I think
Let's adjourn and resume at 14:15.
are ready to resume with the afternoon session. It's 13 minutes past 2, but we are ready to start, so please switch off your cell phones. Thank you.
There are a couple of questions from
Yes.
Commissioner Baloyi.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Behari, you, in that last discussion, just before we broke, remember you were talking about what you took into account, what speech statement, and that it wasn't going to be helpful, so his evidence wouldn't be helpful. What I wanted to check with you was, did you point out difficulties where you say we don't have a statement from Weeks, we don't have a statement, Mzolo is non-committal, and what Mkwabe says as well. Did you consider what Mkwanazi himself said in the course of that investigation when you formed the view that the disciplinary proceedings, there was a risk that they are not sustainable? Did you take into account what they have drawn from Brigadier Mkwanazi in the investigation?
Can you refer me to that somewhere, Chair?
Well, one of the things he did was he provided MOUs that he said, these are the MOUs that were entered into between CAT VIP and the city. Did you consider those? Because they were given in the investigation.
Chair, I did consider that what he was about the MOUs.
You did or you did not?
I did consider that.
Yes.
The MOUs were not signed, from what I understood.
Yes.
And for him to have relied on an unsigned MOU would have made no sense.
Yes.
Because there's no approval by the, well, in that matter, there's two types. The MOUs are dealt with at different levels.
Yes.
Because an MOU in the structure in the City of Ekurhuleni is that it is non-committal. It cannot commit the city to anything.
Yes.
An MOU can be signed then by the Chief of Police. If it's a department, it's applied to all the department heads.
Yes.
So if it's concerning a department, the heads can sign it. If it's something having a wide-ranging city-wide impact, then the city manager is to sign that agreement. What I looked at, Chair, furthermore, in terms of that was, there was nothing, any indication of the statement by Lethal Tires and the statement by Jermaine Fortain speak to the process of going to get approval for the MOU. Jermaine Fortain, I think he was acting on instructions of Makunazi. He submitted that to the office of the Chief of Police. Lethal Tires confirmed she printed this email, those MOUs, and left it at that. There was thereafter nothing.
Yes.
There was nothing happened. So in terms of then was, did the chief consider it? Why didn't he call, if it was not something that should have been proceeded with further? I believe that, and that's one of the discussions where we said, but Chief of Police, the MOUs came to your attention or did not? Because from the trail.
Yes, they may have come to his attention. What I'm checking with you is you took into account what was in the file from the investigation, from Erasmus's investigation. Now we know from earlier evidence that was presented here that Brigadier Mkwanazi relied on these two MOUs, right, as authority for doing what he has done. Now, if you looked at them and you saw that they were not signed, you would have known they are not authority for what he did with the vehicles. You would have known that, and so you would have known that, in fact, he did not have authority to do this, and he knew he doesn't have authority because these MOUs are not signed. Right? That's a fair proposition to make, right? Now, if you are aware of that and you are looking at this docket, how do you still say that the charges against him are not sustainable?
Chair, because the MOUs that were taken, it shows that it was supported by Mkwanazi. That's a document I think I've seen. where he signed on the one which is supported by Mkunazi. The trail then leads to the chief of police, and my issue is then, it came to his attention, or it didn't come to his attention. What MOUs were put forward by Mkunazi to Steyn, to say we have a relationship, or we have this MOUs, that was incorrect. However, there was further than that. You have to go back and say, but then, Chief, what is the Chief's, and this is what I'm saying from the beginning, when my issues were, when I looked at the process, and I said these could be matters implicating the Chief of Police and senior management.
No, how does that implicate the chief? We are talking about what Brigadier Mkhwanazi puts forward as the document that authorized him. Forget the chief's signature. Brigadier Mkhwanazi provides what he considers a full answer to I was authorized. There was authority, and he has proof of it.
Yeah.
And the proof of it that he provides is not signed by anyone representing the city or with authority to represent the city. Now, you head of legal, you know this is not authority to do what he has done. Forget the chief. Maybe the chief was in dereliction of duty. He didn't sign. But we know in the course of this investigation, the chief says, I know nothing about this. He says that, right? And that's the evidence we have before us. He says, I didn't know anything about this. In fact, we know from the evidence of Commissioner Spies that even these memoranda, they were being questioned, about are these even genuine documents? Have they been made up? Sorry, I forget the correct word for it. But there was a question about even these documents, whether they had ever been served to anyone in the EMPD. But that's not even the thrust of my question to you. My question to you is, you have taken into account what the other people have said, what Chris Steyn has said. You've taken into account what you say is Gwabe's statement. And I think all that statement says is VIP or Medicare has given us 300,000 rand worth of stationery, so it has nothing to do with the charges that Brigadier Mkhwanazi is accused of. You've taken Mzolo's statement into account, and you want Jeff Wick's statement. So we know you've taken certain facts into account, but you do not take into account at all, at least according to your statement, because you don't deal with it in your statement. You don't take into account at all what Brigadier Mkhwanazi himself has said and done, which is contained in the investigation file. And yet you conclude that the charges against him are not sustainable. Maybe make me understand how you thought about it.
Chair, the issue of Brigadier Mkhwanazi didn't draw my attention because I accepted he had done something wrong. In the statement in which he signed the one, I think it was the one MOU that I've seen where he said supported, he had done something wrong in presenting that to Chris Steyn. That's beyond the thing. So in respect of what I discussed with Erasmus was to see then how do we concretize and make sure that we cover all our witnesses. Mkhwanazi will be coming in from a position of an accused person, so he will have his version. But from our side, from the city, what would our witnesses need to be for us to have a case that we don't have those issues? So I've considered that. What I'm saying is I didn't discuss that with Erasmus for the sake that it doesn't help the city's case to listen to him. We were looking at on the other witnesses.
But maybe let me say this to you, suggest this to you, that on Brigadier Mkhwanazi's own explanation as contained in that investigation report of Erasmus, which we have seen, just on his version, there was a case for the city. If you've read that report, you would know, and you've seen what he says, he offers as an explanation for what happened. You would have known and should have known that there is a case for him to answer, just on his version.
Chair, I agree with that. On his version, I agree with it.
Thank you. All right.
My issue was about our case going forward, because it still had to go into a disciplinary environment We still have to secure all the witnesses. So at the time when somebody is on the accused side, there's several issues that could have been raised. Hence, my intention was, let's just secure our side. What is within our control? Our control is the witnesses who will be testifying on behalf of the city to finalize and get a successful case. That is what my intention was.
Thank you, Mr. Behari. Thank you, Chair.
Just on a very limited aspect, Mr. Behari, just the aspect relating to the memorandum, let me call it the donation memorandum, just that limited aspect. You should have been aware, and in fact, I think you admit in response to Commissioner Baloyi's questions, you were aware that one of the documents that were given to Mr. Chris Steyn by Brigadier Mkhwanazi was this donation memorandum. You've already agreed. Now, I say limited or narrow issue in this sense. That donation memorandum was given to Mr. Chris Steyn to support this idea that there was, in fact, an agreement of donation between Ekurhuleni and CAT-VIP, correct?
That's correct.
You have said that there was in fact, no donation, correct?
Yes, it was not a procedural correct.
There was no donation.
Yes.
Simple and straightforward. And that immediately means that when Brigadier Mkhwanazi said to Chris Steyn there is in existence a donation, the proof of which is contained in the donation memorandum, he was misrepresenting the true position, correct?
It's correct. He was misrepresenting the fact that there was a donation.
Yes.
In the MOU. Also,
Yes.
for example, there was a approved MOU to support the fact that there was a donation.
Is there a need to explain? The question is simple. He was misrepresenting the true position. True position being that, in fact, there was no donation. Correct? Yes or no? It's a simple question.
There was, if you look at following through of the process,
Was there or wasn't there a donation?
They would have not.
You've already said there was not, correct?
There was no donation.
Yes. So I'm saying, when Brigadier Mkhwanazi says to Mr. Chris Steyn, there is a donation, and therefore please register these vehicles, he was misrepresenting the true position. It's a simple question. I don't know why you cannot simply agree that what I'm positing to you is correct.
May I, Chair, it is correct in terms of how you're positing to me that there was not donation because of the misrepresentation.
No. I'm not asking you. I'm past the question whether there was in fact a donation. I'm asking you a different question now. I'm asking you whether you agree that Brigadier Mkhwanazi was misrepresenting the true position. Do you agree or not?
I agree.
When I introduced my questions, I said I'm going to ask you questions on a very narrow or limited situation. Was that not enough to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi? He is lying about the true position, exposing the municipality to the possibility of these motor vehicles being registered in the name of the municipality on the basis that there is in existence a lawful donation, which there wasn't. Is that not enough to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi?
It is on its own enough to proceed with the
You say it is on its own enough?
For the disciplinary process.
Yes.
Right. But as I said, my looking at it holistically, there were other factors that had to be addressed, Chair. If I look at...
Just a minute, even before you substantiate on them. If you say that was enough to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi, would those factors have impacted negatively on what you agree was enough to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi?
It would have possibly impacted, in terms of the evidence trail and possible...
You love evidence trail, Brigadier... Mr. I'm sorry. You love this evidence trail. Yes, let me listen.
May I, Chair?
Yes, please.
Chair, on page 14 of my affidavit, on 62, I think earlier on in answering it, but we asked that, did you give a way forward?
Which paragraph? Which paragraph?
Paragraph 6.2. I think we referred to that earlier.
Yes.
And I said, in my engagements with Colonel Erasmus, if investigations were complete, charges could be proceeded with without extending the suspension. So, in what has been presented by in the docket itself, mine was to say to him, you can still proceed with the charges without extending these. And then you come back to 63. If the investigation required further statements, those should be obtained without delay. So, in all I'm trying to do, I'm pushing for credibility in terms of the way we finalize the process. If you relied only on the MOU and said, okay, now these are the donation process that was followed, the fact is Chris Steyn brings in, although he says the statements came through, or the MOU came to his knowledge, Mkhwanazi, which I agree, misrepresented Chris Steyn on that basis. But then he has a curveball, but this was the process. So surely he should have applied his mind and seen that this document is not approved. Did he merely take it by the word? And that is what I'm saying, that in terms of the evidence trail, did he merely look at an unsigned document? You can see there's no signatures there, yet he proceeds to do what he did.
You see, even in response to questions by Commissioner Baloyi, you did the same thing of suggesting that no. Actually, the chief of police was in the wrong here, basically saying he's the one who ought to have been charged. And now again, you seem to be suggesting the same thing, but this time about Mr. Chris Steyn. And the one person who is not in the wrong in your book is Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Everybody else is in the wrong, but not Brigadier Mkhwanazi.
Respectfully, Chair.
Yes.
I've said it very clearly. Mkhwanazi
misrepresented. I corrected Commissioner Spies when he said Mkhwanazi. There's no A there. It's Mkhwanazi. Mkhwanazi, please.
Mkhwanazi is in the wrong, or was in the wrong, in the misrepresentation. And I Chair, again, I'm focusing on the fact is...
Did you ever say that anyway? You accept now that he was in the wrong, and you've accepted a few questions back when I engaged you that he could be disciplined on that. Are you on record anywhere as having said that? Nowhere. Are you?
Chair, because I was focusing on our city's case.
On your evidence trail.
On my evidence trail.
Which you so love, yes.
Yeah. Chair, my apologies, Chair, if I'm offending.
Yes.
But if you allow me, then...
Yes.
I was in that environment. Mkhwanazi also already accepted there were allegations within him. That is why I didn't focus on him and what he's... I focused on what is our case as a city. What do we need to ensure that we cover up all the loopholes so that we have a successful case against Mkhwanazi. The same issue was my concern on the chief of police. And if he says, I'm hearing now that he says that the document never came before, he denied it. I looked at that stage of the affidavit of Jermaine Fortin. I looked at the affidavit of Lethal Tires, his secretary, who printed those documents and left there. So those were the issues in the engagement. So in terms of getting us with all the witnesses, so if Chief of Police comes now and says, no, I was not aware of it, then surely Chief of Police will be called in some way to answer, even not as an implicated or accused person, but as in the witness environment, which he would have been testifying. So in order to strengthen the city's case, Chair, This is why.
Who denied what document? Somewhere in this response you said somebody denied some document. Who denied what document?
If I may, I don't know if I'm quoting what you stated Commissioner Baloyi, when you said Chief came and said that the documents did not come. Maybe, I don't know if I misunderstood that. But
all right. No, I just wanted to be. You see, what confuses me is that my focus is on Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Now, when you go on and quite wide, I get confused along the way.
Again, Chair.
Now, did you, in this lengthy advice to Colonel Erasmus, did you anywhere say, of all the things I'm saying, but we have a good case on which Brigadier Mkhwanazi may be disciplined? And that case is that he has misrepresented that there is in existence the donations memorandum.
Chair.
On that, we have a good case. Did you say that to Erasmus? Did you say that to Erasmus?
Chair, I did not say that
to Colonel Erasmus. I'm very sorry for not using this
I did not say that
title.
to Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus, because I've accepted that the Brigadier's Mkhwanazi's statements also confirm that he did misrepresent to Christine. My focus has always been on what is our case, because when I find that when people in an environment in many courts will come through and can change, so we can secure from a cities-wide position and secure that Christine in no way puts the city's case at risk. And these are the other issues. So that is what my interest was. So when I said to Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus in paragraph 62, if the investigation was complete, so if he felt it was complete, proceed without extending the suspension, because...
You see, my difficulty is that of all the many things you said, and of all the many difficulties you said were facing the EMPD, not once do you say, but we have a good case here. That's my problem.
Chair,
It's like you just did not want to make any pronouncement against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. So of all the many things, the difficulties and everything else that you raise, not once do you say, however, we have a very good case against Brigadier Mkhwanazi on this narrow or on this limited aspect. Nowhere.
Chair, as I said, for me, engaging with him, I accepted the MOU story, I accepted the fact of the operational plan issues. My focus was then on us concretizing our case. And hence I said to him, if you feel that all the investigations are complete,
That's
proceed.
about your case. That's about your case. What I'm raising with you is about your case. It may not have been about the entire case, but it was a crucial part of the case because it related to the registration of the motor vehicles. That was a crucial issue. That was a key part of the case against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. Why are you silent about that?
Chair, it was a key point, it was a key issue with regard to the case against Mkhwanazi for the donations. The issue would be on the witnesses of Christine, because that is, it's not about him just being disciplined, Chair. It's about him testifying on behalf of the city. Says that you are I've received a letter of donation.
Who testifying for the city? Who?
Christine.
I'm talking about Brigadier Mkhwanazi, the case which is quite strong. You've accepted yourself. You've accepted that on this, there's a misrepresentation.
Yes.
And you've also accepted, quite early on when I was engaging you, you've accepted that this was a prosecutable case. This was a case on which he could be disciplined. You've accepted that.
Chair, I confirm that.
Yes.
I've accepted that.
Yes.
But beyond that, beyond a prosecutable case, the actual process to continue with the prosecution and to make sure that there's a successful prosecution, that is where my focus was on. So in engaging with any Erasmus, this is what I'm saying to him. How do we close the loopholes? If the witness that's coming to show that he processed the donations, and then he received a MOU which was unsigned, at the very face value, he should have realized that it is not approved. and raise a question with
On this limited aspect, you did not need Mr. Chief Wicks. Agree? On this narrow, on what I've been referring to as a limited or narrow issue, you did not need Mr. Chief Wicks.
No,
correct?
on that issue, we did
Just
not
this
need,
limited
we
issue.
did not need Jeff Wicks.
Yes,
but
okay.
remember, I was looking at this docket and the possible charges. There were almost six charges, I think.
You've already said you did not need him. On this narrow, limited issue, you did not need Deputy Chief Mzolo.
No, I did not need Mzolo.
Yes. On this narrow issue, you did not need DCP Kwabe.
In terms of speaking to the donations, especially with the 300,000 donations, what we understood by the process.
Throughout in my debate with you, leading up to your agreement that he could be disciplined, Major Brigadier Mkhwanazi could be disciplined. Throughout, there's been no mention of a statement by Mr. Kwabe. Your agreement was based on the fact that there was a misrepresentation by Brigadier Mkhwanazi, and that just on that basis he could be disciplined. That has nothing to do with DCP Kwabe. Do you agree?
On the narrow constraint you referred to,
Yes.
based on Mkhwanazi's.
I deliberately referred to it as a limited or narrow issue. Do you agree that that did not need DCP Kwabe?
No, on that particular issue, no. But Christine was important in that. Chair.
Thank you. You didn't need him. That's your answer. Then the letter from Fleet. Yes, definitely. You did need Mr. Chris Stein, but I'm not sure about the letter. But definitely, he would have had to be a witness. But I'm not sure about the letter you are referring to. I will stop.
Ms. Nobe, can I just finish off on the earlier topic? Just to correct. Just to correct what you say in your statement, at paragraph 58, where you speak about DCP Kwabe's statement, which suggested that the entire senior management team of EMPD had knowledge of CAT VIP's involvement in EMPD operations. That's in your statement at paragraph 58. Now, DCP Kwabe's statement is in a file, it's in the Kolani Neza file. You should have it there, and it's file 2 of 2, page 277. File 2 of 2, annexures at 277. I've read it, nowhere does it speak to what you are saying in that paragraph. And so your paragraph 58 misrepresents what that statement says, and this was part of the investigation file that was conducted by Mr. Erasmus. All it says is, and it's a bit on the long side, and I don't want to read it unless the chair says it's necessary to read it into the record. You can have a quick read to refresh yourself, but you will see, and you should agree with me, that it says nothing about the entire senior management team of EMPD having knowledge of CAT VIP's involvement in EMPD operations.
Chair, there is a document that I looked at. I'll find the document. I'm not sure if it's supplementary, but it referred to a report being sent through on the training. I'm not sure if it's here. I can't read.
Yes, this statement speaks
when
about
I was
the
giving
training.
the training academy report back in one of the chief senior management team. So the training report, I'm not sure, the training report is not exactly here for the contents, but the training report would have been in terms of the training and the monies received.
Yes.
So if you gave the chief senior management team would have been then the chief of police and the divisional heads, so I indicated the course is continuing due to assistance from the private company that printed the issues. So they would have aware of that then, the private company, in terms of linked that as per the 300 books. So that is what I was referring to, Chair. So if it's interpreted as saying that no, but this is what I took, the senior management team was
Yes.
briefed by Gwabe as to,
Maybe that did happen, but in this case, you have the file, so you're making these comments from Mr. Erasmus's file. This is after Mr. Erasmus speaks to you,
Yes.
and you don't say a report to senior management team. You say the content of DCP Gwabe's statement, which suggested that the entire senior management, what I'm pointing out to you is this statement, which on the evidence before us was part of what was collected during the investigation. This statement says nothing that supports what you're saying in paragraph 58.
Chair, I was talking to this paragraph 5.
Which paragraph 5?
Paragraph 5 of Gwabe's statement. When I was giving Training Academy report back in one of the chief senior management team, I indicated the course is continuing. So in the reporting of your team, if you look at follow the thread, it spoke about the 300 and the 300 or the donations and so on, or what was required. Hence, I should have added there that is the external donor. So the external donor came from, I think it was, but somebody linked in
Mr.
that link.
Behari, in that statement, you say that, in fact, firstly, the assistance came from Medicare 24. It didn't come from the CAT VIP. So what you're saying in your paragraph 58 is not correct. There was no assistance for stationery from CAT VIP, so it's not correct what you're saying. So on that point alone, can we agree that the training came from Medicare 24, or the stationary assistance, not from CAT VIP? So you're not correct to say it came from CAT VIP. We've agreed that. 2, nothing in this paragraph 5 says the senior management of EMPD were aware of CAT VIP's involvement in the operations of EMPD. There's nothing, however you choose to read the statement of DCP Gwabe, no way does it confirm what you are saying in your paragraph 58. Can we agree that?
We can agree that, Chair. I just want to know, in terms of the private company, so the evidence has been showing that the Medicare, okay, I accept it was not CAT VIP, but Medicare. It seemed to be those 2 companies that were together in the involvement at City of Ekurhuleni. But when it says, I indicated that the course is continuing due to the assistance we got from the private company.
Yes, that's not CAT VIP.
No.
He doesn't say that. You see, what you represent in paragraph 58 is very specific. You can't change the CAT VIP that you've put in there to now read as if it's not there. You have said, Gwabe confirmed the involvement of CAT VIP in the affairs, in the operations of EMPD, and you say it's in his statement. His statement makes no mention of CAT VIPs, right? Of CAT VIP, it doesn't mention it. That's all I'm checking with you. Firstly, that you accept the statement doesn't say what you have said in your paragraph 58. But 2, I'm also making the correction that the stationary assistance did not come from CAT VIP. It came from Medicare 24.
No, I accepted that.
Okay.
I'm saying I agree with the Medicare, but it was from a private company.
Yes.
And that they ought to have known where the donations came from.
Yes. And then still in that file, if you would go to page 282. And there are 2, this is the intention to suspension letter. It should read intention to suspend. And the employee is Judas Mkhwanazi, then Director Specialized Services. And it is signed by Ms. Niza Kashek and Ms. Kasheka. And it has provision for signature by Chief of Police. They copied the Chief of Police. Now there are 2 parts to it. And I would like to start at page 282, the lower part of it, where the terms, where they talk about the employer has reasonable cause to believe that given your position, and they're addressing Brigadier Mkhwanazi at the time, Director Mkhwanazi, your position and role in the municipality, your presence in the workplace may one, jeopardize the investigation that are required to be conducted on the matters raised herein. Two, you may interfere with potential witnesses. What should be 3 is numbered 2 again. It says you may commit further acts of misconduct. Now, when you speak to Mr. Erasmus, and you say in your paragraph 62 of the statement, if they complete charges should be proceeded with without extending the suspension. Did you have any regard to the potential to interfere with witnesses, which was a condition, which was an explanation why he was suspended? Did you have regard to the potential to commit further acts of misconduct? And if you did consider them, why did you advise Mr. Erasmus that if you have completed your investigation, he must come back to work?
Chair, I did consider the concerns raised here, or the issues stipulated here. And why I advised Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus to proceed immediately with the proceedings, the disciplinary proceedings, because there is a provision in the disciplinary code. If you proceeded on, when I met Colonel Erasmus, or Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus, before the 24th, when the suspension would have expired, if you proceeded with that, then you can have this provision for the further period to continue to be extended for a further 3 months. That's in, I think, 16.4 of the disciplinary code as well. So if the disciplinary process is started, they'll continue to be on suspension.
No. He is suspended for 3 months. The letter says that. He's suspended for 3 months. At least that was the evidence, that the suspension is for 3 months. Now, you say to Mr. Erasmus, if you have completed the investigation, proceed to charge without extending the suspension. Without extending the suspension is let it lapse. So he will come back to work. That's what it means. It needed to be extended if it was going to endure beyond 3 months. You accept that. It would have to be extended.
That is what the initial period provided for is 3 months.
Yes. And you say to Mr. Erasmus, to Colonel Erasmus, that proceed to charge, but do not extend the suspension. That's what you're saying.
Chair, because if you proceeded to charge, 16.4 of the disciplinary code, Chair, the suspension or utilization of the employee in another capacity, so the suspension for a fixed period and a predetermined period is stated there for the 3 months. However, where circumstances prohibit the conclusion of the disciplinary proceedings, so if you're charging, that means you're starting off the disciplinary proceedings. Right. Then the time frames could be extended for a further 3 months.
Yes.
So ENSA asked him to proceed immediately. Because if you proceeded immediately, it's still on suspension. That is a week before that actual suspension. If he proceeded with it, terminated, he would have been then to ask for a further 3 month suspension. And the proceedings here, once the proceedings start, the suspension continues.
No, it doesn't continue automatically, Mr. Behari. It's a suspension for a fixed period. It's for 3 months. And that's why there's a request to extend, right? It doesn't continue in perpetuity. There's 3 months period, and there's a request to extend it because of a recognition that if it is not extended, it will expire. That's why Mr. Erasmus comes to you. He didn't need you to say to him, charge him now, so that the extension carries on, if that was the position. He came to you because of the realization that we are about to have this suspension expire. So he comes to you, and you advise and say, charge him without extending.
Yes, Chair. If you charge, I said before, if you charged him immediately on that day, say the next day, the proceedings would have started effectively. And then 16.4, in my assessment, kicks in. 16.4 of the disciplinary code to say that if it is not possible to finish it, the suspension continues for a further 3 months.
Can you read that into the record?
16.4 of the Disciplinary Code. The suspension or utilization of the employee in another capacity shall be for a fixed period and determined period and shall not exceed a period of 3 months. So that's where we're sitting with. From the date that the municipal manager or his authorized representative is satisfied that there is a prima facie case that an act of misconduct has been confirmed. That date then would have been the 12th of April from when NISA decided that there is a case to carry on with. Then the 3 months would have then came to an end for the suspension on the 24th. But if you proceeded immediately, because it is serious, we are saying that it is a serious issue. If you proceeded immediately, that means you still had for an extended period until...
No, I asked that you read it into
sorry,
the record.
okay.
The rest will be a debate about what it means. I needed you to read it into the record.
All right. So it says, however, circumstances prohibit the conclusion, where circumstances prohibit the conclusion of the disciplinary proceedings within the aforementioned time frames, such suspension or utilization in another capacity can be extended for a further 3 months.
Yes.
Yeah.
Suspension can be extended. It doesn't extend automatically. It can be extended. That's the operational word. So the extension is defensible. You can defend it on the basis of the clause that you have read. That's how you defend the extension. You say it is authorized by 16.4 to extend
Yes.
the suspension. It doesn't extend automatically.
Mr. Chair, I accept that. What I'm saying is, given the veracity, the seriousness of what has been raised, and my saying to proceed immediately if your investigations are complete, proceed immediately. And then once the first time for which to finish the initial period for the first 3 month period would have ended in the 12th of July. Then when the other cases are going on, there would have been a strong case to make out to say, no, let's proceed for that in itself would be the HOD-HR would have had that way to grant the extension. And given the entire process, she could have granted it. So I'm saying this was a way of which I thought could have been a way forward as well.
Okay. And then lastly, from me at least, still at that page 282, and this goes to, I just want you to look at what the charges were, and then on the back of this very past conversation that you've had with the chairperson about what letters you required or what statements you still required. I just want you to look at the charges. The first charge is gross dishonesty in respect of a letter of confirmation allegedly issued by you on or about the 21st of October 2021. Do you remember what that was about?
I think that letter was to whom it may concern.
Yes, that this man, that whoever is the bearer of this letter.
His work, yes.
Yes. So that didn't require Zolo, Weeks, and Kwabe, and Stein to say anything, right?
No, Chair, on its own, it did not require, if you proceeded with that charge.
Yes.
To say that you issued a letter, which was, he didn't have the authority to issue such a letter, a blanket letter.
Yes.
Because we do not know who could have been using the letter for what purposes.
Yes.
Yes.
So what I'm saying to you is that the shortcomings that you have listed here as potentially risky to any disciplinary proceedings, none of them are applicable to that charge. It has nothing to do with it.
Specifically on that, no, Chair.
This particular charge, right? The second one, it says failure to perform your tasks diligently and to the best of your abilities by issuing an unauthorized letter to civilians. It's still the same thing.
In the same letter.
Allegations of gross dishonesty and possible corruption by receiving a donation in excess of limits as prescribed by council. Here we know it's at 300, at least that's what we were told. It related to the 300,000 training materials.
That's not correct, Chair. There's no limitation to the amounts of donation you can receive.
Yes. No, I'm not debating whether there is such a thing. I'm saying this charge, allegations of dishonesty, this did not involve Mr. Wicks at all. You didn't need a statement from Mr. Wicks for this.
No,
you didn't need a statement from Mr. Stein for this. Or you didn't even have to take into account Mr. Stein's statement about this.
Yes, well...
Okay. All right. and you did not need Mzolo for this. Maybe you needed Gwabe. We do have an affidavit from Gwabe.
Just for clarity, Chair, if I may.
Yes.
On Roman numeral 3, allegations of gross dishonesty and possible corruption by receiving a donation in excess of the limits as prescribed by council policy. Chair, this is for me an incorrect charge. I mean, what are the limits prescribed in council? So these are the issues we have to look at.
Maybe it is an incorrect charge, but it's not one of the things you listed in your statement as one of your areas of concern. So remember what we are doing. The exercise that we are doing now is you have told us from paragraph 56 up to 59 what you pointed out as areas that would undermine the case of the city, of the municipality, right, if not addressed. So I'm working on that basis. And I'm saying Roman figure 3 relates to the donation for printing material. That's a charge. It would have failed, maybe, because, if you are correct, it may have failed because there's no limit to donations. But that's not what you have said here in your statement. You don't say, I told Erasmus that that charge will not succeed because there are no limits. You're not saying no limits to donations. That's not what you're saying to him.
Chair,
Yes.
The engagement with Erasmus was holistically and a generalistic issue of what I believe. Now here, in terms of Roman numeral 3, firstly, it's not because if the vehicles were being donated, that's a donation. The 300,000 donated for the materials was also a donation. So if we're saying that this part 3 refers to the 300,000, which I can't see specifically here, normally, you go and explain which specifically is. So if it's a 300,000, then it would have been Gwabe. It would have been Stein, because he's also then dealing with the vehicles issue. So there's 2 important aspects to clarify from them. It would not have needed Jeff Wicks, because Jeff Wicks has done a thing. But it could have been needed Mzolo, because Mzolo's part of this entire process spoke to the continuation of instructions that Mzolo gave to Mkonazi during that acting period.
Okay.
So hence I'm saying, if you look at that is my response to Chair.
All right. Let's do Roman figure 4. Allegations of violating council policy by not declaring the donation so received and or not submitting said donation to the finance department of the municipality. So we know we are not talking about vehicles in Roman figure 4.
Chair,
And I would like you to say in your statement, paragraph 56, 57, 58, 59, which you say relates to this Roman figure 4 charge.
yeah, so you are talking about the vehicles. If you're talking about a donation, Chair, you're talking about a donation irrespective of the form. It could be in cash or it could be in other assets.
Mr. Behari, in Roman figure 4, what do you see referring to vehicles? Why do you think anything in Roman figure 4 refers to vehicles?
It says allegation. So in Roman numeral 3, we speak about donations generally. So in terms of 2 donations pertinent to this matter was the vehicles, and then it was although we said it was an irregular process. Right.
So you're saying he was being charged for not declaring to finance vehicles that have been donated to the municipality. Is that what you say this charge was about?
So that is what I'm saying. He's been charged for all the donations, with the 300,000 plus the vehicles.
Yes.
Now,
But we agreed did not have anything to do with Mr. Wick's statement. You didn't need a Mr. Wick statement for this charge.
I agreed on that with Wicks itself, Chair.
Okay, let's move on to 5. Allegations of allowing and or directing Metro Police officers under your command to perform illicit and or unauthorized duties, operations. Can you agree it has nothing to do with Mr. Wick's statement or absence of? It has nothing to do with the absence of a statement from Deputy Chief Mzolo. It has nothing to do with the statement of DCP Gwabe that we have discussed, and has nothing to do with the letter from Mr. Stein. Can we agree that?
Chair, before I come into agreeing or not, I'm not aware of what this is. So it's allegation of allowing and or directing Metro Police officers under your command to perform illicit or unauthorized duties, operations. I'm not sure what that was referring to specifically.
Exactly the point. Why would you say that the case against him on this charge 5 is unsustainable if you know nothing about it? All you have is charge 5 written the way that it is, but you express a view that the case against Brigadier Mkhwanazi is at risk. The charges may not be sustainable. And yet you say you know nothing about that Roman figure 5.
It doesn't specify to what incident specifically is being referred
Yes,
to.
I see that.
Right. Now, in terms of the witnesses that have been, the statements that have been on the file itself, there was nothing then to say that this witness is going to deal with this charge and so on. So hence, that is why I asked, is your investigation is complete, proceed. But there's no indication here. And I understand allegation of allowing undirected Metro Police officers. There's no allegation supported by the evidence or the witnesses' statements to say that Mkhwanazi.
It's not one of the things you point out, is my point to you, Mr. Behari, that it's not one of the things you point out in your advice or in your conversation with Mr. Erasmus. You don't say to him, go and get more information about the charge 5. You are very specific about what you say are the shortcomings. You've named them, and we can't walk away from that. You've named what you identified as shortcomings, and all I'm putting to you, or I'm discussing with you, is these shortcomings that you have identified. None of them speak to charge 5. It's simply that.
So I'll have to cross-reference in that. Is it anywhere in that investigation bundle that you can refer this letter to me?
What do you want to see in the investigation?
I'm going to see that this document itself, whether it was included in the Erasmus bundle.
Well, if it wasn't included in the Erasmus bundle, I'll be very worried, because then you expressed a view about the prospects of a disciplinary hearing when you don't know what the charges are.
No.
So in your favor, I assume you've seen this charge sheet. When you say to Mr. Erasmus, this case may be at risk, in that the charges may not be sustainable.
Chair, I dealt with the response to Erasmus in looking at the statements that he had been provided by the witnesses.
So you did not see the charge sheet?
As I said, I want to just see if I have not missed it perhaps in that, but I didn't recall to this extent here. But
yeah, Mr. Behari, I would expect that you have seen this charge sheet. If you are going to express a view, you could not express a view based on statements in the file. You would have looked at what are the charges, and then looked at what the statements, what is the evidence that they say they have collected to prove these charges. And if you did not do that, then I won't even call it dereliction of duty. If you did not have the charge sheet in front of you, then it is even more concerning that you would have expressed views about the prospects of a disciplinary hearing if you didn't have the charge sheet in front of you. And it is a charge sheet. I would expect you to remember it, that you saw it or not.
Chair, I looked at the investigation report.
Yes.
The investigation report of Erasmus, or when there was a request for disciplinary tribunal,
Yes.
the document signed by the chief was saying allegations.
Okay. If you look at that bundle,
Yeah.
the very first page, investigation report starts at page 17 to 286. This page is 282. So you did have this suspension letter in front of you.
I'm
If
just
you
checking
say
for
you
it
have the investigation.
in the bundle, Chair, in the bundle that was provided. Is that part of the investigation report?
Yes, it is. So
Okay,
you would have had it in front of
Let
you.
me accept. So
The
in the
point, without taking any further time from Ms. Sigal Ngube, the point I was making to you, I sought to make in this exercise, was to demonstrate to you that if you had had regard to these charges, if you had proper regard to these charges, you would have seen that the charges that are being put to Brigadier Mkhwanazi did not depend their success, in fact, the success of the disciplinary hearing did not depend on the things that you have listed here as material that must still be procured, and therefore not advising on the extension of the suspension. It's really all that I needed to demonstrate.
No, Chair, as I've mentioned, I've looked at it, the entire report of Erasmus. And in terms of the charges here, and I'll have to still look at the way the document fits in that. The charges here, it doesn't seem like 5 has any links to anywhere in the report. So hence my question is, from what I've detected or what I've considered, these were the questions I've posed in terms of the witnesses. So if there was such a thing where that was very clear, could have who were the witnesses still required, or whether it was addressed in the witness list that it was there.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Behari. Mr. Mube.
Thank you, Commissioner. Mr. Behari, just for your benefit, that document that Commissioner Baloy is referring to, if you stay in the annexure bundle that she's been dealing with, page 21, it has an index of evidence collected during investigation, which is part of the investigation report. If you go to page 21. Do you have it?
Page 21, I've got it. Yeah.
Index of evidence collected during investigation. And if you go to page 22, you'll see that the last document there says intent to suspend, suspension letter of Brigadier J. Mkwanazi.
Yes.
And that's the document she was exploring with you.
Okay.
So it was part of the file.
Okay.
Thank you, Ms. Sigal.
Thank you.
Then can I just go back to not the merits of your guidance that you gave to Colonel Erasmus, because that's been explored fully by the commissioners. I want to go to your involvement in the extension itself, as set out in your statement at page 13, paragraph 54.
Paragraph 54, yes.
Yes. Now, you will recall that you say in your statement that Mr. Colonel Erasmus came to you in late May 2023. You are responding in your statement to allegations made by, amongst others, Mr. Ngiza. Can we go to his statement? It would be one of the files that has been provided to you. And I want to go to page 17, where he speaks about the extension and the events that transpired. Paragraph 43, Chair. Page 17 of Mr. Ngiza's statement. Do you have it?
Yes, I do.
Paragraph 43. In the middle of May 2023, Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus raised concerns with me about the possible expiration of Brigadier Mkwanazi's 3-month suspension period. The suspension was due to expire on 24 May 2023. I advised him that if the EMPD required an extension of Brigadier Mkwanazi's suspension period, they must submit a written motivation signed by Chief Mapieye. That request must then be addressed to Ms. Kasheka, HODHR. I received the extension request and discussed it with Ms. Kasheka, and she agreed to sign and extend the suspension. On or about 22 May 2023, it was submitted to Ms. Kasheka. On the night of 23 May 2023, I received a missed call from Dr. Mashazi. I called her back some 30 minutes after the timestamp of the missed call. She had found out about the request for the extension of Brigadier Mkwanazi's suspension period. In that call, Dr. Mashazi was very aggressive and accused me of being personal, hateful, and that I was targeting Brigadier Mkwanazi. She held at me and told me that Chief Mapieye and I hate Julius. Then if we can go to paragraph 47, I calmly explained to Dr. Mashazi that I don't even have the power to suspend employees and extend their suspension periods. I attempted to explain that the powers vest in Ms. Nkasheka as the Human Resources HOD. Dr. Mashazi shouted that she will also call her, referring to Ms. Nasheka, and will tell her that Brigadier Mkhwanazi is coming back to work. And then if we skip the next paragraph, go to 49. I immediately tried to call Chief Mapiyeye, but I could not reach him. Finally, we spoke later that day, and Chief Mapiyeye informed me that he had also received a nasty telephone call from Dr. Mashazi. He shared that Dr. Mashazi had told him in no uncertain terms that this Brigadier Mkhwanazi must come back to work. On that day, I also attempted to reach Ms. Kasheka unsuccessfully. She responded to me late that night. At around 0049, I received a WhatsApp from Ms. Kasheka saying, please draft a resumption of duty letter for Brigadier Mkhwanazi as he is resuming duties today. She mentioned in another message that I hope Chief contacted him. Now, I want to place you in this sequence of events. Were you the person that told Dr. Mashazi about the request for an extension?
No. I spoke to Dr. Dr. Mashazi about the considerations I had in that document. There was nothing about extension. The only extension that request came to me was to support was from Erasmus. The issue of the extensions, I know nothing about. As I said, in terms of the process going forward, it would have been, the ultimate decider would have been HOD-HR. I assisted about 2 weeks, or within the last week of May, to assist in terms of a compliance comment to support the extension. I was not involved in that process.
Now, you would have seen what he says in his statement, that he was approached in the middle of May already regarding the extension. I think my difficulty in accepting the version that you are putting forward before the Commission, that Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus approached you on guidance regarding the suspension, is that the extension of the suspension, is that at this point a request was already in the process of being made. As you had said earlier on, the HR process for the extension was already underway. So it is difficult to understand why somebody from Internal Affairs, Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus, who had now given the matter over to Mr. Ngiza, who is an HR specialist, you will accept that, correct? Yeah. And then would come to you, somebody that hasn't been involved in the process at all, to ask you for guidance on what could possibly be the eve of the decision being made. But the request was already submitted to Ms. Kasheka.
Chair, I'm not sure. As I said, this was when I looked at the statements from Neza, but that he came to me to support. Maybe this is why he understood the difficulties and he asked if I could support such a thing, because I am not aware from the process going to the HR via DH Neza, as per what you said. I only know that when he came to me, Colonel Erasmus came to me, it was about can I support the extension of the suspension. These are uncovered later on during the evidence and the record.
No, Mr. Behari, you said when you spoke to him, he told you that the extension process was already with HR. That was your evidence earlier on. And he was just coming to you for guidance. Yeah. Now, why is he coming to you for guidance on a process that is already underway and a decision which, according to Mr. Ngiza, Ms. Kasheka is in support of? She's going to approve the extension. Then what happens is you get involved and all of a sudden there's a change of heart. Ms. Kasheka gets told, according to Mr. Ngiza, that she mustn't approve the extension.
Chair, I've not discussed the issue of the extension request to City Manager. I discussed with City Manager giving an update on the issues I found in the file. I did not talk to the extension issues in terms of granting. I'll only explain to what my discussions were with Erasmus in terms of what I found in the file. Erasmus came to me to support the extension. Perhaps he thought that I could have assisted them and it would have made the decision of Kasheka easier. I wasn't aware of all of the other engagements in terms of the threats and so on. I wasn't aware of that.
Well, of the role players involved, it can only be one of two people, possibly, that told Dr. Mashazi. It was either you or it was Ms. Kasheka. But we know at some point she was in favor of the extension and then she changes her mind. Chief Mapiyeye wouldn't have told, and neither would Ms. Ngiza, because they say she found out about it.
I mentioned to Ms. Mashazi, Dr. Mashazi, that there was a request to look at the docket to support an extension. These are the issues I've picked up. Beyond that, I was not involved in the further process. So I had a discussion to talk about the documents that I found and the process I found, which needed to be addressed further. And not to, because if that was the case, I wouldn't have then proceeded to look at suggesting, let's proceed immediately with the disciplinary process. If there was something that I was waiting, because I suggested to Henny Erasmus, Lieutenant Colonel, that you can proceed immediately. If it was a matter of me now trying to impact that and giving her update, why would I suggest something like this to proceed immediately?
Mr. Behari, in all that you've just said now, you have admitted that you informed Dr. Mashazi about the request for the extension of the suspension.
Chair, I mentioned earlier on when you asked me, did you give an update who you communicated with? And I did communicate to Dr. Mashazi. She was, in terms of giving an update on the issues. So when I said to Erasmus, it was not mine to say, no, stop it. I do not know what was going to be the resultant impact of that. Because I have to give an update to the HOD, to the city manager to say, this is where I found, I think we must concretize our case this way. And I've spoken to Erasmus about that. And I suggested in paragraph 62, let's proceed to Erasmus, Lieutenant Colonel, let's proceed immediately.
Why do you need to give an update to the city manager? She's not part of the process. According to Ms. Ngiza, he isn't even authorized to grant the suspension, the extension. It must be motivated by Chief Mapiyeye and approved by Ms. Ngiza. The city manager has no involvement. Kasheka, my apologies. Kasheka. So on what basis then do you feel that you should inform the city manager about a process which, when she gave evidence here herself, said that she doesn't get involved in that process?
The city manager doesn't get involved in the process because it's delegated to the HOD. But when that initial suspension happened, the initial suspension, I think sometimes in February, Gasheka, the city manager was aware of the process and that there was suspension. There are these allegations, there are serious allegations about CAT VIP and so on. So my response to city manager Dr. Mashazi was as a result of her being aware of that process. So she knew about the involvement or the suspension, which at the beginning was involved, and I understand she knew about it and there was no objection at that stage. But to go further than from what I involved, everything that we deal with, and you escalate it and you say to the city manager, I've dealt with the stuff, this is where the process is. I didn't know that thereafter what was the take on that.
Mr. Behari, why did you feel the need to go inform the city manager about the request by Chris Erasmus? Because it has nothing to do with her. It's an HR issue that can be dealt with by HR people. You've already said she's aware of the serious allegations. So you don't need to tell her about those. They come to you as head of legal, seeking legal advice on the extension of a suspension. That has nothing to do with the city manager. You then go and tell her that Erasmus is seeking the extension of the suspension. So the very first question that was put to you, was it you? It could only have been you. Your initial answer was no. But then in the course of answering other questions, you actually admitted that it was you who told the city manager about the request to extend the suspension.
Chair, I think when it was at the very outset, when I was asked about who did you brief on it, I mentioned city manager and I mentioned the HOD. Now, in terms of the relationship, when I spoke to Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus, after that, I had to brief the city manager, say, right, on this issue, critical issue, this is what the next stage is. I'm asked to support an extension, and I've dealt with it and engaged with Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus. So thereafter, whatever happened, transpired from there, who was called and so on, I don't know, Chair.
But the question is, why do you brief the city manager? This level of employee, Kwanazi, doesn't fall with, as I've understood the evidence, he's not in the category of people where the city manager becomes involved with his disciplinary action or disciplinary action against him. And that the city manager confirmed that, doesn't belong there. You speak to Erasmus, as Commissioner Khumalo says, because Erasmus has come to you to ask for guidance according to you. Why are you discussing this with the city manager? It's not, if you're concerned about briefing the city manager to keep in the loop, it seems to me that's a job for HOD, Human Resources, not your burden. You don't get to grant extensions of suspension. You have nothing to do with this process other than Erasmus has come and spoken to you now. Why are you speaking to the city manager about a mid-level manager?
Chair, the issue was greater than a mid-level manager. The issue was about the involvement of CAT VIP and Medicare 24 in our city. The city manager at that level must, when she decided to go on and approve the initial or talk to the suspension initially, would have to be briefed into the process of flow in terms of what are we uncovering, how are we supporting that to finalize the disciplinary.
Is your short answer that Dr. Mashazi was involved with this disciplinary steps and process against Brigadier Mkhwanazi? Is that the short answer to what I've said?
The initial complaint came through, it became aware of the entire city. She's the accounting officer of the city.
Yes.
So as that, there was an interest in terms of what is happening with the matter.
No,
so,
she didn't ask you. You went, your evidence is, you met with her and then you told her this, among other things. So this is not a case of she called you, at least that's not what you've said, that she called you and asked you what's happening. You were talking to her and you mentioned this.
Yes.
And the question is, but this is none of her business at this point. There's an ongoing disciplinary process. And all that you have been asked, by the way, is to, according to you, to give guidance on extending a suspension. That's all you've been asked. Erasmus didn't approach you to discuss and get advice on the merits of this disciplinary action. He's come to you in your statement to get guidance on the extension. What is there to discuss with the city manager? Why are you speaking to the city manager about this? And I want to propose something to you, that you're discussing this with her because you know her interest. Interest not as neutral, but because she's close to Mkhwanazi. You know she doesn't want Mkhwanazi to be disciplined. That's why you're talking to her about this. I want to propose that. That's a real reason why you discuss this with her, when in fact it's none of her business at this point. It's still under Gasheka's and Niza's control to run that process up to where they wish to take it to finality. So it has nothing to do with her, and you knew that. You know that she's not involved with it. And so I'm suggesting to you, the reason you discuss it with her is because you knew her direct interest in the disciplinary action against Mkhwanazi, 1. 2, you knew that she doesn't want disciplinary action to be taken against him, and that's the only reason that you talked to her about it.
Chair, on point 1 and 2, I don't support that. I don't agree with that. I did not know what her direct interest was, and I didn't. There was nothing about not taking disciplinary action against Mkhwanazi, because if that was the case, it would have been stopped in the previous time when the suspension was started in February, when there was approved. I would have stopped then. My interest was, and I briefed city manager on all critical issues relating to the city. Every matter that comes through in which I've dealt with, I give the city manager an update to say I've dealt with it. On this matter, to say that Colonel Erasmus came to me, we're looking at how we can finalize make sure that the charges are concrete, to make sure what evidence is required, and that is what the extent of my discussion. It was very brief in that regard. Nothing further. I was not aware of any other interests the city manager had, and I was not part of any other interests. It is about just looking at, and on a daily basis, Chair, on many matters. As long as it's the interest of the city, we give that briefing, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Behari.
And then you say you advise the city manager on the shortcomings of the city's case against Mkhwanazi. So in other words, what you state in paragraph 56 to 61, that's what you told the city manager.
Chair, in stating that to the city manager, it was about how we can cure the defects, how we can look at finalizing that process, which I discussed with Erasmus. That is what my engagement was. Because my interest was to see that we do not have a case where we don't cover all our bases. And that is what, since I've been there in the city, in all our cases, not only in this one here, but in all matters, whether it's whichever space. So I did tell the CM we need to cover on these issues. These are the issues I found, we need to cover these issues.
You see, Mr. Behari, exactly what you said in the middle of your answer. We don't have a case. That's exactly what Ms. Mashazi, Dr. Mashazi said, that she was acting on your advice.
Yes.
You advised her that the city does not have a case against Mkhwanazi. In fact, she went on TV to say something to that effect.
Chair, based on the circumstances as it stood, I mean, the narrow constraints which were mentioned by the Chair and so on individual charges, yes. But holistically, in terms of what I required, and this is what I briefed the city manager on, to say that there are still these issues that we needed to finalize.
I mean, even Gwabe's affidavit, in paragraph 3, he says Mkhwanazi misrepresented the facts to him. Mkhwanazi said to him, there is a signed memorandum. And it's on 277 or 177. We've been there before. So you must have seen it. 277.
Yeah. Chair.
You can read it, it's there.
Yeah,
Paragraph 3.
I don't discount what you're saying, Chair. Mkhwanazi contacted me indicating that the EMPD had signed a memorandum.
He says, Mkhwanazi said there's a signed memorandum.
Yeah.
So everything Gwabe says about donations happens because Mkhwanazi misrepresented the facts to him. Mkhwanazi misrepresented the fact that there's a memorandum that is signed.
Chair.
You know there's no signed memorandum.
I know that, Chair.
Yes.
And Gwabe, as a divisional head, ought to have done his process and asked him, where's the signed memorandum?
You see, you're doing exactly what Chair warned you not to do. You are asked about Mkhwanazi. You deflect, you go to the people he dealt with and you say they are the ones who should have done something. Mkhwanazi should not have misrepresented the facts. It's as simple as that.
Chair, I agree that he should not have misrepresented. But there must be some level of due diligence to the person who is receiving that representation, who is in a position of power and knowledge within the city. It cannot be that everybody comes and says to you, this is what, that you go on and make decisions and take action without verifying the sources, or without verifying the facts on which are presented to you.
Mr. Behari, I've said this before, at the risk of repeating myself. When you realize that all those people have not done what they are supposed to do, the answer is to investigate and charge them. The answer is not to say, because they did something wrong in the past, we don't have a case against Mkhwanazi. That is incorrect.
Chair, that will amount to several separations of the process. Remember, this arises from one incident. It arises from one incident. It arises from the engagements of the donations. It arises from CAT VIP and Medicare 24 being in the city. Now, if we're going to start doing individual charges, when we could have holistically sorted out who has done what, who could have been accountable, because if there's going to be denials, why should we go with a weak case and then I'll say, okay, no, we can charge the other people. We'll investigate. That is one of the issues we're trying to curtail, that you can't have too many processes arising out of one incident, Chair.
Are you going to show us a memorandum where you say to the City of Ekurhuleni or the city manager, let's investigate and charge all these people?
Chair, there's no such memorandum.
Because it doesn't exist.
It doesn't exist
Because
because
you didn't tell her that these people should be investigated. You didn't say to her, on the face of these documents, Stein did something wrong. We must investigate him. On the face of these documents, Gwabe did something wrong. We must investigate him. On the face of these documents, Mapiyeya did something wrong in relation to the draft MOUs that were sent to him. We must investigate. You never did any of that. What you said to the city manager was that we don't have a good case against Mkhwanazi. And that is why we are here and talking to you today.
Chair, the progress or the engagement of the city manager would say, I've received this report. These are what the issues I've looked at. Now, in us finalizing that, would have looked at, is there other cases? And hence my engagement with Erasmus was. So at that stage, I didn't go to the extent of saying, that's because they would have came as a witness for the city. Gwabe has said this. As a witness for the city, Stein has said this. Now, if Erasmus then was to finalize, that would be risking our case against Mkhwanazi. That was the focus. We're looking at the case against Mkhwanazi. If subsequently we found that there was any statements that were inconsistent, we could have went through that. But the main issue here was to cover the serious issue of Mkhwanazi, the donations, the CAT VIP, and who was involved in the process. It could have also included Chief of Police. It could have also included Reverse Peace, because Ngwabe, Mzolo. So this is what I'm saying, that from my side, it was about having holistically to look at how we're going to deal with the matter. My brief update was with the city manager to say these are what the concerns I have. Thank you.
So was your difficulty that only Mkhwanazi is being charged and the chief and Spies and others are not being charged? I'm asking on the back of the last thing you said now.
Chair, that's not the difficulty I had. I was happy with Chief Mkhwanazi being charged for whatever it is. But there was much more serious, and I said, Mkhwanazi, but what else? Because there's much more incidents of...
Why are you asking what else when an individual is being charged? Sorry, I don't understand. An employee is accused of serious misconduct, and the process has started. According to you, the city manager supported it at the beginning, and indeed, that's the evidence of Mr. Ngiza and Chief Mapiyeya, that before any steps were taken against Brigadier Mkhwanazi, they went to speak to the city manager, and when they were asked the question, both witnesses, when they were asked, why did you do that? They said, we did that because we know that they're close, they have a close relationship, and we didn't want to get into trouble about it. We wanted to inform her in advance, and she was supportive of whatever action we are going to take. So we know that, and you've just confirmed she knew from the get-go. Disciplinary, certain steps are taken against this one employee. Why do you now, when you are asked by Mr. Erasmus to guide him about an extension, you now go and speak to the city manager? Why in that speaking to the city manager do you now start saying, what about the others? As if it has any consequence whatsoever for disciplinary steps being taken against the individual.
It had no consequence, and I didn't raise that with the city manager. The issue was raised with Erasmus in our conversation. Which are the other witnesses that are outstanding? Because the evidence is pointing, or to say that CAT VIP and all were in the city. And I'm taking it back to the issue of the State of the City Address. Who was involved in the State of the City Address? It was also Mkhwanazi that was involved in the State of the City Address. And that is why I'm saying it is a very serious issue, but you're focusing on a donation issue? Yes, by all means. You're focusing on the MOU issue? By all means. But then what is the process that was followed from the State of the City Address? Who are all the people who should be informed? That was never discussed with the city manager. The city manager gave an update as to accordingly, Mgwabe, we need to sort this matter out, we need to finalize this. So we concretize our case against Mkhwanazi. If it came up later on, there were other officials involved from the further investigation, then so be it. It could have taken place. I didn't give a comment or a memorandum to the city manager in that regard.
Okay. So you when you spoke to the city manager, you told her that the case against Mr. Mkhwanazi is not good? You would have said that because that's what you advise, Mr. Erasmus.
I said there was concerns that I had on these issues, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloy. Mr. Behari, I think we can probably move on to your evidence earlier on when you were leading your own evidence. You had said that after the 22nd of June 2023, when you engaged with Chief Mapiyeye, you didn't have any further involvement in this matter until 2025, with the exception of the IPID issue. Is that correct?
No, IPID issue happened in 2023, November. I think it was a November period.
It was September, yes. That's when yes. But other than that aspect, you had no involvement in Commissioner Mkwanazi's disciplinary issue for 2 years until 2025?
Yes.
Okay. Now, we know that in May, the suspension is then not extended, and Commissioner Mkwanazi comes back to work. And what happens to the disciplinary process?
See, I didn't, because it was gone into the HR space. I didn't go back further and look at it. Erasmus didn't come back to me. Chief of Police, I think on the 22nd, sent me a letter. 22nd of June, 2023.
21st of June, yes.
Yeah, I did it 21st, but I received, served in my office on the 22nd.
Yes. That was following the discussion you had with him on that same day.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
I'm speaking about, so after June,
I had no engagements on that until the IPID document came through.
Okay. Now, your evidence was that on the 22nd of August 2023, the city manager issues this directive, which has this legal review, extra step, legal review assessment that's done by your team. And that's in August 2023. In May 2023, you had given Lieutenant Colonel, what is his name? Erasmus, your views on the matter. You're now in charge. In August 2023, there's a directive by the city manager that you must do a review. Why is it that you don't go back to that matter and say, what's happened here? We now have somebody who's facing serious allegations back at work, and I haven't heard back from anyone after I told them that they must look into these deficiencies.
Chair, once I deal with, in my environment, dealing with all the departments, from a day-to-day, I don't have the luxury to go back. So if it has happened that way, the direct further processes will be through the HR process. If it came back to me for some other reasons, for some other compliance, I would have dealt with it. The matter never came back to me. So it's very difficult to follow up on cases when I've given an opinion, and that happens with all the other departments. If I'm seeking a given opinion or discussion and say what can be done, I would think that you would either implement what I'm saying. If you decide not to proceed, then it's of course entirely up to that. But I don't follow up on these matters in all the departments I'm dealing with. Because if I have a discussion with you, I'll say to you, this is what I think we should happen, and thereafter it closes from there. If it comes back to me in another system where you say, I've addressed these issues, let's take it further, I would have taken it further.
But this is such a serious matter that you felt the need to voluntarily inform and brief the city manager on it because she was involved in some way in that process. So between the two of you, nobody is asking questions about the continuation of these disciplinary proceedings on charges which you both consider to be serious charges and somebody that is back in employment with the city.
Chair, it was not only that he was back in employment, I understood that he was also applied for a position and was given a higher position. So it's not only in this matter. It's looked at that I'm dealing, but I don't have the luxury of that. I've got other departments, same thing. I will give city manager a briefing if I've met with the environmental department. If there's something, I'll give her a briefing and say, this is what it is, this is what I've recommended, and we'll wait for it to come back. But I don't go back and follow up because then it becomes an HR process specifically until it comes back to me. by some query or another.
I think people call what you're doing right now otherism. We're not talking about other matters. We're talking about this specific matter which deals with Brigadier Mkhwanazi. You know that he is back at work. You've raised concerns with Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus about this investigation and about the disciplinary proceedings. You've reported to the city manager about this. On your own version, you say the city manager considered this to be such a serious matter. I'm struggling to understand what is the benefit of this 22 August 2023 legal review assessment, this extra step that is supposed to be more efficient, make disciplinary processes more efficient, when one of your biggest matters are slipping through your fingers and the person is at work. You're not doing anything about it, and you knew about it even before this directive came into effect.
Chair, the issue of otherism is trying to show in terms of my responsibilities in the city. I've done that. Neither did Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus nor the Chief of Police come back and say, Kemi, we've addressed this issue, can we proceed further? Thereafter, I don't get involved with the HR process. So, to what extent do I have to go into every matter where another HOD is being fully briefed of what is required, doesn't do anything further, and the matter doesn't come back to me? It moves on. When you talk about otherism, I'm trying to give you the reality of the environment that I'm in. Thank you.
But you did get involved in this matter, even after that. You did get involved.
Are you talking about the iPad?
No. The email, the anonymous email. It raised the very same issues, and it caused you to cause a forensic investigation. So you got involved with the Mkhwanazi matter. You did.
I was involved in the Mkhwanazi to the extent that I've described here.
And that email was specific. That email said you and Dr. Mashazi and Mr. Sheka covered up for Mkhwanazi. So that email was very clear. In case you had forgotten about the Mkhwanazi matter, that should have jogged your memory. Instead, you go after the people who wrote the email. You don't deal with what happened to Mkhwanazi. These were such serious allegations. Prima facie on the documents, he was guilty of misconduct. 2 instances of misrepresentation. According to you, unprompted, unlawful behavior.
Chair, the Mkhwanazi matters with regard to the investigation, we completed on the 22nd of June 2023. Thereafter, an email came through, the BX email, which made the allegations of cover-ups, which gave information on that. It released information on other aspects, which I believe that to escalate it against it. In fact, it was received by all the addresses there. I think it included, I'm not sure if it included the city manager, but I believe it did. And when it was raised to me, but as Deputy Information Officer, what are we doing about this? I told city manager, I think we should get hold of internal audit and let them take the process further. The internal audit chief audit executive at that stage then proceeded further to instruct one of the internal auditors, and they proceeded to do the investigation.
It's wrong, Mr. Mashazi, to create the impression that after June, sorry, Mr. Behari.
Did you say Mr. or Mrs.?
You didn't hear, that's good. That's good, you didn't hear. That's good, you didn't hear. I was simply saying it is wrong of you to say after the June meeting, you never got involved until the IPID or in 2025.
No, Chair, the BX came in, but not to the extent of engaging with the matter. The BX, when I say I didn't get involved
I think they are
again,
coming to that later on. Maybe let's just pack it there to say it is wrong that you never got involved in anything related to the charges against Mkhwanazi. Maybe it was for different reasons, but...
Yeah, it's not dealing with what I've dealt with Erasmus and so on. It was a separate process thereafter.
Well, you've said that the chief also didn't do anything. That's not correct, though, because in his letter that he sends to you on the 21st of June, he's reminding you that charges need to be filed as soon as possible by the 22nd. Is that not correct? Do you want me to take you to it?
No, I've got the document.
It is in JM, the Mapia's statement, and it is...
Yeah, Chair, I've got the document. Chief writes to me...
Just give us the page number again.
Oh, no, I thought you had the... I'm referring to my copy on that document there.
I'll get the page number.
But do you have that? Can you refer that?
Is it JM 32?
That's correct. Thank you.
182, Mapia annexes.
I have that document, Chair.
Yes. So this is the letter that you were referring to earlier on, that you had received on the 22nd of June, even though it's dated the 21st.
Yes, sir.
And if we look at, I think it is at the second page, the second paragraphs undated. This indicated period of 3 months must be before the 12th of July 2023. Taking into consideration the charge sheets needs to be served as per. And then he says section 7.8, the employer representative shall within 5 days of his appointment formulate and serve the charges to be brought against the employee. So he's setting out for you the steps that must be followed. And then he says the delay is of great concern as the alleged misconduct was exposed by the media. A very senior officer is involved and is of such a serious nature that it will permanently damage not only the reputation of the EMPD but also of the City of Ekurhuleni should the postponement of serving the charge sheet be furthermore postponed. A perception is also created that the officer involved and the very serious misconduct exposed are being protected and swept under the carpet. Your considered noting urgent attention and way forward is appreciated. What did you do about this letter?
Chair, on the 21st, I had approximately 1 hour engagement with the chief. And we got all the information where I explained to him, Chief, firstly, on paragraph 3, Chief, 24th of May 2023 is when it expired. The suspension would have expired. But give me the timelines, because what happened is, if you want me to deal with the issue, I've told you what are the problems that I think, and I think this is how it could also expose in terms of you getting involved in different areas. The MOU came to your attention. I heard later on it denied it, but the MOU came to your attention. There's no explanation what happened. Other issues of the State of the City address, you noticed that there was other companies or other employees from other companies there.
Mr. Behari, you're doing it again, and I don't mean to interrupt you. You can explain yourself afterwards. I just want to know what was your response to this letter, because you're telling me about your discussion before the letter comes. So if you look at the first paragraph of the letter, on page 182, it says, further to our discussion regarding the above matter. So this is after you had told him all of what you're telling us now. He sends you the letter because he says, as discussed earlier today and agreed upon, that I shall provide you with a copy of the internal dossier listing all the documentary evidence whereupon the decision to proceed with the disciplinary matter has been based, and that you will peruse this during the 22nd of June 2023 and provide a way forward urgently as per the background listed here under. So what was your response to this letter?
I did not respond to the letter because the dossier did not come to me. The documents, it says here, on the 21st, which is served to me, I shall provide you with the dossier of the documents. So he didn't send me all those documents. There was other explanations which you have fully in the meeting which we discussed, the timelines that were followed and so on. So I did not respond further because I've explained to the chief what needs to be done and how we can address the matter. There was no need for me to go further to tell him again, to respond to another letter to him to say how we can be. All the things the chief has said to me here was contained in the discussion on the 21st as well.
Mr. Behari, I think you're going to be hard-pressed to convince 4 lawyers that you as a lawyer didn't respond to this when you didn't receive the documents. So you don't get the documents back from him and you're not requesting it.
I did not get the documents from Chief. He needed me to respond by... He needed me to respond under very strict timelines, I had to give him a response by taking into consideration the above stipulation. It means that the charge sheet must be served on or before 22nd of June 2023. So a document is served before me. I had not got the documents.
No, Mr. Behari, in his the second paragraph, after he says further to our discussion, he says, and that you will peruse this during the 22nd. It was an agreement and agreed upon that I shall provide you with the copy and you will peruse during the 22nd of June 2023. So you knew about the tight timeline. And you don't get the documents from him on the 22nd, but you don't follow up with him and say, there were no documents attached to your letter, or when am I getting the documents? You want an answer as soon as possible, but I don't have the documents.
Chair, what was conveyed to me at that stage was that the appointment of the presiding officer mid-June, in our letter engagement, he wanted me to, I said to him, I'll look at the documents urgently. The documents never came to me. The issue of taking into consideration of the above stipulation means the charge sheet must be served on or before the 22nd. That was never discussed. So you're asking me to assist you, and I'll look over it on the 22nd. But you did not say to me that we have to finalize this by the 22nd of June. And that is where, as I said, I spoke to the chief. So if the chief did not take it up further and bring it to my attention and say, let's go ahead, you serve a document to me on the 22nd of, so the letter dated, you serve it to me on the 22nd of June. And then you say to me, it has to be done, the charge sheet must be served on or before the 22nd of June. What can I do as a head of legal in terms of serving a charge sheet or not serving a charge sheet?
But then, Mr. Behari, you say to him, I haven't had time to have a look at the documentation. What is it that you want to do, Chief? And then you have a discussion. You don't ignore him. He's telling you that this is an urgent matter that needs to be attended to. There's been a delay which is recorded here, which is clearly not of his doing, because he's complaining about the delay. He says, I have a concern about the delay. And you're delaying him further. And I find it hard to believe that a lawyer of your many years of experience, 28 years as you say, when you don't receive supporting documents, you don't go back to the lay person and say to him, you haven't given me the documents to consider. Bearing in mind, you have considered these documents before. He has nothing new. There's nothing new that he has in these documents that Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus didn't already give to you a month earlier.
Chair, the opening paragraph, or the second paragraph, as discussed earlier today, when we had our meeting on the 21st, I shall provide you with a copy of the internal dossier listing all the documentary evidence whereupon the decision to proceed with the disciplinary has been based. That is, what then was met on the 12th of April when NISA decided to proceed with disciplinary. So there were additional documents that he was supposed to have proceeded. And then he served the document to me on the 22nd of June. Taking into consideration the above stipulation, it means that the charge sheet must be served on or before the 22nd of June. On the 22nd of June, I had no documents. I was not even at work on the 22nd of June. I only came back the following Tuesday. If he had contacted me and said, no, but where are you? We need to do this, I would have followed it. It is a two-way issue. I have all other issues to deal with, other rhythms, you mentioned that. But that is the reality of my environment. I cannot go, if a chief is committed to give me documents, chief is committed to follow up. So even though he's a lay person in terms of the law itself, I don't know to what he's involved as a lay person, but the commitment which he made to me was to bring the documents. And I cannot go and chase after the chief. He's a senior manager at my level. He's committed to do that issues. He did not do it. I was not there on the 22nd. I left out of the province. I got back on, but he could have still called me and said to me, but can we not finalize this? But if it had to be on the 22nd, if the deadline was 22nd, what else could I have done to assist the chief when he knows that this, and the 22nd deadline only came to me after this. Taking into consideration of the above, it means that the charge sheet must be served on the 22nd. That is where.
Mr. Behari, if you look at page 181, someone acknowledges receipt of the dossier. Who is that, Engelbrecht?
That's the PA, Louise Engelbrecht.
That's your PA?
Yeah.
So it was delivered on the 22nd because he or she acknowledges receipt on the 22nd of June. So you can't say the chief did not deliver the dossier. Maybe you didn't see it because you say you were out of the office, but someone in your office accepted it.
I was out on the day, which she acknowledged receipt on that, but it was delivered on the 22nd, Chair.
Yes, no, that's fine. Let's take it step by step. You say he never delivered it, and I'm correcting you to say, well, according to Engelbrecht, it was delivered to your office on the 22nd.
Chair, it was delivered on the 22nd. By then I was out of the office. But he delivered the entire documents that so these were the complete internal affairs EMPD investigation dossier. The engagement between us was that he will look at the documents that led to the 12th of April, the decision to proceed. So that is the extent where I looked at any additional, because we've covered all the other documents there. My engagement with him during the meeting was on the issues as we looked at what are the challenges that we could foresee. So I was not there to correct the documents to say that, Chief, this is lacking and so on. But it is impossible on that day to serve the charges on the 22nd and what kind of engagement would I have done to intervene in the serving of the charges.
But you see, in that first paragraph of that letter, he says it was agreed upon that he will provide an internal dossier, and then you will peruse this during the 22nd. And I haven't heard you deny that there was such an agreement.
No, there was, in the discussion that we had, Chair.
It was agreed that you would peruse it on the 22nd.
But not realizing that it had to be done by the 22nd, Chair, because the charges had to be drafted or served by the 22nd. In fact, I don't know where I got the information. I will just look at, but there's some information where he says it should be served by the 19th of June.
He may well have done that. What I'm running past you is you agreed with him that you would consider the dossier on the 22nd of June 2023, and you are not denying that there was such an agreement. And for me, the relevance of my question really is because you say, well, when could I have done it? I wasn't in the office on the 22nd. But if you're not denying that you agreed, as he records in the first paragraph, you must have thought you would be able to do it on the 22nd, even if you're not in the office.
No, we did talk about me looking at assisting in the process, but not knowing, he didn't mention to me that it's due on the 22nd on the same day. Whereas if you look at the last paragraph in that first page, it was supposed to, it said the charge sheet was submitted by DH Niza and scheduled to be served for the 19th. It had to be done by the 22nd. And I'm saying he sends to me on the 22nd, expecting me to get involved on the 22nd.
Let's take a short adjournment and resume at 4:10. And from 4:10, we'll sit until 5. Let's adjourn.
Thank you.
All right. The chairperson said 10 past. It's 9 minutes past. Let's get going. Thank you. Cell phones off, please.
Ms. Sigels-Nube.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Behari, you were still dealing with JM32, which is the letter of 21 June 2023.
That's correct. That's correct.
You were mentioning something about 19 June.
Chair, in my discussions with Chief Mapiye, he is dealt with the issue of what we engage and how I could look at the way forward on that. The appointment, he said the appointed presenting officer, Advocate Sabisi, compiled 6 charges after perusing the investigation docket. The charge sheet was submitted to DH NISA and scheduled to be served on the 19th, but was not yet served. So, in engaging with him, when he asked me on the way, can I suggest a way forward, I was not aware that I needed to give, firstly, why the charge sheet was not served when it was there already on the 19th. And then he writes to me a letter on the 22nd, or 21st, but received on the 22nd, to state on the 22nd the charges must be served. Now, to the extent that service of charges is not dealt with by legal, but I would have suggested a way forward to assist in the matter. But on the 22nd, I'm called upon now to suggest a way forward on charges being served. There's no explanation why they were not served on the 19th, from what I've looked at the letter. And there was no engagements, of course, I had further with the Chief of Police, but that was one of the concerns I had. 22nd of June was clearly with no explanation why those charges were not served on the 19th. So I do say that, yes, I did commit to assisting him, but 22nd it was impossible to, with me not being in the city as well, to have done anything on that yet.
Okay. Why did the meeting of 21 June 2023 with the chief happen in the first place?
So it happened, as I said, arising out of the engagements with Henny Erasmus and what was required. Thereafter, the charges were, well, I wasn't aware of the processes then until Chief came to me. There was a meeting arranged, and I got that on the calendar. And then Chief, when he came to me about the issue, and I explained to him what were the concerns that I had, but then he said the charges needed to be drafted. The charges were drafted. And then I said, okay, fine, let's see how we can follow up to have them served. But then the charges were on the 19th. So clearly, whatever happened in my engagements with Erasmus was not taken into account. They proceeded on the same basis with the charges. And then if the charges were to be served, that would kick off the disciplinary process.
But he wouldn't have voluntarily engaged you. He was liaising with Ngiza, Mr. Ngiza, and HOD and Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus. He wouldn't have voluntarily engaged you. So there must have been something that happened that he was either told to speak to you about this or you contacted him.
Chair, I didn't contact him. I spoke to Erasmus about some time back. It's about almost a month after that, about what still needed to be done in the matter. So when Erasmus moved forward, it seemed that whatever I said to him, he decided to go ahead with the charges. Right. And then Chief of Police came to me thereafter. I didn't make an arrangement for a meeting for him to come through. I just got a calendar invite on my thing to say Chief of Police meeting. Why he came through for me? Because the service of charges is not my area. We discussed the issues which are raised as a concern again, and with him in terms of what were the implications some of the implications of not having the witnesses. Thereafter, I see the document to say that I must assist with the charges, with the serving of the charges. But that is an HR function, Chair.
If it's an HR function, why didn't you just say that to him? Why didn't you just say, this is not a legal function, it's the 22nd of June 2023, I don't need to be involved?
Chair, he came to me after my engagement. So the full discussion, which what I had with Erasmus as well. He came to me to see if I could, let's say, assist in processing that. By that time, he never informed me that it was due on the 22nd. He says it was supposed to have served on the 19th. It was not served. That's a letter he showed me afterwards. But on that date, he wanted to know how can I assist in the process forward. But the letter that he sent to me shows it was supposed to be served on the 19th. And then he says, okay, it was not served, without explaining to me what the situation was.
Okay, so when did you tell him that it's not a legal function, it's an HR function, and it can go ahead without your involvement?
No, I didn't tell him that because he was dealing with NISA. You see, all the stuff is about NISA and so on. He was dealing with NISA, but he came to me after I met with Erasmus, and I explained to him what the situation. I discussed the same things that I discussed with, I think, on the concerns of that. But it seems that they had continued to proceed to process the charges and proceed. So I didn't have any engagements then on that. My issue was then, okay, let's see how we can finalize. You come here, let me see how it goes. Because the service of the charges is not with me, it's with EMPD. It's with EMPD and with the HR.
So the dossier gets delivered to you on the 22nd of June, like Commissioner Baloyi had indicated to your office. It's sitting there, you do nothing about it.
See, I wasn't around on the 22nd. I got back on the Tuesday, the following week.
And then?
Sorry?
Did you follow up?
No, by that time, the date, when I looked at the date, it had already gone past for service of the document. I didn't do anything further. I didn't follow up.
Okay. So that was one of the instances that I think what Commissioner Kumalo was saying, well, you were involved. There was another trigger event, which was the IPID report. And before we go to the report, can I just understand how you got sight of the report? How did you get into possession of that report?
So the IPID report comes through to the ordinary, all reports from regulatory bodies come through to the Office of the City Manager. I would get involved in the matter from a compliance to look at what are the issues. Whether it's a public protector, IPID, any report, that's what my role was. When I received the report, it was addressed to the Chief of Police, so we didn't get involved in that disciplinary processes there. But I engaged with my DH to say, DH, can you look at the fraud and corruption issues? And then how would we interpret the issue of, however, what must we do? Because the engagement with Mr. Kanye, where I got called by the city manager when she arranged a meeting with him, was to say that we're still finalizing the investigations, because the question was, why have they not arrested him? They could not give a response. He said, we'll inform you when you're arresting him. And that is where I got involved in it.
Now, can we just take a step back? If we go to your statement, page 37, at paragraph, you deal with it from paragraph 179.
This year.
Page 37. At paragraph 180, you say, on or about September 2023, IPID delivered a report to the city containing preliminary findings on various EMPD matters. The report contained disciplinary recommendations and referred to potential criminal conduct. Several of the findings were framed in broad terms, pending prosecutorial direction from the National Prosecuting Authority. Now you say various EMPD matters. What are you referring to as various EMPD matters? Are you referring to more than one employee involved in here, or one employee but various matters relating to just that employee?
The matters related to Mkonazi, and there's various other, fraud, corruption, and so on. So that is what we're referring to.
Okay, so it was just related to Brigadier Mkonazi. Okay. Is that the report that's at JM19? So JM would be Chief Mapieye's annexures, page 103.
One, 103, 103.
Yes, 103 JM19.
Mm. 103, it is just the last page, no?
Are you
From 101,
in?
from 101 to 103.
No, it's 103 and it's JM19. It's the Independent Police Investigative Directorate document. Are you in the annexures of Chief
I mean, the
Mapiyeye?
annexes of Chief Mapiyeye, I've got a page 101.
Are you taking us to the last page?
Yeah.
I think mine says 103. Let me just look at the.
Because JM19 starts at 101 and 103 is the signature page.
Chair, then I think we're
It's
working off
it's
the,
an-
not the same
It's an
bundle.
iPad letter.
I do have the iPad letter. Mine just starts on 103, not 101, which is MPS memorandum. Is that the one? I just
Yes, that's the heading we
Okay.
have, and paragraph 1 is headed Summary of Allegations.
Yes.
The complainant alleged that in February.
I think the electronic bundle may be just incorrectly numbered then.
Yes.
So it's 101. You have it as 101, 102, and 103.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the document that you're referring to in paragraph 180 of your statement.
That's correct.
And we know that this was directed to the Chief of Police. Now, you don't say how it came into your possession. You just say in 181, the city manager requested that Legal Services Department to prepare a draft response. How did you come into possession of
A
the
copy was
document?
provided to me from the office of the city manager.
The city manager gave it to you. Okay. And was this via email or were you with her somewhere?
No. From the office upstairs. My office was down, so she would have delivered a copy through the.
Okay. Then you also mention somebody by the name of Mr. Osborne Kanye. What is the relevance of his involvement?
So after the documents were received, remember it was served on the executive mayor and chief of police in a meeting. After the document was received, I was called, I'm not sure exactly, but I was called to the office by Ms. Naika to say that city manager has arranged with Mr. Osborne Kanye. Osborne Kanye is from IPAD. I think he's from what I understood, he was a high commissioned officer. And that is when we had the engagements of, because in terms of the classification of the matter on corruption, and we asked Osborne, but why have you not arrested him because of the serious fraud and corruption allegations? And then we were informed that no, he will give us information in terms of us going forward further with regard to the case. But I wasn't aware in terms of what the discussions they had with the HR processes and with Chief Mapiyeye and so on. The only, from our side, was looking purely at the fraud and corruption in terms of further processes that we need to initiate from the legal department, which would included, other remedies that we needed to include.
Okay, so were you in a meeting with Mr. Kanye?
I was called to that meeting. The city manager and Osborne Kanye were already there, and I was called to that meeting.
Okay, so you were present in that meeting. And in that meeting, he's presenting this report.
Yeah, we already had received the report, remember, through the office of the executive mayor. So city manager called him in for a meeting. When I called in the meeting, the document was already there. And then I asked him, but in terms of fraud and corruption, there is a case number as well. Why have you not arrested Mkonazi already for the fraud and corruption? Then he mentioned to me, no, but the DPP is still dealing with the matter. We will give you a progress as soon as that happens.
Okay. And was the MMC community safety in that meeting?
The MMC community safety was in a previous meeting with the executive mayor when the report was first delivered. Chief of police was in there with the executive mayor and certain office bearers from IPID.
So there were two meetings with Mr. Kanye.
Yeah.
One you were not part of?
Yeah, the first meeting, Mr. Kanye was part of a meeting that was held at the office of the executive mayor on the 9th of November, 9th of November, September, sorry. The meeting seems to have been on the 9th of November. The report, IPID report is dated 1st of September 2023.
Yes.
But the meeting and handover with Klaseng, who was the IPID head, was at the mayor's parlor on the 9th of November 2023. The other meeting was the MMC, Masuku. It was the executive mayor Ngodwana. It was Mr. Osborne Kanye and Robbie, I can't make it clear, Tuso Kiafele, the author, and Songi Palmer was from the mayor's office, and Yolelwa. So that's the copy of the register that I have.
But at this stage, the chief of police had already received the letter. It was addressed to him earlier on, or was that also where he received the letter at that meeting?
I don't see the chief's name here, but no. So there was, I know I received a copy to deal with my issues. I'm not sure what happened with the chief of police, with the entire document was given, because there the chief of police, the report was addressed to him. And I received a copy for my issues in terms of the compliance issues that we need to look at.
And you would have received that when in November?
It would have been after the 9th of November. It was the mayor's parlor. I'm not sure when the mayor delivered to the city manager, but it could have been in the week or so of that 9th of November.
Okay. Now, in that meeting, you meet with Mr. Kanye and he's telling you that they are still busy with investigations.
That's what he mentioned to me, that they referred to fraud and corruption in terms of the recommendation. Then I said to him, but why didn't you arrest him? You know, these are serious charges. And then he said to me, no, it's still with the DPP for decision. And I said to me, so on my aspect, he was waiting for the DPP to conclude and then give us the report for us to follow up on the fraud and corruption aspects in terms of our processes through impact and council and other processes we need to put in place.
Okay, on page 102, at paragraph 2 of that document, there is an instruction that is given by IPID to initiate disciplinary proceedings against Director Julius Dr. Mkwanazi. Do you see that? It says you are directed to initiate disciplinary proceedings.
On page 102.
102. As I understand it, your document is, it has page 2. It's page 2 of the document.
So 103, I've got an IPID recommendation. Is that the paragraph you're referring to?
No. I'm looking at the one that says, it's your page 102. It's internal page 2, and the heading is 2 case docket contents, right at the top.
Okay.
Do you see case docket contents?
Yes.
In terms of Section 30 of the IPID Act number 1 of 2011, read with the SALGA Disciplinary Procedure Collective Agreement issued on 1 February 2018, you are hereby directed to initiate disciplinary proceedings against Director Julius Dr. Mkwanazi. Do you
Yes,
see
I
that?
See that? Yeah.
And it says the investigation into this matter is complete.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you're having this meeting with Mr. Kanye from IPID, about Commissioner Mkwanazi. What are you asking him about these disciplinary proceedings, because you are directed to initiate it?
I've never asked him about the disciplinary proceedings, ma'am. This letter was directed to the Chief of Police. So I was never involved in the disciplinary. My aspect was look at the compliance matters as regards fraud and corruption. There are other processes that we initiate if we find the fraud and corruption. So mine was never to deal with the disciplinary process at all.
But that can't be, because we know that from 22 August 2023, you're performing this legal review assessment function where you are to be the extra step in the compliance insofar as disciplinary proceedings are concerned. Now you're sitting here with a document that's directing the EMPD, it's directing the city to institute disciplinary proceedings. What do you do about it?
Chair, the 2022 letter from the city manager,
2023.
the 22 August letter from the city manager was to talk about our internal processes, our internal investigations. This matter here, like any other report, came directly. It was already investigated. They are issuing a directive. It was already, and the directive was to the Chief of Police, not to me. I looked at the other processes, especially when I'm concerned to say, but if you're looking at, however, the document is referred to the DPP for a decision, what would the implication be for us in terms of me informing other processes? The year that did not deal with the 22 August scenario, 2023 at all, because there was a directive coming from the IPAD on that issue. The only issue was, for mine, which I raised with Mr. Kanye, was you're directing on the one side to proceed with it, but then you're saying the recommendation based on the above information contained in the case docket, IPAD recommends that disciplinary steps be taken against Director Julius Mkwanazi for the contravention of MP disciplinary process collective agreement, standard of conduct themselves with honesty and integrity. However, the document is referred to DPP for decision. So if it's a directive that is issued there, the going into further now has created some doubt in terms of, that's why I cleared it up with Kanye. I'm not involved in the disciplinary process. The 22 August 2023 was not for me to decide. This is already a completed investigation from external authorities, regulatory bodies.
No, Mr. Behari, on your own version, you are the extra step in terms of compliance. If you go to your statement at page 11, paragraph 41, you say, on 22 August 2023, the city manager issued a directive requiring that all disciplinary and grievance matters involving senior personnel be subjected to a compliance review by legal services prior to finalization of charges or outcomes. Now, here you are sitting with the IPAD, the person from IPAD. There's a directive that's directed to the Chief of Police to institute proceedings. You're sitting there with him. You, at this stage, know nothing about whether the proceedings, the disciplinary proceedings have been instituted by the Chief of Police, correct?
I have no idea of what happened there with the Chief of Police.
Okay.
That's correct.
So do you go back to the Chief of Police after this meeting and say, are we complying with this directive from IPAD?
Chair, you're linking the IPAD directive to the 22nd, where I was the added leg of compliance. Those are two different functions and for two different purposes. The one for the 22nd was to look at our internal investigations from the departments themselves, and then to refer that for me to assist in terms of the three tiers, in terms of further investigation and so on. This was a completed report. The only way we could have proceeded further against this, if we didn't agree with it, was to review it. But we didn't take that on review. I was looking at the criminal aspects, the issue of the fraud and corruption, and my obligations in terms of the chief would have run a parallel process with regard to going through the HR. That we are separate on that issue.
But Mr. Behari, you knew of the existence of disciplinary proceedings against Commissioner Mkwanazi then already. You knew about this since May of 2023 when you had the discussion with Lieutenant Colonel Erasmus. All of a sudden, those proceedings, you say after June 2023, you have nothing to do with those proceedings. You meet with Mr. Kanye where there's a directive in this letter. You read the letter. You saw that there's a directive to institute proceedings. You say to him, we already started the process. I'll follow up with the chief to find out what happened to that process, because last I heard was June 2023. I don't know what happened after that.
Chair, to the extent of what you're suggesting, Council, is I looked at this as a separate process. That process ended, or where it was thereafter of my involvement on the 22nd, with the service of charges, or so. I never followed up on that issue. I've dealt with that because I would expect then to be a comeback to say, but we haven't finalized or whatever. I had nothing further from there. On this matter now, if it came about in September, but in November it was served in the city, I was looking at purely my functions. It had nothing to do with the appointment on the 22nd of August and so on. It was purely my functions. And that would mean then accepting that the chief of police would have taken that to HR to complete the direct, as per the directive. But then again, from my side, the directive, in my discussions with Osborne Kanye, you are directing on the one hand to say proceed with disciplinary, but then you still go and say make it an IPOD recommendation, which was to say that there's DPP. I would have been interested in that DPP issue to follow up to say, well, how do we respond from that side?
Mr. Nobet, can I just take us back to 21 June 2023, and we will come back to this issue. I must get your surname right. You know, late in the afternoon, I might get it wrong again. Mr. Behari, page 28 of Chief Mapia's statement. Paragraphs 102 and 103. You would have seen it before because you refer to it in your statement.
28.
Paragraph 102.
PA, on page 28, I've got number 22, 26, 27.
We are in the MAPIA statement. I
Oh,
don't know
sorry.
what you're looking
Apologies.
at.
Apologies. Okay. I should.
You have it?
I've got it, Chair.
Yeah. Page 28.
Yes, Chair.
Yes. Remember, Ms. Ngube asked you about that meeting of the 21st of June, 2023, and how it came about. And you said you didn't know. You suggested that it may have been initiated by Chief Mapiayo. This is what he said in his statement. On 21 June 2023, and following discussions initiated by Mr. Sheka and Advocate Behari, HOD Legal Services, I was pressured to hand over the docket dealing with Brigadier Mkhwanazi to Advocate Behari. This I did as per my memorandum to Behari dated 21 June 2023. So it's that memorandum we looked at. And then he says, I was instructed to withdraw the charges against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. So that was the outcome.
Chair,
The outcome was that he was instructed to withdraw the charges against Mkhwanazi, and in fact he did.
Was he instructed by me?
You
Chair,
might-
firstly, the meeting of the 21st of June only involved Chief Mapia and myself. So I deny that it was involving Gasheka as well. I know that it was myself and Chief dealing with the issues of what I discussed with Erasmus. I'm not aware that Gasheka was there for any reason, and that I was forced to withdraw subsequently. I didn't ask them to withdraw any charges.
I'll tell you why Gasheka was involved. Because a week earlier, on the 15th, she had given an instruction that Mkhwanazi must be returned to his position. And arising from that discussion, this meeting took place. And in this meeting, he was instructed to give you the dossier. So the agreement to give you the dossier was in the form of an instruction, which he then did. But the reason why you did not take the matter further is because you are aware that on the 22nd, he accepted or followed the instruction and duly withdrew the charges against Mkhwanazi. And that's on page 182 of our bundle, the Mapiaya JM section. It's JM 33.
182, he withdrew the charges, yeah? 182 of Mapia's bundle.
Yes, 182 Mapiaya JM 33. That was the outcome of that entire exercise. He was instructed to withdraw the charges, and he did. So if you read that with 103 of his statement, I've already taken you there.
Chair, on 182, I've got here to 2nd of February, allegations are very serious against that, correct? To date, the matter has not been concluded. I, as a municipal police commissioner, have taken the charge to withdraw the internal investigation process under case number. Is that including the charges, Chair?
Yes. So this is the outcome of the meeting on the 21st.
Chair, but is withdrawing the internal investigation from what I'm reading here? Is the internal investigation now, and it doesn't make sense because the internal investigation was completed.
No, Mr. Behari, you know what the internal investigation is. This matter was at the stage where a charge sheet was prepared.
Yes.
You've been taken to page 180. Advocate CBC was instructed, together with attorneys, they prepared 6 charges. So when the discussion is taking place between you and Chief Mapiaya, you are aware of those facts.
Chair.
Now, he's asking you on page 180 for urgent guidance.
Yes.
He said so. I'm seeking urgent guidance on way forward. It's on page 180, the very first paragraph.
Yes.
He says in his statement, the outcome of that meeting was that I was forced to hand over the dossier, and then I was instructed to withdraw the charges against Brigadier Mkhwanazi.
Chair.
So the reason why, this is what I'm putting to you, the reason why you didn't follow up is because you know that he was instructed to withdraw the charges, and he did. Because otherwise you would have asked him, what happened to the charges?
Chair, I was not aware of that instruction to withdraw. It says here instruction to withdraw the internal investigation process. I don't see that, the issue of the charges. And I spoke to Advocate Sanele Sebisi, Chair, when we were looking at that after the BX.
Can we please not talk about Advocate Sebisi?
Yeah, but what I'm saying, Chair, is this document talks to withdrawal of the investigation process. I don't understand that how now he says that I instructed him or he was instructed to withdraw the charges. By whom? Because I did have a meeting with Chief on my own, between Chief and I, and the same engagements I had with Erasmus were also conveyed during that meeting. So when you say instructed to withdraw the charges, I'm not sure who instructed him because this letter talks to withdrawing of the internal investigation process, Chair.
Yes, but you know what that process is because the day earlier you were discussing the process, and the process was that a charge sheet had been prepared. It was just awaiting service.
Chair, to withdraw the internal investigation process, I understand that from reading it now would have been a concluded investigation. If it was about withdrawing the charges.
Advocate Behari, you and I are advocates.
Yeah.
Chief Mapiaya is not an advocate. So when he says withdrawal of a process, you know exactly what he means. He doesn't have to say the charges. A disciplinary process includes the charges. You and I as lawyers should understand that when a layperson speaks, they won't use the exact language that you and I use when we engage with each other.
Chair, I respect what you're saying. The issue for me is, from what I'm looking at now, it's not clear because I didn't give any instructions on withdrawing the charges. I engaged with Chief of Police and I had no involvement in any withdrawing of charges. And this is not very clear to me. Yes, the internal investigation process for me is the investigation that was at the internal affairs. And that would have been no sense because from Henny Rasmus's position, that was finished already in March. So I don't understand what you would have been talking to.
But having seen this, do you now accept that this is what became of the charge sheet and that process?
But there was there any withdrawal, formal withdrawal of charges? I can't see that anyway, because it's Chief of Police writing to Brigadier Mkhwanazi, And in that he says, I'm withdrawing the internal investigation process. So if it's one layperson writing to another layperson, I do not know how that is to be understood, because it should have been explicit. If there was to withdraw the charges, which he says in his statement, then he should have said, yeah, withdraw the charges.
But he says so in his statement.
Yes, Chair, but I'm saying he says that in his statement, which is not in accordance to what you put to me on page 182, which says withdraw the internal investigation process.
I'm saying it's the same thing, Advocate Behari. I'm saying it's the same thing. So the withdrawal of the charges is the withdrawal of the investigation process.
Chair,
the chair put to Chief Mapiaya when he was here. In his evidence, the chair put to Chief Mapiaya that the effect of that second paragraph is that the charges were withdrawn. And he reluctantly accepted that.
Chair, as I said, from my side, it is about what is here contained in that letter. What Chief Mapiaya says that he was instructed to withdraw. I did not give any such instruction to withdraw charges. So I'm not sure. And the meeting that I had with Chief of Police was between myself and him. And hence the letter, is it 180? The letter he writes to me speaks about, as discussed earlier today and agreed upon, I shall provide you with the comments. It was between myself and him. He copies HOD Gasheka. In the two I can see there, but I was the one with him in the meeting.
You see, Advocate Behari, there's a reason why he copies all those people. There's a reason why he says it is addressed to, not just you. Look
Yes.
at it carefully. It's addressed to you and Linda Gasheka. She's not CC'd. It's actually addressed to her. It's not a CC. And the reason he's addressing it to the two of you is consistent with what he says in his statement, that following discussions initiated by Gasheka and yourself.
Chair, yes, I was not part of the discussions with him. I had a meeting with him separately on the issues related to Erasmus. So at this stage here, yes, he's writing to myself and so on. But again, and then he's asking them to be done before 22 June. So if he addresses it to Gasheka, actually Gasheka as well, then again it's not clear who needs to be doing what, because I'm not involved in the withdrawal of charges.
I'm going to leave it there for now. I think we can safely say that the outcome of that meeting is that the charges were withdrawn.
As I said, it doesn't make, for me, it's not coherent in the sense of he's talking about an investigation was withdrawn to Mkunazi. If you say it was included charges, Chair, I will lay that for you in terms of what you think.
But Mr. Behari, you know that by the 22nd of June, the charge sheet hadn't gone out.
Yes.
Because you say that because it shows in the letter that he was seeking your guidance on that aspect, and he told you that it should have gone out on the 19th. So as the chair had discussed with Chief Mapiaya when he gave evidence, the effect of it, of withdrawing the investigation, is that those charges were not ever going to be filed. You knew that they hadn't been filed by the 22nd of June.
Chair, accepting that I'm one of the addressees in this matter. Now, I had a meeting with Chief and I discussed to say, let me look at how we can further it. But now in terms of this letter here, which he writes on the 21st, it includes now HOD Linda. So is it talking to me, because I wasn't aware that charges had to be on the 22nd. He said to me, it's supposed to be filed on the 19th, but can you assist in the way forward? The day when, taking into consideration the above, the charge must be served on the 22nd of June 20. He didn't discuss that with me, Chair. So if that were the case, I couldn't do anything practically on the 22nd of June to serve the charges. Nor am I involved in the serving of charges. I have no engagement in the serving of charges.
So you had no knowledge that the investigation had been withdrawn?
I had no knowledge of the investigation. Well, the investigation being withdrawn was now in terms of the letter to Mkonazi. But I had no issue of the charges to be withdrawn. I wasn't aware of that.
Now, my question is very specific. You didn't know that the investigation had been withdrawn by Chief Mapiyeye?
Chair, I've seen that. I can't tell you exactly when I saw it, whether it was in consideration of the bundle or not. Yes, so it spoke about an investigation being withdrawn, and that I would have drawn my attention to that document.
When did you know about that?
Chair, we've been in a consultation process in looking at all the documents from Erasmus, and that I've just got to see whether it was in the bundle as well, in that Erasmus. I'm not sure at this stage.
Were you aware when you met with Mr. Kanye from IPID that the investigation, the internal investigation, had been withdrawn?
I wasn't. If it was withdrawn of the internal investigation, yes, but on the withdrawal of the charges itself and discontinuing of the investigation or of the disciplinary charges, no, I had no knowledge. It was apart from, because I didn't follow up with that. When we had Kanye come through with the disciplinary, I spoke only to the IPID report.
Okay, but so you knew that the investigation had been withdrawn by the time you met with Mr. Kanye?
Yes.
Okay, so by 9 November you knew that it had been withdrawn?
Yes.
Now, why are you making a distinction with the charges? Because as far as you knew, at the last you knew of it, 22nd June, the charges had not gone out. The charge sheet had not gone out. So how does the charges still stand when the investigation had been withdrawn and you knew about that?
Yeah, I knew the investigation was withdrawn, or in terms of the content of the letter. I'm not sure who withdrew it and who did what. I didn't follow up on that process. So when I spoke to Kanye, of course, I know that the city's processes had not proceeded with the charges being served and so on. And to go back to what I spoke to Henny Erasmus about, to say, Lieutenant Colonel, if you have finalized your investigations, proceed immediately to serve the charges with the disciplinary. It wasn't about me getting involved in the process, because if they hadn't done that, that is what I spoke to Henny Erasmus, all of this matter would have been addressed.
Okay, so if I am to understand then, insofar as the IPID report or memorandum directed the city to institute disciplinary proceedings against Commissioner Mkhonazi, you didn't have any involvement to that, you didn't follow up on that, you didn't have a discussion with the Chief of Police about that?
No, it was a process for disciplinary, for the directive you mentioned, was on that side. Mine was only on other processes when I engaged with my divisional head to look at fraud and corruption.
Okay. Now, were you aware of what the consequences for the institution, for the city would be if they don't comply with the directive from IPID?
Yes, in terms of the legislation, I didn't deal with it specifically here, but again, it was a directive from IPID which should have been followed up between IPID and the Chief of Police and HR. I wasn't involved in that process.
Okay. But are there consequences for the accounting officer who, as you said, is your accounting officer? You are the person that's seized with giving her legal advice. If she doesn't ensure that these charges that the disciplinary proceedings aren't instituted?
The accounting officer would have been, yes, accountable overall. She would have engaged with, or should have engaged with Chief of Police and HR to look at whether the charges, that process has taken place. Mine was on the issue of interest was on the DPP instructions, if there were criminal prosecutions, and then how we dealt with that in terms of going forward in other processes.
Okay, so now when there's a directive that there must be proceedings instituted, you withdraw yourself from that process. But when it was an internal investigation, you inserted yourself in the process.
When there's a regulatory body directive, that is a directive, unless we're deciding to take that on a review process or something like that, then I would get involved in it. It's a directive to the EMP, to Chief of Police, served on the executive mayor and then to the city manager's office. The issue of the internal processes is a specific directive from the city manager to say that you will, to the extent that you need to bring the additional leg. It is not about any convenience or otherwise. It is about what I must do when it comes to the internal investigation and in terms of this. I also deal, I'll just deal with that issue there.
Okay, so why were you then involved in the response, the drafting of the response to the IPID memorandum?
The response on the drafting of the IPID, the draft of the IPID memorandum was to look at information specifically on the fraud and corruption and what are the definitions. Hence I gave it to my divisional head to look at what are the definitions, where do we see in the IPID report, what can you ascertain to that? Because when we deal with that issue, then we could finalize in terms of DPP instructions, and then our legal processes could have carried on.
But the IPID report wasn't asking you for a response regarding the criminal process. It was asking for a report on the disciplinary process. If you look at page 103 of the report, it says, conclusion, IPID awaits a report relating to when the disciplinary actions were instituted and how the matter was finalized to enable the institution to comply with the provisions of Section 30C of the IPID Act. Had nothing to do with the criminal charges.
Chair, again, IPID was requesting a report from the Chief of Police, addressed a letter to him to say, give us a report on progress on that. Ours was only to look at the compliance in terms of the criminal charges. Hence, we started drafting our report to deal with the issue of the criminal charges. The issue of IPID's directive goes to the city manager, to MAPIA, and to HR. So the progress report would have been coming from that side.
But, Mr. Behari, why are you responding on the criminal charges? It says to you that they want to report on the disciplinary actions, and then they say to you, the docket is referred to DPP for decision. It doesn't need anything from you. You are not even the accused. If there is an accused, insofar as the DPP process is concerned, that's going to be Commissioner Mkwanazi, and he must get his own representation to deal with that. You looking out for the interest of the city is being asked to respond about a report on the disciplinary proceedings. You ignore that, but you want to address the criminal issues.
Chair, I did not, you say ignoring the report on the disciplinary charges. Again, that is streamlined through the Chief's office and the HR. I was not involved in that. In terms of the DPP instructions, it is important in terms of when it comes to us of any criminal charges that are being laid. That is, we would look at and then look at what other processes in the city would have to be invoked in terms of reports to the city. Hence, the engagement was after meeting with Okanye and the DPP instructions. We were waiting for that document to say what are the other processes that need to be invoked in terms of the process of finalizing on the IPID findings. That is where so I was not involved in the other process with the Chief of Police and with the HR.
Mr. Behari, this report contains only one instruction, and it is that you institute disciplinary proceedings. That's the only instruction there is.
Yes.
And then in page 103, it says a docket is referred to DPP for decision. That's it. The rest of it summarizes what their investigation has. It analyzes, that's what they use, the word they use, what the investigation has found. So you are not required by this report to do anything at all. No. In the line of what you've done, the municipality was called upon to conduct a disciplinary process against Mr. Mkwanazi. You tell us in paragraph 181 of your statement what it is that the city manager instructed you to do. You don't claim that it came out of the report. You say the city manager said to you, you prepare a draft response acknowledging receipt of the report and addressing certain technical issues that IPID had not clarified, including the status of matters referred to the Director of Public Prosecution for decision. That's one that your city manager said you should look at. The scope and confidentiality of the report. And 3, the distinction between preliminary investigative observations and findings capable of immediate implementation. So you've told us what it is that the city manager wanted you to look at and prepare a response. That has nothing to do with what is contained in this document. And so
Chair,
the question is, what relating to the instruction from IPID were you dealing with? Do you want answers from IPID about?
Chair, the clarity was sought. It's not got nothing to do with the disciplinary directive. This was in terms of us checking on the issues of the corruption, the fraud, and the status of the report, which we would then get further information from IPID as regards the full DPP deciding to arrest or proceed with the case. I would have to give a report on that basis to the MPAC and to Council. So that is the aspects where my part, which I spoke to City Manager about.
Why did you care? Why does it matter to you what IPID is doing with the DPP? I mean, the report doesn't ask you to do anything at all. In fact, it's not even the municipality that is being referred to the DPP. It's an employee. Why does it matter to you what is happening at the DPP and between the DPP and IPID?
Chair, it's an employee that's been involved, but concerns the city.
And you're told to discipline that employee,
Yes.
and that's the one thing you don't do.
Chair, it's not about me not doing the discipline. I think I've addressed that issue. There was processes that I followed and what needed to be done between HR and all the other parties.
But you've also told us that you now have the power to review processes, and that was Mr. Ngiza's evidence as well, that things, you're restructuring the powers that you got now were such that things have to come through you. He could no longer prepare charge sheets and just discipline people. You had to do the approval. So we know as a date of this report, you now have that power.
Chair, the power was not for me to discipline. I think that if you go
the
back
power
to
was to check for compliance, to review what they are doing.
Yes.
Yes.
And to recommend to the HR HOD
Yes.
who approves. So the internal process, this was already a finalized report by a regulatory body.
Sorry, by?
It's by a regulatory body.
Yes.
Now, that does not come into the scope of what Nisa mentioned, that the powers were taken away, because if in this matter here, the HR has already had a directive from IPID, proceed with that disciplinary. Mine was looking into my other processes to impact to council to report on this employee that has been now charged or has been arrested because of the serious issues with regard to IPID. Chair, if I may, I think it was somewhere in Nisa's document. IPID seemed to have been involved in this matter from about April 2023, which I only saw in the transcript. But here, dealing purely with what my obligations in terms of the criminal aspects, it seems that it's still an obligation from the compliance aspect.
What is your obligations in terms of the criminal aspects, as you put it?
If there was an employee arrested for the serious corruption and fraud, the obligations would be for me to do a report to impact Municipal Public Accounts Committee to say that this is what we're finding, this is what arrested thing. We need to consider then to council, how do we, if it implicates aspects in the city, then do we need to do anything further in respect of a pension retention or whatever if there's loss?
Sorry, in terms of what?
A pension retention, if there's loss of the city, to calculate our losses, and then we will claim that from the pension and so on through the HR process. But mine was to report on the issues, to impact and to council, to say that these are the issues of compliance or non-compliance that we are finding in the city.
Okay.
Mr. Behari, you'll recall that earlier I reminded you what part of the context is, and that is what Chief Mapieye, Commissioner Spies, and Mr. Nziza are complaining about concerning you is that you were protecting Brigadier Mkhwanazi. That's the context. Now, the issue Commissioner Baloyi is raising with you, which is, IPID recommends that Ekurhuleni must institute disciplinary proceedings against Brigadier Mkhwanazi. What do? You do nothing about that, but what you do instead is to try to respond blow by blow to the criminal process that's been instituted and which has not been referred to Ekurhuleni, and indeed it ought not to have been referred to Ekurhuleni. It has been referred to the Director of Public Prosecutions. That indeed is where a process of that nature resides. And you then try to respond to that process which is with the DPP, instead of responding to the recommendation to Ekurhuleni. That, I suggest to you, ties in with a complaint made against you by the Chief of Police, Chief Mapieye, Commissioner Spies, and Mr. Nziza. It actually ties in with that. Because you say, this one is within what we as Ekurhuleni can do. They recommend to us to discipline Brigadier Mkhwanazi. We are just going to be silent about that. It's within our control. What's not within our control is the criminal process. Let's go for the criminal process. Let's try to stop that criminal process. Let's try to show why it is unfounded. It ties in with a complaint by these three employees of Ekurhuleni. What's your comment to that?
Chair, firstly, on the IPID report, the departments were addressed to deal with the disciplinary directive. My issue was not about challenging the DPP instructions or whatever against the employee. Ours was to look at, from Mr. Kanye, when you say DPP is dealing with them, why are you not arresting them? If I was going to be protecting Julius, as the environment created, why would I look at, why didn't you arrest him quickly? Why did you arrest him in terms of the process? Even up to now, Chair, I'm not aware of the DPP having finalized those instructions. So it wasn't about challenging and protecting anybody from being charged. It was purely to look at what are my obligations I've got to respond to, because the implications of an officer or official that's been charged in terms of fraud and corruption, there are other implications in terms of which I will have to do a report to impact and so on. It was never, and in no way did I speak to Kanye to say that we want to challenge the investigation or the part of the DPP. That's their stories. That's there for them to deal with. But what is concerned is then when are we expecting, because we're going to proceed with that from the directive to Chief of Police and then to the HR. That's a disciplinary process. Mine was to see that bid in. How do we, for my purposes, in reporting to MPAC and Council, to give a full understanding of what is going on and what could be the other measures we implement to deal with it. So it's not about challenging. I agree. It's not about challenging any report.
Let's look at the heading of the letter written by Mr. Zulu and Mr. Mahwiting, which had your full support. You said earlier,
yes,
you even took it to the municipal manager, but that you wanted to correct some little administrative thing, but not so much the content of what the letter raised. Look at the heading, Volksberg CAS 262/03/2023, corruption, fraud, and corruption, and then in brackets, Julius Dr. Mkwanazi. The reference to the CAS number, CAS number, that's clearly the criminal process, and it is only that criminal process that this letter addresses. And the two people who have signed this letter are your juniors. And in fact, in so many words, in your statement before us today, you say you appointed Mr. Zulu because of his experience in prosecuting. So you basically wanted to attack the criminal process. Even if you're doing it within the municipality, the idea was to say, there's nothing here. That's the point I'm making. And indeed, if you go through the entire letter, it deals with the charges, and it will say, the elements of such and such a criminal offense are A, B, C, D. A, B, and C have not been satisfied because of A, B, C, D reasons. It's trying to puncture holes through the possibility of any criminal charges. So it's on that basis, and you identified with this. You identified with this letter. It is on that basis that I suggest to you that there may well be, and I think that's an understatement to say there may well be substance in the attack by Chief Mapieye, Commissioner Spies, and Mr. Nkiza, which is to the effect that you were protecting Mr. Brigadier Mkwanazi.
Chair, the issue of that letter was, yes, it refers to the criminal processes, because my interest would have been to report on that. I initiated that issue, I referred to you in Jabulu to look at the elements. What do we need to look at in terms of my report to MPAC and to Council, where we cover this and we say to them, this evidence is linked to that. The DPP process can never be a challenge for us internally. The only issue we get involved in terms of the city is any of the city officials who are charged as a result of their holding an office representing the city. But not, if the cases were against Julius Mkwanazi, it should have been then proceeded by the DPP. Mine and my interest in the team, and speaking to Jabulo specifically, was to say, let's look at the issue, because when we do our report, and that is why the document never went out. It was in preparation for engaging with that once we received the DPP, to look at our finalization in terms of what report do I have to do, from a compliance report to MPAC, and to that to say that this is what the engagements are, this is how the fraud is covered, this is how the corruption issues are covered, and that is the report we did. We have no power to engage with
and nothing at all about the recommendation which concerns something that was within the remit of the municipality, the recommendation to discipline. Completely silent on that.
Chair, because that was the process in terms of the directive by IPID to the Chief of Police for the disciplinary process. That would have been accepted, would have continued that way. My interest was then to look at then what is our reports in terms of compliance. One of the delegated functions is for me to report on compliance of non-compliance issues to council and to the mayor and to the city manager. So those are the functions I was looking at from the criminal aspect.
I suggest again that you were not in the least bothered by that recommendation because you knew that, this doesn't bother us. It's within what we can do within the municipality that doesn't bother, and we know what we are going to do about it, which is nothing.
Chair, I was not aware, I don't know where that process has taken or what. I was not involved in that HR process or the issue of Mapieye in terms of the IPID report. I did not accept there was going to be nothing because mine was focusing on the other aspect. That departments, they are responsible for that. They got the directive on the disciplinary process, and they ought to have done that. It's not about me knowing that there was going to be nothing. Mine was to say that this is what our purposes are. I was very clear to DH Zulu. Let's look at these charges because there'll have to be a report for me to counsel to deal with those issues.
I find it strange. I find it, this is one document from IPID. It deals with the criminal process which has been referred to the DPP, and then the recommendation to IPID. You have instructed Mr. Zulu to deal with this, and he's assisted by Mr. Mahweting on that document. I do not understand this thing about that document being completely silent on the issue about the recommendation to discipline. Because if in your mind that was an issue that had to be attended to by Chief Mapiaye, I would have imagined that this document should have said so. We have dealt only with the criminal process because I, as the head of legal, Mr. Behari, believe that the recommendation to discipline falls within Chief Mapiaye and that he is going to attend to that. So I'm going to be silent on that. This document does not say, it's just silent on that.
See, it is silent on the disciplinary process because the directive came there from IPID. The parties who it was addressed to the Chief of Police to continue with that process. Mine was only focusing on the criminal aspect. Hence, it's silent in that document that we didn't want to cloud the issues about seen to be attacking that the finding or the directive on the disciplinary process. Ours was purely to do the report on the fraud and corruption, to make the findings once the Mkani had confirmed, because he did give us undertaking, he'll confirm once the evidence is finalized. And then we could have included that in my report to MPAC and the Council.
Thank you.
Mr. Behari, this letter or this report from IPID, what suggestion does it contain?
I've let us say the document was not finalized. It was not.
No. I'm not asking you about a finalized document. Your letter at paragraph 11 says, respectfully, the suggestions of IPID, given such material omissions and failure to thoroughly investigate, risks the city in any further processes herein. The question, which raises the question, what suggestions did you see contained in this IPID document?
We focused on that issue of the DPP part.
Is that a suggestion?
No.
Did you consider it a suggestion?
There's two aspects to it, Chair. If you're saying to us as a city, proceed to discipline. Proceed to discipline. When you say then, however, so those are when we looked at the documents and the word term suggestion, of course, it could have been another word used. Hence, the document was never finalized. It was never sent out. It was still in its draft form to deal with it.
Let me stop you. Where is the suggestion? Your letter says the suggestions of IPID cannot be given effect to. They risk the city, you say, in any further processes. My question is, in this IPID document, what did you consider to be a suggestion in this IPID document?
As I said, Chair, we haven't finalized the full report. The suggestion was used at that stage when they drafted the document. Now, when we had finalized, towards finalizing a proper document in terms of addressing after we received the Kanye, we would have dealt with it. For me, the issue was, you're saying in the recommendations, this is the process for...
Can we agree the IPID document contains no suggestion to you, to the city?
Chair, there's no suggestion. Hence, I'm saying this document was not finalized.
I think we'll go quicker, Mr. Behari. Can we agree this letter, this report from, or this communication from IPID does not contain a suggestion to the municipality?
Chair, okay. The first part of that read initially opening, it was a directive.
It's an instruction.
Right.
Yes.
If I look at the titling of the document.
What do you want me to look at?
The titling of the document was a clear directive. It says to proceed with disciplinary.
No, it's not the title. There's a summary of allegations, which is paragraph 1, which summarizes, and then paragraph 2, case docket contents, and then that reads, in terms of section 30 of the IPID Act, read with a SALGA disciplinary procedure, You are hereby directed, yes, is that what you're looking for? You're
Yes.
hereby directed
Yes.
to initiate. Yes, that's an instruction. It's a direction
It's
to
an
the
instruction.
city. Yes, it's an instruction.
Yeah.
It's not a suggestion.
No.
Okay.
Then the second
And-
part, if you
and
go to
then
the,
the
and I'm trying to
second-
find my document.
Yeah, you can find it. The second part in page 103, under the heading IPID recommendation, it says the IPID recommends that disciplinary steps be taken, and then it then concludes, however, docket is referred to DPP for decision. And then the conclusion, IPID awaits your report relating to when the disciplinary actions were instituted and how the matter was finalized to enable the institution to comply with the provisions of Section 30C of the IPID Act. And my question is, where in these paragraphs do you read what you refer to as a suggestion in
Chair,
your letter?
We were still looking into the latter part on page 103. If
Which latter part? Where it says the docket is referred to the DPP for
above
decision.
that,
Sorry?
okay, above that,
Above that, it says, based on the above information contained in the case docket, the IPID recommends that disciplinary steps be taken.
yes. So, Chair, where it was clear at the outset the directive comes through, so that was clear, we accepted that. Now, when we came to the second part we were dealing with then, what is the implication? Why would you have it necessity? If you're saying to us as a city, we recommend that you proceed with the disciplinary, then say that. Why was it then to come and say that, however, the document has been referred to? So we were still looking at that, Chair. That is why we did not finalize that document, to get the additional information. So that is what I'm saying. If
So
there's something...
you wanted IPID to give you what they gave to the DPP so that you do what with it?
No, Chair. The issue was, if you're recommending disciplinary,
Yes.
recommend it.
They've done so.
Right.
It's
So-
very clear.
Yeah.
They've directed and they've recommended
And
in
they
the
recommended.
concluding
Then
paragraphs.
the aspect of then, however, what must I, so you're saying to me, I'm recommending, I don't want to go into definitions of how we understood it, but it just means it gives a different, for me it meant that the word however actually contradicts what was being said above.
No, it doesn't. You see, you can't read this document selectively. The concluding paragraph says you must submit a report. So clearly in this paragraph and consistent with the recommendations, the direction and the recommendation, the concluding paragraph says you must submit a report about that disciplinary process. Now, your letter doesn't say anything about that. It doesn't say we cannot submit a report to you because we are not running a disciplinary hearing, so your concluding paragraph, we are not going to be able to meet it. In fact, your letter says the suggestion you make, after all these material omissions, your suggestion, right, will create problems for the city. I'm still to hear from an answer from you. What in this 3-page document did you consider to be a suggestion from IPID?
Chair, in looking at for our purposes,
Yes.
the report for IPID on the disciplinary process will come from a different entity. It will come from
Yeah,
Chief of
no.
Police.
I've
Yeah,
heard
right.
that. There's no value
So
in
when
Mr.
we're
Sorry,
dealing-
Mr. Behari, and I don't mean to be disrespectful to you. You've said that repeatedly. I'm asking you a simple question because on my reading of these 3 pages, I don't see a suggestion. I don't understand it to contain any suggestion. So that's where my question comes from. Help me see, like you, what did you consider to be a suggestion from IPID in this letter?
Chair, on the issue of the criminal aspects and the last page 103 of that document, I'm saying that on the one hand, you're saying we recommend disciplinary processes. However, now what does mean is, should we now hold off on the disciplinary?
No,
What-
no, Mr. Behari, I'm sorry.
Chair-
No, Mr. Behari, I'm sorry. We have only so much time. You repeat the same thing over and over. You haven't, it's simple. You can point me to a line which you considered to be a suggestion. I'm not asking you for an explanation. I've read the letter. I do not see any line in there that amounts to a suggestion. And I'm simply asking you, please point me to where you say it's a suggestion from IPID. It doesn't require explanation. If you want to say to me, however, docket is referred to DPP for decision, you considered it a suggestion, it is what it is. But I'm asking you, point to this letter, point a paragraph, a line, and say that's where the suggestion is.
Chair, in page 103.
Yes, 103, okay.
So mine is to say that when we read the document, but if you're saying we recommend disciplinary, say it and stop. And then you want to report on disciplinary, that is it. But when you're saying to me, however, it is sent to the DPP, it may just be an interpretation at the end of the day, but it was come to us. That is why we never finalized that letter. It was never sent out because we were still dealing with it.
One last try from me. Did you, where they say we recommend, the IPID recommends that disciplinary steps be taken, is that what you considered a suggestion?
The recommendation part, read together with...
No. I remember it's me who's trying to understand your evidence. So my question is formulated so that I can understand what it is you're saying. It doesn't help to say more if that's not what I'm trying to get clarity on. Am I to understand you to be saying in that paragraph where it says IPID recommendation, that paragraph is what you understood to be a suggestion, or it's a suggestion you are referring to in your letter?
Chair, as I said, we had not finalized that letter. So we're talking to a letter that we still have to look at the full content of it. At that stage, when they use the word suggestion, it looked at as if they were not certain in terms of, by the use of the word however.
Okay.
So the directive on that is important. It goes through that HR process and so on. The report asks for the HR to say whatever you want with that. But from a criminal aspect, dealing purely with the DPP, that is where our interest was, and dealing with that issue. And Mr. Kanye, tell us what.
So what did you understand to be the suggestion in that paragraph?
I understood to be proceed with the recommendation is to do this, and dealing with the Kanye and the criminal process. However, it is the DPP's instructions.
No, sorry. IPID recommendation is the heading. It says we recommend disciplinary action, and then it concludes, however, docket is referred to DPP for decision. What do you consider to be the suggestion in this paragraph?
Chair, on the first part of the letter, it is a directive issued by IPID.
To institute disciplinary proceedings.
Disciplinary action.
Yes, in that paragraph.
In that paragraph.
Yes.
You now come into the latter part of that in the same report.
Yes.
And you say now we recommend. We're recommending disciplinary action, which is the difference, as I read it, from directive.
And you've said that has nothing to do with you. It's an HR thing.
It's an HR process.
Okay, so we are clear. We are sorted with the first part. You're not concerned with HR, and so not concerned with the disciplinary action. Yeah. That leaves us now with however docket is referred to DPP for decision. Is that the part that you say is a suggestion? No. And it has to be, because it's the only part that is remaining under IPID recommendation, which has nothing to do with disciplinary action.
See, the disciplinary action part is a directive. The document must be read holistically. So the first part you're directing to say, we're directing the disciplinary process be taken. So that will be covered between Chief Mapuyeye and HR. But then you go back in the same document and you now come and say the recommendation. So it's a softer approach to a directive.
Yeah.
And then you have to come on the issue and say that furthermore, however, and that is why it could have been interpreted to be a suggestion. Hence, we did not finalize the document, Chair. We did not finalize it because there were other information before we gave a proper document out.
Okay, all right. I guess I can't take it further, at least not this afternoon. Thank you, Chair.
Ms.
Thank you, Chair.
Sigasmube?
Yes, Chair. We'll resume tomorrow at 9:30.
Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Mr. Behari,
9:30. Thank you, Chair.
we adjourn, and please be here before 9:30, so we may start at 9:30 tomorrow morning.
That's fine, Chair.
Let us adjourn.
Oh, yeah.